Chapter 130. Oleria and the Mechanical Legion fought hundreds of times. The more she killed, the lesser her forces became. Were it not for her being a powerful pinnacle level 3 warlock, she would have already been killed by the Mechanical Legion. Even so, Oleria was still riddled with scars under the Mechanical Legion's non-stop attacks. Her physical strength and spirit force had fallen to the lowest point. Unless Oleria and Emma abandoned the Snake Demon Legion that they had spent close to 100 years of painstaking effort to build, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape the Mechanical Legion's pursuit. Oleria hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said, "Follow me." Oleria took her Snake Demon Legion and changed direction, no longer fleeing towards Poten Principality, but rather towards the west of Senorus Principality. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng was in hot pursuit, unceasingly chasing after Oleria and her Snake Demon Legion. After a whole day of fighting and stopping, a valley covered in ice and snow suddenly appeared before Oleria and her entourage. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng had also chased them all the way to the vicinity of the valley. Suddenly, incomparably tyrannical auras flew out from the valley covered in ice and snow. 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with a pair of dragon wings on their backs, around 5 meters tall and covered in red fur, issued tyrannical roars, instantly flew out from the valley and rushed into the sky. Boom! 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 The flying speed of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes was comparable to supersonic fighters. They rushed into the midst of the lightning fighters, before brandishing their fists and madly tearing the lightning fighters to shreds. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes shot fireballs from their mouths, bombarding the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, completely blowing them to pieces. As if unparalleled, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes madly slaughtered the Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng. Within a short half an hour, the lightning fighters and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky were directly destroyed by the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. Incomparably formidable fire elemental particles madly condensed in the sky, forming clouds of fire containing endless fire elemental particles. 5 seconds later, fireballs fell from the sky like raindrops, madly exploding towards the mechanized infantry divisions dispatched by Yang Feng. Under the bombardment of the terrifying fireball, tanks, IFVs, flamethrowers, self-propelled artillery, and many other weapons of war exploded, burned, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. The 10,000 primary battle robots with level 5 battle prowess were also blasted apart by the endless fireballs, and were completely annihilated. Warning! Warning! The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was completely annihilated. Preliminary energy analysis: the other party is a great warlock rank expert. Giant Stone City's portable fortified stronghold, Yang Feng's true body was practicing cultivation, when he suddenly received NR 3796 warning. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was wiped out. I remember that they were the troops that were chasing after the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion. If they had great warlock rank experts, then they would have already used them in the war against Fernandro Principality. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, then quickly opened the battle log and looked at it. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. They were completely annihilated in the vicinity of a nameless valley in Senorus Principality. This means that there's a great warlock rank expert lying in ambush there. The other party's objective must be made clear. Not far behind the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, the reconnaissance troops at once released large amounts of tiny mechanical cockroaches, mechanical mosquitoes, and mechanical flies, lurking in the direction of the valley. In the vicinity of the valley covered in ice and snow, an extremely gloomy voice came from inside the valley. "Oleria, you actually dare to use me, you've got guts." A terrifying great warlock rank life force spread from inside the valley, shrouding Oleria and her entourage, oppressing them to the point of being unable to breathe. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with pinnacle level 3 warlock rank battle prowess also descended from the sky, fiercely glaring at Oleria and her entourage, their eyes flashing with ominous glints. Oleria lay prone on the ground, saluted towards a distant place, and said in a magnetic voice, "Your Holiness, mighty Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. I'm willing to offer 100 of my clan's beautiful virgins and 10 million magic stones to quell your anger." The voice from inside the valley sounded once again. Within a month, deliver the things you promised to demonic Fire Ape Castle. Yes, Your Holiness, Oleria said respectfully. Finished speaking, Oleria quickly took the remaining 1,000 elite warriors of demonic Snake Corps and retreated towards a distant place. Inside the valley, inside an enormous block of pure crystal-like ice, there was an approximately 13 or 14-year-old little girl with snow-white jade-like skin, a head full of silver long hair, and an incomparably exquisite appearance. That incomparably adorable little girl had a black dagger inserted in her abdomen, with traces of pitch-black evil chi diffusing from the dagger. She was holding a silver box in her bosom, from which snow-white rays of light blossomed, forming a suffocating ice-cold chi pervading in all directions. Outside the block of ice, there was a large expanse of black flames shrouding it. The large expanse of black flames emitted a scorching high temperature, slowly melting the pure block of ice. In the center of the black flames stood a young man dressed in a black formal attire, with an appearance of merely 23 or 24 years old. This young man was Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel. Israel revealed a handsome smile that could make countless young girls fall in love at first sight, and said, "Snow White Madam, give up resistance. This area has already been shrouded by my magic power, it's impossible for you to send a message to the outside. If you surrender now, then I can make you my wife, and even help you convert your blood meridians, letting you possess our demon clan's noble blood meridians, making your cultivation even faster." A cold voice was transmitted from the block of ice. "Surrender? I'm afraid that once I surrender, then I'll be dismembered and eaten by you. By devouring human warlocks, Demon Clan can greatly enhance their strength, and even obtain part of the human warlock's strength, blood meridians, and knowledge. Israel, you've already been trapped in the great warlock realm for more than 1,000 years. If you eat me, then you'll have the chance to promote to a starry sky warlock. Would you let go of such an opportunity?" Israel said with a slight smile, "That's right, if I eat you, then I can indeed increase my chances of breaking through to the starry sky warlock realm by 5%. However, I'm a person who prefers beauties over power. As long as you obey me, then the two of us can join hands and hunt other human great warlocks." Chapter 131. Israel said cruel words with a smile. "Snow White Madam, I know that Savage Claw's great warlock Isado admires you very much. As long as you join hands with me, then we can easily assassinate him with a little trick. Afterwards, we'll eat him equally, that way, our strength can obtain a huge upgrade." Although great warlock rank demons didn't need to rely on eating human flesh to stay sane. However, devouring warlocks of the same rank was still very beneficial to them. Therefore, demons were one of the most terrifying enemies of humans. A firm voice came from the ice cube. "I won't surrender to you, nor will I join hands with you." Israel said with a slight smile, "No, you'll surrender to me. You've been stabbed by the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned, even if you have the legend rank secret treasure ice snow box. At most, it can only last for another 3 days. After 3 days, this ice snow barrier won't be able to withstand my erosion and will vanish into thin air. After I've captured you, I'll help you implant my clan's pure blood meridians in you and transform you into a demon. At that time, you'll definitely change your mind and become my wife." Demon Clan's blood meridian transformation technique was extremely terrifying. Demon Clan hadn't been exterminated by human warlocks since the 3rd Warlock dynasty. Instead, after a few ups and downs, it rapidly developed and grew stronger, all because of the might of the blood meridian transformation technique. If there wasn't a great warlock guarding Turandot subcontinent, then within a year, those demons could completely transform Turandot subcontinent's more than 10 billion humans into inferior demons. Demons were like cancer cells parasitizing humans. If one wasn't paying attention, then they would rapidly spread. The ice cube became deathly still at once. No matter what Israel said, the ice cube didn't emit any sound. As a great warlock, Israel's perception was extremely terrifying. No life form within a radius of more than a dozen square kilometers could escape his perception. But there were too many insects in this area, so he didn't notice the few mechanical mosquitoes monitoring him. A day passed in a flash. A thin layer of the pure ice cube was melted by the black flames. Israel suddenly creased his eyebrows and turned his head to look towards the southeast. By relying on his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the mechanical rumbling sounds coming from that direction. Israel said coldly, "Go, get rid of them." "Yes, Master, we will dismantle those iron lumps into scrap metal." The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes outside the valley smiled malevolently, and instantly erupted with the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Their figures shook, and as if they had turned into 3 fire clouds, they shot towards the southeast. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes flew 6 kilometers towards the southeast direction and saw a dense crowd of more than 100,000 level 8 bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops, the 4 main battle robots advancing towards them. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes felt their scalps go numb when they saw this, and their arrogance instantly disappeared. Each of those level 8 main battle robots was more than 5 meters tall. At the same time, they were equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. As long as there were less than 10 of those level 8 primary battle robots, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire ape brothers could easily destroy them. But against 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, even if they fought to the death, they still might not be able to completely destroy the level 8 primary battle robots. As soon as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes appeared, the level 8 gunner troops immediately adjusted their muzzles. Gauss cannons rumbled madly, and countless terrifying Gauss cannons madly swept towards the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. In a split second, the sky was shrouded by countless red nets of fire. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes immediately gave birth to a feeling of danger. They bellowed, and countless flames formed a flame shield around their bodies. Then, they fled towards the ice-snow valley. The intelligent chips of the level 8 gunner troops were loaded with the most advanced ballistic prediction systems. Under the calculations of the portable fortified stronghold super-optical computer, the escape routes of the dragon-winged demonic fire apes were completely sealed. Countless Gauss cannons exploded on top of the flame shields of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. After barely a second, the flame shields of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were directly shattered. In a split second, countless Gauss cannons blasted the bodies of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes riddled with holes, and they fell from the sky along with a large spray of blood. If it was an existence below the level 2 extraordinary lifeform realm, they would have long since been blasted to pieces by the countless Gauss cannons. But the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying pinnacle level 3 extraordinary lifeforms. Even though they were blasted to pieces by the countless Gauss cannons, they still didn't die. 3 blood-colored magic radiances soared into the sky and directly entered the bodies of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes that were nearly blasted to pieces. Their bodies riddled with holes recovered at once. But their faces were pale. They knelt beside Israel and said with great shame, "Master, I'm very sorry, we couldn't complete the mission." Israel's eyes were extremely cold. With a flick of his hand, a flaming eye formed from flames flew into the sky. The scene within a radius of tens of kilometers was completely captured by the flaming eye. Israel silently recited an incantation. A second later, he pointed to the sky. A crimson radiance entered the sky, and countless fire elemental particles condensed in the sky. A large expanse of clouds of flames quickly took shape. 5 seconds later, as if the end of the world had appeared in a radius of several kilometers, fireballs fell from the sky, madly bombarding the 100,000 primary battle robots below. Not long ago, Israel relied on this spell rain of fireballs to insta-kill several thousand of the mechanical army dispatched by Yang Feng to hunt down Oleria. The shield troops standing among the primary battle robots raised their shields, and in a split second, level 3 protective covers enveloped them and the primary battle robots they were guarding. The tens of thousands of fireballs fell to the ground, bombarded the shield troops' protective covers, and collapsed one after another. Then, very strangely, they were directly absorbed by the level 3 protective covers, and transformed into energy for the level 8 shield troops. The level 8 shield troops contained a new technology that could defend against energy attacks and absorb energy attacks. As long as a single energy attack didn't exceed its defensive limits, then it could absorb the energy of the energy attack and transform it into its own. Even though the shield troops were the lowest level combat troops of the Shi clan, but they still possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Chapter 132. 10 seconds later, the area within a radius of several li was already scorched black, potholes everywhere, traces of black smoke rising everywhere, the surroundings pervaded with a temperature that ordinary humans would find unbearable. The 100,000 primary battle robots were still expressionlessly walking in that area, heading towards the area shrouded by the snow-white valley. Israel's gaze instantly became gloomy. With Israel's strength as a great warlock, he could only release such a large-scale meteorological spell like rain of fireballs 5 times in a day. Such a terrifying meteorological spell that could destroy an ordinary army of hundreds of thousands with a single strike was the reason why great warlocks stood at the pinnacle of Turandot subcontinent. The 100,000 primary battle robots didn't seem to be affected in the slightest by the rain of fireballs, making Israel's gaze gloomy and his heart endlessly horrified. Israel casually cast a spell, completely sealing the block of ice where Snow White Madam was, released the terrifying might of a great warlock, faced upwards and bellowed, "I am the great warlock Joyman, the Bear of Flames Master. Which friend has come? Please come out for a chat." Bear of Flames was a first-rate warlock group in Turandot subcontinent. The Bear of Flames Master was the great warlock Joyman. Israel was Joyman, and Joyman was Israel. "I am Young Tai, a direct subordinate of Steel City's Young Fong. I came to investigate the matter of Steel City's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division being annihilated. According to the information sent by my subordinates, they were annihilated in this area. Furthermore, they were annihilated using large-scale fire meteorological spells. Your Highness Israel, as soon as I arrived, you used large-scale fire meteorological spells to attack us. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind the attack on Steel City?" A young man brimming with Oriental characteristics walked out from behind the mechanical army and asked coldly, "You've got some nerve, to even dare to speak to me like that." Israel flew out from the valley, his eyes glared at Young Fong, a terrifying life force erupted in a flash, and a spirit might as vast as the sea crushed towards Young Fong. As a great warlock, Israel had already transcended the mundane and was transforming into a god, an ancient fiend, an ancient devil, and a variety of other terrifying existences. A single gaze from him possessed the terrifying might to kill an existence below the level 1 warlock rank. At this moment, a level 8 shield troop beside Young Fong instantly stepped forward, raised the shield in his hand, and instantly activated a level 3 protective cover to block in front of him. The shield released by the level 8 shield bearer had an all-round defensive capability. Whether it was physical attacks or magic attacks, they were all unable to penetrate the level 3 shield. The gunner troops among the 100,000 primary battle robots instantly adjusted their position, and countless Gauss cannons roared madly, blasting towards Israel. The artillery troops also adjusted their cannons, and countless missiles and artillery shells rained down on Israel. Israel didn't expect that Young Fong would suddenly attack him. The countless Gauss cannons instantly destroyed the level 4 life force field surrounding his body, as countless Gauss cannons bombarded his body, sending him flying, directly embedded in the valley. Countless artillery roared, and all kinds of artillery shells and automatic homing missiles were fired from the artillery troops, bombarding Israel as well as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes simply didn't have time to react, and were immediately turned into sieves by the countless artillery shells. 3 level 8 bladed troops frantically flickered amidst the hail of bullets, and within a breath, appeared in front of the 3 heavily injured dragon-winged demonic fire apes, and beheaded them with a single slash. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying extraordinary life forms with battle prowess comparable to pinnacle level 3 warlocks, and their battle prowess was tyrannical. However, due to a moment of carelessness, they were directly killed by the huge mechanical legion. Every time the Shizu technology was unlocked by a level, the battle prowess of the mechanical legion would increase by a terrifying geometrical degree. "Stop. I'm the Bear of Flames Master, Joyman. Don't tell me you want to be enemies with the Bear of Flames." Along with a furious roar, a storm of flames instantly gushed out from the valley, forming a pillar of flames, blocking the long-range attacks of the 100,000-strong mechanical legion. Israel's hair was disheveled, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Standing in the middle of the storm of flames, he looked just like a fiery god of flames, and glared at Young Fong with extreme fury. In Turandot subcontinent, Every great warlock rank expert was a pinnacle expert. In Turandot subcontinent, Israel's previous incarnation of the great warlock Joyman was a man of his word, and was revered by countless people. Yang Feng waved his hand, and stopped his attacks. With a fierce expression, he bellowed overbearingly, "You actually dare to attack me, if you don't give me an explanation. I'll get rid of you here, and then lead my mechanical legion to flatten your bear of flames." Israel's eyebrows creased slightly, and he felt a bit of a headache. Why would I come across such a silk-pants idiot at this time? Doesn't he know that even if he's hiding inside those mechanical golems, I only need 3 moves to kill him? If it was any other time, Israel would have definitely charged into the mechanical legion, killed Yang Feng, and then swaggered off. No matter how formidable the 100,000-strong mechanical legion was, it still wouldn't be able to detain a great warlock who was bent on leaving. However, the great warlock Snow White Madam was sealed within the valley. If she was released, then Israel would be in big trouble. In Turandot subcontinent, there were no more than 4 level 4 secret treasures such as the legendary dagger kiss of the damned, which were used by assassins. Without such legend rank secret treasures, even a level 3 warlock wouldn't be able to injure a great warlock. But with legend rank secret treasures, even an apprentice warlock might be able to assassinate a great warlock. Legend rank secret treasures were very rare, and even great warlock rank experts might not have one. A lot of great warlocks without a strong background could only use level 3 secret treasures. Israel absolutely wouldn't give up on the opportunity to obtain 2 legend rank secret treasures. Israel's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He weighed it over and over again, and finally made a compromise. He dispersed the protective firestorm, swallowed his anger, and casually threw a bottle of elixir to Yang Feng. "I'm in the wrong. This is Nin's soul elixir. It's one of the ancient elixirs capable of improving one's soul aptitude. It can also be used to break through bottlenecks. It can increase the chances of a level 1 warlock promoting to a level 2 warlock by 30%. Yang Feng quickly received the bottle of elixir, opened it, and let a mechanical tentacle pierce into the elixir. Initiating the elixir analysis. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized. Initiating the model analysis. Analysis progress 0.1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that the elixir can be completely analyzed after an hour. After the portable fortified stronghold's construction was successful, the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer's analysis and computing power were by far superior to NR 3796. That's why such an ancient elixir like Nin's soul elixir could be analyzed so quickly. Chapter 133. Yang Feng put away the Nin's soul elixir, revealed a look of greed and said overbearingly, "This bit of compensation isn't enough. I want a complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. At the very least, its crystal core and bones must be included. If there's blood meridian essence, then it couldn't be any better." Israel's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "A complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Are you kidding me? Such a precious treasure, even if your entire steel city was added up, it still wouldn't be worth this price." The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was of astonishing value. Its entire body was a treasure. The blood meridian essence could be extracted from the blood of extraordinary life forms. Their bones, fur and crystal cores were all precious materials used in alchemy to refine legend rank secret treasures. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was practically a priceless precious treasure. Once it appeared in an auction house, it would cause many great warlocks to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, I recently asked the mighty Steel City's city master Yang Yi Daran to refine a legend rank secret treasure. I'm currently short on materials, so hand over a complete great warlock rank extraordinary life form's corpse and this matter will be over." Israel's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, overflowing with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Yang Tai, you've got some nerve, you even dare to threaten me? Don't you know that your life is completely in my hands? If I want to kill you, then even if you have so many mechanical golems, they still won't be able to protect you." Israel was a great warlock rank demon. Moreover, he had disguised himself as Flamebear's master Joyman. Whether it was among humans or demons, he was a lofty bigwig whose words carried enormous weight. Now that he was being threatened by a level 1 warlock, it naturally gave rise to killing intent. Yang Feng swept Israel with a glance, his eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and he said with a cold smile, "Your Highness Joyman, for such a bigwig like you to apologize to me in such a humble manner, presumably there's something in that valley that you must have. You can kill me, but my mechanical legion will definitely rush into that valley and snatch away the thing in its entirety. Our Steel City's City Lord's alchemy is unparalleled in the world, and there are more than 3 mechanical legions like this one. How many can you get rid of by yourself?" Israel's eyes instantly surged with endless anger, but he forced himself to calm down. With his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to escape from the pursuit of the massive mechanical army. However, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the 100,000 level 8 main battle robots. It was true that great warlocks were the most formidable existences in Turandot subcontinent. However, so long as one's strength reached a certain level, then the human wave tactic could also drown a great warlock. Israel was silent for a moment, then casually waved his hand, and an up to 5 m long giant wolf corpse with blue fur flew towards Yang Feng. This is the corpse of a blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf. It contains a crystal core and blood meridian essence. Take it and go. Yang Feng received the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse and carefully looked at it, his eyes flashed with a touch of satisfaction. Although the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf was the weakest level 4 extraordinary life form, its strength was by far inferior to that of formidable human great warlocks and dragons. However, it was, after all, a level 4 extraordinary life form. Its battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It could tear apart the majority of pinnacle level 3 warlocks. So long as it was modulated by the portable fortified stronghold, a mechanical battle beast comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form would soon appear. Yang Feng waved his hand and directly sealed the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse into a dimensional crest, then casually tossed the dimensional crest into the hands of a level 8 shield troop. The level 8 shield troop immediately retreated into the crowd of battle robots. Israel's eyes surged with killing intent. He forcefully suppressed his anger, squeezed out a trace of a smile and said, "Can you go now?" Yang Feng revealed a look of pity as if he was looking at an idiot, stared at Israel and said with a light smile, "Joyman, why are you so stupid? Do you believe everything I say? Since even you are tempted by the treasures in the valley, then I naturally can't let them go." Practically at the same time, the countless gunner troops and artillery troops opened their firepower and bombarded Israel with countless Gauss shells. The countless frightening Gauss shells instantly destroyed Israel's life force field, before bombarding his fleshly body, directly piercing through it and embedding it into the valley. The endless artillery fire, as if without pause, locked onto Israel and madly bombarded him. "Young Tai, I'll kill you. No one in the entire continent can save you. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill every single person in Steel City, leaving no one alive." In a flash, a flamestorm took shape, forming a flamestorm barrier. All of Yang Feng's mechanical legion's artillery bombarded the flamestorm barrier, but were easily resisted by the flamestorm barrier. Israel stood loftily in the center of the flamestorm, as if a fire demon god. His eyes spurted out 2 streams of flames, the depths of his eyes flashing with unresolvable anger. Ever since he was a child, he had never been toyed with like this. Today, he was actually toyed with by a trifling level 1 warlock, making his anger rise to the extreme. There's no cure for stupidity. It's because you're too stupid that you've been deceived. I'm helping you. Now that you've been deceived once, you'll be on guard in the future. It'll be of great benefit to your conduct and conduct yourself in the future. You should be thanking me. Now that you want to kill me, you're really biting the hand that feeds you, heartless and unscrupulous. Yang Feng's figure retreated briskly, retreating into the protection of a large number of level 8 mechanical shield troops, before making sarcastic remarks from afar. "All right, I'll properly thank you, and cut you into pieces to repay your kindness." Israel's eyes spurted flames of anger, as he said each syllable. Finished speaking, Israel's figure shook, and at once separated into 9 clusters of flame arrows, madly shooting towards the mechanical legion. The 9 clusters of flame arrows at once bombarded the mechanical legion. Each level 8 primary battle robot was equipped with level 2 or higher protective covers. In that split second, The entire mechanical legion flashed with a large protective cover. The 9 clusters of flame arrows bombarded the mechanical legion, piercing through more than 90 bladed troops in a row, burning more than 90 bladed troops into ashes. Israel's complexion was somewhat unsightly as he watched the more than 90 bladed troops turn into ashes. With his current strength, he could only release the level 4 spell 9 flame arrows 10 times in a day. In other words, if he continued to release the spell 9 flame arrows, then at most he could kill more than 900 bladed troops before his spirit force would be exhausted. Even if he continuously drank precious elixirs to restore his spirit force, killing 2,000 level 8 primary battle robots in a day would already be his limit. Chapter 134. In Turandot subcontinent, level 2 warlocks were already the masters of many small principalities. Even in Warlock College Antalya, level 2 warlocks were also members of the Senate. Their status was extremely high. In the entire Warlock College Antalya, there were less than 2,000 level 2 warlocks. For Israel to be able to kill 2,000 level 2 warlocks in a day, his strength was already extremely terrifying. But when he encountered such a freak like the Mechanical Legion, he appeared somewhat powerless. Yang Feng hid in the middle of the Mechanical Legion and made sarcastic remarks. "Your Highness Joyman, this bit of strength can't kill me. Don't tell me that as a great warlock, you only have this much. That's really too weak. Wait until I tear you to pieces, then you'll know what I'm capable of." Israel was so angry that he laughed instead, his figure shook, countless flames soared into the sky, and he at once turned into a 6m tall level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bear, its whole body burning with raging flames. The level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bear was second only to the extraordinary life form dragons. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the ability to fly, then they could even fight against dragons. The Byron demonic flame bear's figure shook, and immediately rushed towards the Mechanical Legion at a terrifying speed, as if a heavy tank. Boom, 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 boom. The Byron demonic flame bear that Israel had transformed into rushed into the Mechanical Legion, then brandished its huge bear paws and slapped the Mechanical Legion's primary battle robots. Whether it was the mechanical bladed troops or the mechanical shield troops with the strongest defensive strength, their protective covers were as thin as paper in front of Israel's bare paws. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from Israel. The primary battle robots blocking in front of Israel were all sent flying with a single slap, their components splashing everywhere. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from the incomparably heroic Israel. Within a short span of a few breaths, Israel forcibly tore apart more than 100 primary battle robots of the Mechanical Legion, before arriving in front of Yang Feng. So amazing. Worthy of being a great warlock rank expert, so fierce. Yang Feng only felt that even under the protection of the countless primary battle robots, he still didn't feel safe, as if he could only rely on his own strength to resist Israel. The 100 level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng had already formed a defensive formation, raised their giant shields high, stimulated level 3 protective covers, and blocked in front of him. "Although I don't have a way to kill these 100,000 mechanical golems, I will kill you. Within this Turandot subcontinent, no one can save you." Israel released a prideful roar akin to that of a wild beast. With a palm strike, he shattered layer after layer of level 3 protective shields, directly blasting a level 8 shield bearer into pieces. Within a few breaths, the level 8 shield troops blocking in front of Israel were sent flying one by one, tearing a huge hole in the ground and appearing in front of Yang Tai. "Lowly ant, you dare to play tricks on a noble great warlock. Use your life to wash away your sins." Israel's eyes flashed with a glint of tyranny, and he extended his claw and fiercely pinched Yang Feng's head, as if crushing an insect's head. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of an eccentric glint, and he revealed a trace of a smile. "You actually broke in so easily. I don't know if you're too stupid, or if you think that your strength is invincible." When Israel saw Yang Feng reveal a trace of a smile, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly welled up within him. In a split second, the eyes of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots flickered with red light, and they instantly detonated the self-destruct bombs within them. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying shock wave formed by the crazy self-destruct of 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots enveloped an area of several kilometers in radius. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and countless components and stones splashed in all directions. A violent hurricane suddenly blew from within the mushroom cloud, blowing away countless smoke and dust. Israel, whose arm had been blown off, his face covered in scars, and his body covered in scorch marks, walked out of the explosion with a look of alarm on his face. He was both alarmed and furious. This madman, he actually detonated so many mechanical golems. He's really crazy. The value of this mechanical golem legion is much higher than 3 to 5 legend rank secret treasures. After all, the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct wasn't concentrated at a single point, which was why Israel was only seriously injured. If the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct was concentrated at a single point, then it would definitely be able to blast Israel to pieces. Even so, the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct still directly blew off Israel's right arm. Israel had just walked out of the smoke and dust of the explosion, when an 8 m tall mechanical demonic polar bear drilled out from the ground behind him, and fiercely slapped at Israel. Morphin demonic polar bear. Israel's complexion changed greatly. He raised his left palm, and collided with the mechanical demonic polar bear's right palm. The Morphin demonic polar bear was a terrifying extraordinary life form on the same level as dragons. It could manipulate the power of the earth. Its all-out attack instantly once again inflicted heavy damage to the already seriously injured Israel. Israel was furious. He opened his mouth, and in a flash, a cloud of demonic flames pounced on the mechanical demonic polar bear. The mechanical demonic polar bear's whole body flashed with an earth-yellow radiance, and a thick layer of rock armor instantly appeared on its body. At the same time, it once again fiercely slapped Israel away. Israel was slapped away when he suddenly felt pain in his back. In a split second, more than a dozen long blade scars appeared, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his back. Invisible freak. Fuck. Israel's battle experience was incomparably rich. With a backhand slap, a dozen Spectre hunters were directly smashed by his slap. The mechanical demonic polar bear once again stepped forward. Taking advantage of Israel's split second of distraction, it slapped him with its palm, breaking several dozen bones in his chest. After Israel was seriously injured by the mechanical demonic polar bear, he spat out a mouthful of blood, before recovering his human form. He turned into a cloud of flames and soared into the sky, before fleeing towards the north. The reason why human great warlocks were so terrifying was because of their numerous means and endless escape spells. It was very difficult to get rid of them. In the sky, there was a huge gust of wind, and the mechanical black dragon that had been hiding in the clouds suddenly flew out. With lightning speed, it dropped from the sky, pierced Israel's heart with its claw, and forcibly dug out the demon core in his heart. Despicable! Israel shouted, full of grief and indignation. The mechanical black dragon's claw slapped Israel's body, directly shattering his internal organs, and he fell from the sky. Chapter 135. Finally killed. These great warlocks are really troublesome. Yang Feng walked out of the huge mechanical legion, looked at Israel's corpse that was dragged in front of him, and heaved a long sigh. With Yang Feng's current strength, defeating a great warlock rank expert would be very easy. But it was very difficult to kill a great warlock. Yang Feng first lured the enemy in, then detonated 50,000 primary battle robots to inflict serious damage on Israel, and then launched a series of sneak attacks to kill Israel. In Turandot subcontinent, each of the 7 human great warlocks had either died at the hands of assassins or were besieged to death by 3 or 4 great warlocks. One-on-one, it was very difficult for a great warlock to kill another great warlock. Only with a special secret treasure or a great warlock whose strength was infinitely close to the Starry Sky warlock rank, would it be possible to kill another great warlock in a one-on-one situation. Engineering robots came from afar and collected all the wreckage on the battlefield. Although the 50,000 main battle robots had self-destructed, as long as their wreckage was collected and melted down, only a portion of the energy was needed to successfully recreate them. Yang Feng had already built several large nuclear power plants within Steel City's sphere of influence. With the support of those large nuclear power plants, before the portable fortified stronghold was promoted to a level 2 portable fortified stronghold, there was no shortage of energy. It was precisely because of this that he did not hesitate to self-destruct 50,000 main battle robots. What a cute and beautiful little lowly. Snow White Madam was a famous expert in Turandot subcontinent for more than 100 years. How could she be a lowly? The world of warlocks is truly marvelous. When young Feng stepped into the valley, he saw Snow White Madam sealed in ice, and his eyes lit up slightly. Someone from Steel City? I am the Snow White Lady of the Snow White Tower. Thank you very much for saving me. After I recover, I will give you sufficient compensation. A cold voice came from within the ice block. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, I'm Steel City's Yang Feng Daren's Yang Tong, the division commander of the 5th Division. Snow White Lady, I now formally invite you to join our Steel City. An angry voice came from the ice block. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Yang Feng said with a smile, you can understand it that way. Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled, but we are still lacking in terms of high-end fighting power. Thus, we need you to join our City of Steel. The Snow White Lady said coldly, impossible. I am the master of the Snow White Tower. I will never join other forces. What a pity. Then I can only use some more violent methods. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings and descended from the sky like a small mountain. It opened its maw and fired a dragon breath cannon in a flash, blasting into the ice around Snow White Madam. Under the bombardment of the dragon breath cannon, Snow White Madam's ice shield was weakened by a thin layer. 300 gunner troops quickly replaced their external equipment with flamethrowers and sprayed long fire dragons that enveloped Snow White Madam's ice shield, weakening it. The mechanical demonic polar bear let out an angry roar and directly rushed into the flames. Waving its huge bear paws, it fiercely slapped Snow White Lady's protective ice block. With each slap of its paws, large chunks of ice would be sent flying, continuously weakening Snow White Madam's ice shield. Yang Feng smiled and used words to sway Snow White Madam's mind. Snow White Madam, you should join our City of Steel. After all, we are a human force. As long as you join our City of Steel and are willing to serve us, then we will definitely give you the appropriate treatment. If you insist on being stubborn, then after you give in, then your status won't be as high as when you join us. An angry voice came from the ice block. You bastard, taking advantage of people's difficulties. All right, I'm taking advantage of people's difficulties. You're shameless. If you say that I'm shameless, then I'll be shameless. Snow White Madam's curses came from inside the ice block. It was just that she was obviously well educated. She only knew how to use the words shameless, taking advantage of others, and despicable to scold him back and forth. Yang Feng was thick-skinned and let her curse. Snow White Madam cursed for a while, then stopped for a while and said weakly, stop the attack. I agree to join your City of Steel. The pure ice barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. At most in a few hours, the ice barrier would collapse. Yang Feng raised his hand and all the attacks stopped. The ice around Snow White Lady's body quickly dissipated, and she weakly fell to the ground. A deathly still aura spread from her abdomen and quickly spread to her pretty face, making her look extremely haggard. The legend rank dagger kiss of the damned carried an extremely terrifying curse. Even if it was a great warlock rank expert like Snow White Madam, her life force would slowly be cleansed by the kiss of the damned and she would eventually die. A great warlock like Snow White Madam originally had a way to deal with the kiss of the damned merely by being stabbed by the kiss of the damned. However, Israel had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and she had suffered serious injuries. After fleeing here, she was no longer able to suppress the powerful curse of the kiss of the damned, only then did she choose to seal herself in ice. Such a powerful curse, I'll think of a way to help you dispel it. Yang Feng's eyebrows rose slightly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest and a liquid metal nanorobot elixir appeared in his hand. He then directly stabbed Snow White Madam's right hand and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into her body. Once the liquid metal nanorobots entered Snow White Madam's body, more than half of them were directly destroyed by her formidable life force. Formidable beings of the Great Warlock rank had extremely terrifying immunity and their formidable life force could destroy many foreign objects. Many poisons were ineffective against Great Warlocks. Yang Feng was slightly startled. So fierce. Great Warlock rank experts are really terrifying. It seems like I have to obtain more Warlock knowledge or build a level 2 portable fortified stronghold to upgrade the level of science and technology. Otherwise, the liquid metal nanorobots won't be able to continue to control even more formidable beings. The liquid metal nanorobots were Yang Feng's means of controlling people. They were practically always successful. But now, when used on Snow White Madam, more than half of them were actually destroyed in an instant. This made him greatly alarmed and full of vigilance. But Snow White Madam had suffered serious injuries, her physique had dropped to an extremely large extent, and her life force had also suffered heavy damage. The liquid metal nanorobots that had invaded her body hadn't been completely destroyed. Those liquid metal nanorobots absorbed Snow White Madam's strength and life force and quickly grew. As if they had become a part of her body, they entered every nook and cranny of her body. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he heaved a slight sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. The evolution of the liquid metal nanorobots allowed Yang Feng to obtain first-hand data. Relying on this first-hand data, NR3796 would soon be able to develop a liquid metal nanorobot elixir capable of controlling great warlocks. Chapter 136. Snow White Madam watched all of this with some unwillingness and said coldly, "Still not going to help me heal?" Although Snow White Madam didn't know what Yang Feng had just injected into her body. However, after her immune system was activated and killed a large number of liquid nanorobots, she understood that it definitely wasn't anything good. "Rest assured, my medical skills are also unparalleled in the world." Yang Feng gave a confident smile, grabbed the legend-rank dagger Kiss of the Damned and pulled it out of Snow White Madam's abdomen. In a flash, a terrifying curse force erupted, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to frantically gush towards the wound caused by Kiss of the Damned, almost bursting out of her body. The countless liquid nanorobots inside Snow White Madam's body quickly surged, quickly forming new blood vessels and skin above the wound, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to flow. The countless liquid nanorobots exerted their strength together, quickly stimulating Snow White Madam's secret acupuncture points and arousing her life force. An incomparably tyrannical life force instantly erupted from Snow White Madam's petite body. Countless black smoke of the curse flew out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The countless black smoke of the curse continuously condensed into all kinds of human faces, issuing extremely mournful curses. After a full 10 minutes, Snow White Madam collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, traces of redness welling up on her face. The liquid nanorobots aroused Snow White Madam's life force, allowing her to dispel the curse within her in a flash, but at the same time, it also injured her vitality. She needed to recuperate for a period of time before she could recover. After Snow White Madam dispelled the curse, her delicate temperament faded away, exuding a noble and mature temperament. She swept Yang Feng with a glance and said faintly, "What kind of elixir did you just inject into me?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "An elixir to prevent you from betraying me. If you're sincerely willing to serve Steel City, then it's a panacea. If you want to betray us, then it's the deadliest poison." Snow White Madam ridiculed, forcibly injecting a powerless young lady with poison. "Is this Steel City's style?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "The current me still doesn't have the qualifications to extravagantly give up the battle prowess of a great warlock rank expert." The Snow White lady said calmly, "What do you want from me?" Yang Feng said, "The Western Frigid Ice Phoenix secret method and all the spell knowledge you have mastered." Lady Snow White did not choose to resist. She agreed very rationally, "Okay." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Shi Shui's talent was extraordinary. She promoted to a level 1 warlock even faster than Yang Feng. She was already on the verge of advancing to a level 2 warlock. As long as the complete version of Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix is given to her, then she can quickly break through and promote to a level 2 warlock. Furthermore, with her peerless talent and the tremendous resources at Yang Feng's disposal, it was only a matter of time before she promoted to a great warlock. Inside a heavy-duty transport aircraft. Every great warlock is a moving treasure, what a truth. Yang Feng scanned the space ring he got from Israel's corpse, and his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy. Israel's spatial ring was a high-grade item. It contained a space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Inside that space, there were neatly arranged chests of priceless top-notch magic stones. Each chest contained 1,000 top-notch magic stones, and a top-notch magic stone was equivalent to 1 million inferior magic stones. In other words, the value of this chest of top-notch magic stones exceeded 1 billion magic stones. Apart from the chest of top-notch magic stones, there were also several hundred chests of superior magic stones, 30 chests of intermediate magic stones, and 1 to 200 chests of inferior magic stones. In addition to magic stones, there were also a variety of bizarre magic ores, bones of a variety of extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, and a variety of elixirs. There were also a large number of house deeds, land deeds, mineral vein mining contracts, and other important documents. In a corner of that space, there was a large pile of all kinds of secret treasures. Among those various secret treasures, there was a pitilessly exquisite necklace, exuding traces of light blue radiance, carefully placed inside a crystal chest. Yang Feng's mind moved. He took out the crystal chest, opened it, and took out the blue necklace from inside. Traces of scanning ripples were released from his right hand, and he quickly scanned the blue necklace. Insufficient data, unable to carry out analysis. According to the item's materials and energy fluctuations, it should be this world's level 4 secret treasure. A legend rank secret treasure, I've struck it rich. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he handed the necklace to Snow White Madam, who had her eyes closed, and said, "Old freak, what is this?" The always ice-cold Snow White Madam, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, at once widened her eyes and shouted, "What old freak? I'm not old. I'm only 180 years old this year, a young lady in her prime. Do you understand? I'm still a young lady in her prime. 180 years old is still not old. At this age, a woman can already be a great-great-grandmother of many people. Uncultured people are really scary. In this world, there are a lot of extraordinary races whose lifespans are naturally much longer than that of humans. Like pureblood elves, their average lifespan is 1,000 years. A 180-year-old elf is merely equivalent to an 18-year-old human young lady, and has just reached adulthood. Dragons, on the other hand, have a lifespan of several thousand years, and a 180-year-old dragon is still a minor. I'm currently a great warlock, and have a lifespan of 1,100 years. A 180-year-old is equivalent to an 18-year-old human young lady. If you don't understand, then don't speak irresponsibly. This will make you look very uncultured, like a country bumpkin. Snow White Madam gave Yang Feng a disdainful glance. "Oh, an 18-year-old young lady, then I'll call you Little Snow White." "What Little Snow White? I also have a name, I'm called Defy." While chatting with Defy, Yang Feng discovered that the Snow White Pagoda's master seemed somewhat simple-minded, and was easily led away by him, not at all like an old freak who had lived for 180 years and had rich experiences. Yang Feng guessed inside, she might have been in seclusion for too long, and didn't understand the ways of the world, and didn't know how sinister people are, and thus was ruthlessly stabbed by a traitor. In the world of warlocks, being powerful didn't mean that one had rich experience and was cunning. On the contrary, a lot of powerful warlocks were research madmen, and had simple minds. Defy hid inside the Snow White Pagoda and wholeheartedly practiced cultivation. Although she was the Snow White Pagoda's master, and her status was incomparably lofty, but she didn't manage the daily affairs, and naturally wasn't as cunning as Yang Feng. Chapter 137. Yang Feng handed the blue necklace to Defy and asked, "Defy, what is this?" As soon as Defy picked up the blue necklace, her beautiful eyes shone with a dazzling light. She caressed the blue necklace lovingly and said, "Legendary rank secret treasure, Heart of Azure. Every day, it comes with 2 level 4 defensive spell, Water Curtain Heaven. The power of water spells below level 4 will be increased by 100%, the power of level 4 water spells will be increased by 50%, and the power of level 5 water spells will be increased by 20%. It can also nourish the body and spiritual power of the wearer." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and he grabbed the Heart of Azure. "What a great treasure. It fits me perfectly." Defy ridiculed with a bit of jealousy, "This is a lady's necklace. As a man, don't you feel ashamed wearing such a necklace?" The blue heart was obviously a lady's necklace, and it conflicted with Israel's fire magic. That was why Israel did not wear this legendary necklace. Defy was very fond of the exquisite and powerful azure heart. That was a legendary rank secret treasure necklace. It was extremely rare. In the entire Turandot subcontinent, there were only 4 known legendary rank necklaces. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It doesn't matter. My current strength is meager, the most important thing is to preserve my life. In the world of warlocks, only by surviving would one have unlimited possibilities." The Heart of the Azure could activate 2 rank 4 defensive spells every day, which was equivalent to having 2 lives. Compete. Defy snorted coldly, turned her small face to the side, and ignored Yang Feng. Yang Feng also began to reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. Self-detonation tactics are still too weak against great warlock rank experts. The main reason was that the power of the explosion could not be concentrated at a single point. The range was large enough, but the power was far from enough. Next time, I might as well just bury a small nuclear bomb in my clone. From the current data, a small nuclear warhead was enough to kill a great warlock rank expert. However, this tactic could not be easily exposed. Once it was used, the enemy had to be killed. Otherwise, it'll be useless if it's exposed. The reason why human warlocks were able to suppress countless planes and defeat countless extraordinary life forms, gods, fiends, devils and other terrifying existences was because of this. This was because they had mastered countless spells and could use different spells to deal with enemies in different situations. Once Yang Feng's self-detonation tactics were seen through, it would be very difficult to threaten great warlock rank experts. If those great warlock rank experts were to thoroughly study Yang Feng's battle robots or nuclear warheads, then they would be able to thoroughly study them. Without waiting for Yang Feng to get close, the nuclear warhead inside him would be detonated. In that case, Yang Feng would be sending his troops to be slaughtered. It was because Israel didn't know that Yang Feng possessed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, that he was killed by Yang Feng's sneak attack. If Israel was prepared in advance, then Yang Feng would at most be able to defeat him, but would absolutely be unable to kill him. Because they had once dominated countless planes, the warlocks had a high degree of acceptance towards all kinds of knowledge. As long as there were enough warlock research teams, then they would be able to crack any knowledge and make the corresponding response. The reason why Yang Feng hadn't previously exposed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, to deal with the Snake Demon Legion, was because he wanted to keep his trump cards to deal with great warlock rank experts. Now, sure enough, his attack had succeeded. Yang Feng also intended to keep the nuclear warhead's self-detonation tactic as a trump card, to be used at the most critical moment. Senorus Principality's capital, Bailu City. Darren, it's bad. Steel City's mechanized infantry division has caught up. Oleria had just taken a nap and arrived at the Hall of Affairs, when Emma hurriedly came before her and reported a piece of bad news. Oleria's pretty complexion changed and she exclaimed, "Damn it, wasn't their mechanized infantry division already annihilated by Israel Darren?" Emma said with a bitter expression, "It was Steel City's 3rd mechanized infantry division that was annihilated. Steel City's 5th mechanized infantry division is now pursuing us." The Snake Demon Legion could be considered as a very formidable legion within Hellion clan. But now, they were being chased all the way to their lair, making Emma very angry and helpless. But when she thought of the mechanized infantry division's terrifying battle prowess, Emma couldn't help but feel slightly terrified. When Emma and Oleria were leading the Snake Demon Legion to flee, they relied on their terrifying battle prowess to kill God knows how many warriors of the mechanized infantry division. But the warriors of the mechanized infantry division were all robots. No matter how many they killed, those robots wouldn't be terrified, nor would their morale drop. They would only attack, continuously attack, and slaughter their subordinates. The Snake Demon Legion's warriors were also battle-hardened warriors, but when faced with such a fearless and tyrannical firepower system, the nearly inexhaustible Mechanical Legion, they were similarly terrified. Oleria promptly made a decision: immediately take our clansmen and evacuate Senorus Principality. Elder sister, you don't have the authority to issue such an order now. Following a seductive laughter, a beautiful woman with an extremely enchanting appearance that was 80% similar to Oleria walked over with a smile. She had a slim waist and perky buttocks, twin peaks that were as large as two small cantaloupes, and a blue ponytail that was tied up. Oleria took a step forward, her eyes instantly becoming snake-like vertical eyes. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock revolved around her body and she said coldly, "Tetiana, do you want to disobey my orders?" Tetiana took out a document with a beaming smile and threw it at Oleria. "This is an order from the Council of Patriarchs. Due to your defeat, you're no longer the Snake Demon Legion's commander. And I'm the new Snake Demon Legion's commander." Oleria took the document and carefully looked at it, her beautiful eyes surging with a touch of bitterness. She had been stripped of all her authority. Now, Snake Demon Clan's highest commander in the surface world had become her younger sister Tetiana. Oleria advised bitterly, "Tetiana, all the warriors of Steel City's mechanized infantry division are mechanical golems. Those mechanical golems can operate Steel City's various alchemical weapons. They're definitely not that easy to deal with." Tetiana's complexion turned cold and she said coldly, "All right, Oleria, I'm now the Snake Demon Legion's commander, please call me Commander Daran. You're my subordinate, you must obey my orders and follow me into battle to annihilate Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. If you disobey, then I can only capture you, seal your power, and escort you back." Chapter 138. Oleria was silent for a moment, before saying with a faint sigh, "Yes, Legion Leader Daran." Tetiana laughed wantonly, spitting out the several hundred years of repressed resentment. "Ha ha ha. It's been 400 years, sister. You've always been a head above me since childhood. Just because you were born an hour earlier than me, all the good things, all the glory belonged to you. I could only live in your shadow. Today, I've finally surpassed you. I'll let you know the disparity between us. Snake Demon Clan's strongest genius is me, not you." Oleria creased her eyebrows slightly and said unhurriedly, "I'm sorry." Tetiana snorted coldly, before turning around and leaving with large strides. "I don't need your apology, and you haven't let me down. I'll prove to you that I, Tetiana, am Snake Demon Clan's strongest expert. In the future, Snake Demon Clan's patriarch will be me." Bailu City was in an uproar. Countless Boa cavalrymen madly gushed out of Bailu City, before quickly forming a 30,000-strong Bagru Boa cavalryman legion in the wilderness. Countless large and small venomous snakes also gushed out of Bailu City, forming a sea of snakes on the ground. Tetiana, Oleria, and Emma, the 3 great level 3 warlocks of Snake Demon Clan, stood loftily on top of a level 3 extraordinary life-form Kumado silver-white demonic horned boa. Senorus Principality was a human country that Snake Demon Clan had captured. According to Demon Clan's rules, this principality belonged to Snake Demon Clan's domain. The fiendish Demon Clan was just like the human race, they were constantly fighting and killing each other. Although under the command of Royal Demon Clan, all the demons had united to kill their way out of the underworld, but there was still a clear division between them, with each having their own sphere of influence. Only in the area occupied by Royal Demon Clan would the experts of the various great demon clans converge. "They are here. A group of ant-like mechanical golems can beat the two of you into a sorry state. The two of you are really trash." Tetiana stood on top of the Kumado silver-white demonic horned boa's head, her eyes transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, easily seeing the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division more than 20 li away. She sneered and ridiculed. Emma's eyes flashed with anger, and she was about to open her mouth to refute. Oleria stretched out her hand and pulled her adjutant. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Tetiana's words fell, flames flashed and a self-propelled artillery shell landed on the neatly arranged Snake Demon Legion. Huge explosions rang out one after another as hundreds and thousands of powerful Snake Demon soldiers were blown to pieces by the artillery fire. Blood splashed everywhere. When Tetiana saw the Snake Demon Legion's elite warriors being blasted apart by the artillery fire and blood splattering everywhere, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she screamed in horror, "Fuck." There were still more than 20 li to go. What was that thing? Could it be a human warlock's magic cannon? But aren't human warlocks' magic cannons unable to be used in the field? It was the first time Tetiana had seen a war weapon that could strike from a distance of more than 20 kilometers. When she saw hundreds and thousands of Bagru Boer cavalrymen being blasted to death, she was so angry that she almost wanted to spit blood. Oleria, who was rich in battle experience, immediately shouted, "Those are Steel City's war weapons, we have to go and destroy them." The self-propelled artillery had a long range and formidable might, but once it got close, it was just a lump of scrap iron. "I don't need you to teach me, follow me, let's destroy that scrap iron." Tetiana's eyes were bloodshot. She screamed, magic radiances flickered all over her body, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from her back. She flapped her fleshy wings and swiftly flew towards the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division at a terrifying speed. Oleria and Emma glanced at each other before also flying in Tetiana's direction. The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's Level 5 humanoid robots took out Gauss rifles one after another, before madly firing towards the sky. A variety of anti-aircraft cannons, surface-to-air missiles, and other anti-aircraft weapons were launched one after another, forming a dense net of firepower that madly swept towards the sky. Tetiana directly transformed into a half-human, half-snake monster. Her whole body was shrouded in an incomparably formidable life force. She evaded the majority of the Gauss bullets with her ghost-like agility. At the same time, a small portion of the Gauss bullets were directly deflected by her life force. Magic radiances continuously flickered in Oleria's and Emma's hands. Black rays of light shot towards the surface-to-air missiles, directly shattering them. There was a burst of rumbling in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters descended from the sky, their cannons rumbling, madly strafing towards Tetiana's trio. The lightning supersonic fighters were the war weapons that chased Oleria and Emma, forcing them to flee in a sorry state. If they didn't have the super-fast war weapons like the lightning supersonic fighters, they could have easily torn all the battle robots below to shreds. Under the pursuit of 100 lightning supersonic fighters, countless cannons bombarded Oleria's trio, unceasingly causing the life force protecting their bodies to tremble, tottering on the verge of collapse. Highly poisonous mist. Tetiana's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cold light. With a sharp whistle, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a cloud of green mist. It rose against the wind and turned into a huge green poisonous mist, enveloping the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots below. Highly poisonous mist was the strongest level 3 area of effect poison spell that Tetiana practiced. Once contaminated by the mist of highly poisonous mist, even an Earth Knight rank powerhouse would be poisoned to death. However, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was made up entirely of robots. The green poisonous mist enveloping those robots didn't seem to have the slightest effect. No effect. Sure enough, but my spell isn't that simple. Tetiana smiled coldly, then faced upwards and let out a sharp whistle. When the giant snakes under the Bagru Boer cavalrymen heard that whistle, they opened their bloody mouths one after another, spitting out clouds of black venom and flying towards the sky. Tetiana pointed with her finger. A powerful suction force quickly converged with her as the core, gathering the countless black venom together and surging. Corrosive snake venom rain. Tetiana waved her lily-white hand. Countless black venom fell from the sky, scattering on the ground like raindrops. When the drops of black venom fell on the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots that were already contaminated by highly poisonous mist, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots emitted bursts of white smoke, before strangely dissolving and turning into lumps of scrap iron. Chapter 139. Once the Level 3 spell Toxic Mist and the Level 3 spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain were combined, it would form a terrifying large-scale poison attribute spell. Even if it was a Level 2 Warlock, once they were first corroded by the Toxic Mist and then the Corrosive Snake Venom Rain, only death would await them. To cast such a combined spell, it required the support of countless Bagru Boars. A Level 3 Warlock alone wouldn't be able to cast such a terrifying spell. Oleria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint. She looked at Tetiana in the sky and sighed faintly. Sure enough, she practiced this spell. Emma's eyes flashed with a touch of delight and she revealed a trace of a smile. This time, it should be our victory. Tetiana watched as large swathes of primary battle robots melted in the poisonous rain. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she revealed a trace of a smile. Such a formidable large-scale poison attribute spell. No wonder the status of warlocks in this world is so high. Mortals basically don't have the power to resist warlocks. Even if it was an army of millions of mortals, without the help of warlocks, they would all die from this spell. On the other side, Yang Feng watched as the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots melted in the corrosive rain, and his heart trembled slightly. In Turandot subcontinent, warlocks were the lofty rulers. Mortals were basically unable to contend against them. After this battle, Yang Feng had a deeper understanding. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and ordered, "Execute Plan B." The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's legion immediately began to disperse. At the same time, all the combat units equipped with Level 1 protective covers at once activated their Level 1 protective covers. On the battlefield, thousands of combat units had activated their Level 1 defense shields. Under the protection of the Level 1 protective covers, those combat units survived the large-scale spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain. Defensive spells. How is that possible? How could those mechanical golems have defensive spells? Tetiana was stunned when she saw the several thousand combat units erupt with protective covers. In Turandot subcontinent, very few mechanical golems had defensive spells. They basically used their strength to crush their enemies. Those mechanical golems with the ability to automatically cast defensive spells were extremely terrifying and formidable. They were terrifying weapons comparable to Level 3 warlocks. They were the trump cards of many powerful forces. That humanoid mechanical golem was actually able to automatically activate defensive spells, completely subverting Tanya's common sense. Tetiana's stacked Level 3 spells destroyed more than half of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's combat units. The remaining combat units frantically attacked Tetiana's trio while frantically attacking the Bugru Boa Knights. All kinds of cannons bombarded the Bugru Boa cavalrymen. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of Bugru Boa cavalrymen were blown to pieces. The 100 lightning supersonic fighters were also frantically attacking Tanya and the other two. Oleria sensed the Bugru Boa rider's aura continuously disappearing and shouted loudly, "Tetiana, let's retreat. If we don't retreat, our clansmen will all die." The Bugru Boa cavalrymen were the elite warriors of the Snake Demon clan. If all the Bugru Boa cavalrymen died, the strength of the Snake Demon clan would be greatly damaged. "This won't do. Listen to my orders and destroy these steel lumps." Tetiana's eyes were bloodshot. She opened her mouth and spat out a black poisonous arrow. As if a black light, it instantly stabbed a lightning supersonic fighter. In a flash, the lightning supersonic fighter was corroded, issuing sizzling sounds and white smoke. It fell from the sky to the ground, before exploding crazily and turning into a ball of fire. Tetiana and Oleria were both terrifying pinnacle Level 3 warlocks and were proficient in a variety of spells. Even if it was a lightning supersonic fighter, they still had the ability to deal with it. Previously, Oleria had been chased by the Mechanical Legion into a battered and exhausted state. That was because she wanted to protect the remaining warriors of the Snake Demon clan and Emma. Oleria clenched her teeth, then spat out a black poisonous arrow towards the lightning supersonic fighter in the sky. It completely corroded one of the lightning supersonic fighters and caused it to fall from the sky. Emma's figure shook and she immediately landed on the ground. Her lily-white hands fluttered and bombarded those primary battle robots, smashing them to pieces. One after another, lightning supersonic fighters fell from the sky and exploded. A large number of Bugru Boa cavalrymen were torn to pieces by the shellfire. Everyone's eyes turned red from killing in that crazy battle. Those Bugru Boa cavalrymen finally forcibly broke through the shellfire blockade with their flesh and blood bodies, before pouncing towards the scattered primary battle robots of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. A Bugru Boa rushed to the side of a primary battle robot, then opened its bloody maw and directly bit a mechanical gunner troop of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division into pieces. That Bugru Boa had just bitten that gunner troop, when another gunner troop madly strafed it with a Gauss rifle. Countless bullets at once pierced through that Bugru Boa's body, splattering blood everywhere. That Bugru Boa struggled with all its might. Its huge tail swung at the gunner troop, directly smashing it into pieces. After getting rid of 2 gunner troops, that Bugru Boa struggled for a while, before dying. After the Bugru Boer got close to them, for every Bugru Boer killed by those gunner troops, 7 or 8 of them would be destroyed. The battle gradually tilted in favor of the Snake Demon clan. The fierce and cruel battle lasted for a full 2 hours. After Tetiana destroyed the last lightning supersonic fighter, her complexion was pale. Gasping for breath, she clutched the wound on her abdomen and laughed wildly. "Ha ha, I did it. Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was annihilated by me. Ha ha ha, Oleria, my dear sister, did you see that? I annihilated Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. I won. I'm much stronger than you." Oleria's pretty face was devoid of happiness. She spat out a mouthful of blood, took a glance below, and sighed faintly. "However, the price we paid was too disastrous. Of the 30,000 Bugru Boer cavalrymen, only 3,000 remained." Oleria's adjutant, Emma, was also seriously injured by the bombardment. Of the 1,000 Omagudo flying snakes, only 135 remained. Senorus Principality's Snake Demon clan could be said to have been crippled. Even so, I'm still victorious. As long as I'm victorious, I'll get a steady stream of reinforcement. Tetiana laughed madly. Looking at the Snake Demon Legion's remnants, who were wantonly shouting and cheering for their victory, her beautiful eyes were brimming with pleasure. As long as she could gain a foothold in Senorus Principality, then Snake Demon clan would send a steady stream of reinforcements from the underworld to support her. Suddenly, Tetiana's smile became extremely stiff. Looking into the distance, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of fear. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed and machinery rumbled. Armored personnel carriers, tanks, self-propelled artillery, and other weapons of war were galloping in this direction. Lightning supersonic fighters unceasingly shuttled through the clouds. "I'm Yang Tong, the division commander of the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division. Now let's begin the second round." From above a heavy tank, a beast-type bladed troop jumped out and said heartily with a mechanical synthesized voice. "Boom, boom, boom, boom." The mechanical synthesized voice had just fallen when an almost endless artillery fire enveloped the remaining thousands of Bugru Boer cavalrymen. Under the terrifying artillery fire, the Bugru Boer cavalrymen were blown to pieces, wailing mournfully. "How could this be? How could this be?" Tetiana's complexion was pale. She spat out a big mouthful of blood and fainted. She had exerted all her strength to annihilate a mechanized infantry division with the entirety of Senorus Principality's Snake Demon clan's strength. Yet at the juncture of victory, another mechanized infantry division appeared. Under great joy and great sorrow, her spirit collapsed. "We're withdrawing." Oleria's pretty face was pale. She issued a shrill howl, picked up Tetiana, turned into a black light and fled into the distance. Emma also dragged her seriously injured body. She hatefully glared at the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division and fled in a sorry state. After scaring away the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion, a large number of primary battle robots entered the battlefield and began to clean up the battlefield. Yang Feng looked at the wreckage of spare parts all over the ground and his gaze congealed slightly. These demons really can't be underestimated. Just the Snake Demon clan alone is so powerful. Moreover, this still isn't the Snake Demon clan's full strength. If we were to be targeted by the strongest experts of the underworld's allied forces, then it would be troublesome. There were many races in the underworld's allied forces, among which the most powerful were Dark Elven clan and Hellion clan. The Demonic Snake clan was only a branch of the Demonic Demon clan. According to Black Dragon Empire's intelligence, Snake Demon clan also had one or more great warlock rank experts keeping watch. They couldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng calculated within, nowadays, if I want to expand my forces, then I'm bound to offend people, unless I'm a coward. To expand without attracting the attention of the underworld's allied forces, it's a bit difficult to grasp this degree. After occupying Senorus Principality, I'll have to stop the expansion and observe the situation. With Yang Feng's current strength, he could recover the majority of the Southern States Coalition's principalities occupied by the Hellions. But that would be too conspicuous. Once the underworld's allied forces joined hands, then they could completely uproot his forces. Long live Steel Lord Daran. Long live Yang Feng Daran. Long live Yang Tong Daran. After Yang Feng's mechanical legion entered Bailu City, it received a warm welcome from everyone in Bailu City, as if they were waiting for their savior. Countless people scrambled to sign up to join the army, taking the initiative to approach Yang Feng and surrender, allowing him to easily grasp the hearts of the majority of the people in Bailu City. Chapter 140. Hellions had to eat human flesh and blood in order to remain clear-headed and rational. After Snake Demon Clan entered Bailu City, they wantonly hunted and killed humans as rations, and then reduced all humans to slaves, wantonly torturing and humiliating them. The entire Bailu City was akin to hell. Yang Feng's arrival was akin to the arrival of a savior, easily winning the hearts of everyone in Bailu City. Yang Feng seized the opportunity to dispatch the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division to advance in all directions, driving all Snake Demon Clan's Hellions out of Senorus Principality, and firmly grasping the 120,000 square kilometer area of Senorus Principality. After grasping the entire Senorus Principality, Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to expand. Instead, he dispatched a large number of engineering robots to start building defensive fortifications in Senorus Principality's important cities. After Yang Feng recaptured Senorus Principality, the entire Turandot subcontinent was shaken. Countless gazes focused on Steel City, entering the eyes of Turandot subcontinent's peak major forces. At that time, Steel City had defeated Fernandro Principality's main army. In the eyes of Turandot subcontinent's peak forces, Steel City was but a minor character, and they simply didn't care about it. Now, even the Snake Demon Legion had been defeated by Steel City, and Senorus Principality had been seized by Steel City. Turandot subcontinent's peak forces began to take Yang Feng's Steel City seriously. Countless spies, as if moths to a flame, quietly entered Fernandro Principality and Steel City's headquarters, Black City, under all kinds of pretexts, and searched for information. At the same time, as if encouraged by Yang Feng, tyrannical human warlock forces suddenly rose from the Turandot subcontinent one after another. They revealed their long-hidden trump cards, erupted with formidable battle prowess, and slaughtered the other races of the underworld's allied forces until rivers of blood flowed. While consolidating his forces, Yang Feng dispatched a mechanized infantry division to attack in the direction of the obscure mountain range, easily taking control of the obscure mountain range's area. The obscure mountain range's area was relatively barren, and had no magic stone veins. Naturally, no one would attach importance to it, and thus, Yang Feng easily took control of it. After taking control of the obscure mountain range, Yang Feng planned to go to the other side of the planar gate and properly explore it. Planar exploration was something that every warlock would do after promoting to a great warlock. Exploring endless planes and obtaining knowledge and inheritances of each plane. Conquering endless planes and obtaining their resources. Accompanied by continuous exploration and conquest, human warlocks were able to stand at the apex of each plane. Just then, an invitation letter was mailed to Yang Feng. Yang Feng pinched the invitation letter and carefully looked at it for a while, then asked somewhat curiously, "Rose Garden's Young Warlock Genius Assembly, the top 3 will be rewarded with a trip to the Rose Divine Pool." Defilia, what's so special about the Rose Divine Pool? Snow White Madame Defilia, sitting on the sofa opposite Yang Feng, rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said, "Rose Divine Pool is one of Rose Garden's foundation, a level 6 secret treasure to treasures to. There. Every 3 years, the Rose Deity Pool will produce a pool of water with miraculous power. Rose Woman, Rose Garden to War. 2. She of Saint. Yang 2. She to the 2. Of 95% of Rose Garden's warlocks are women. They would only recruit talented women to join Rose Garden. One of the most crucial factors for them to be able to become one of Turandot's 6 great forces is that they have the Rose Divine Pool, which can cultivate all kinds of warlock geniuses. At that time, after I entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, my cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and I quickly entered the domain of a great warlock. If I hadn't entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, then I would at most be a level 3 warlock. Perhaps it would take another 100 years before I could promote to a great warlock. That's why I owe Rose Garden a big favor. Yang Feng, if you want to go further on the warlock path, then this is definitely a good opportunity that you can't miss. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw and Black Dragon Pagoda all have similar treasures. However, in terms of effect, the Rose Divine Pool is the best for warlocks below the Great Warlock rank. Moreover, the other 5 Great Warlock forces wouldn't let their non-core members use such treasures. Defilia said faintly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he said slowly, "It seems that I have to go to Rose Garden." Yang Feng was very surprised that Rose Garden actually had a divine armament. The so-called divine armaments were treasures that were personally forged by gods from other planes. They were treasures that had mystical powers and were refined from countless precious materials. In other planes, there were many kinds of formidable beings that could be called gods. Even the weakest gods possessed strength by far surpassing that of starry sky warlocks. Each of the divine artifacts created by the powerful gods possessed terrifying abilities. Moreover, not all gods possessed the power to forge divine armaments. Some weak gods were simply unable to forge divine armaments. Rose Garden actually had a divine armament rank treasure, so one could well imagine how formidable their underlying strength was. Yang Feng also somewhat understood why Turandot subcontinent's human warlocks would look down on the allied forces from the underworld's races. 3 days later, the news of Snow White Madam joining Steel City quickly spread in Turandot subcontinent. This news immediately shocked Turandot subcontinent's human forces. Steel City's defeat of the Snake Demon Legion and recapture of Senaris Principality was merely to make those formidable forces take its existence seriously. But with Snow White Madam, this great warlock rank expert, joining Steel City, that meant that Steel City had leapt to become a first-rate force second only to Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Countless forces sent congratulatory gifts to congratulate Snow White Madam for joining Steel City. If it wasn't for the allied forces from the underworld's races besieging cities everywhere, then there would definitely be countless experts personally coming to Steel City to congratulate it. St. Rose City was a city with a population of up to 1 million located in Rose Mountain Range. Rose Garden was located in the depths of Rose Mountain Range. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter Rose Garden, only apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden could enter. St. Rose City was a city that provided apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden to enjoy secular pleasures. Aristocratic youngsters who longed to enter Rose Garden, merchants who wished to do business with Rose Garden, as well as people with all kinds of objectives, all gathered here, making St. Rose City extremely prosperous. The residences of peak warlock groups are really high-end. Yang Feng looked at St. Rose City's towering skyscrapers, spacious streets and speeding magic sports cars, as if he was situated in a world that was even more advanced than Earth's technology. "Hey, beauties, do you want to hitch a ride?" An incomparably eye-catching silver convertible magic sports car sped over from afar, before stopping in front of Yang Feng and entourage. A charming woman with jade-white skin, long red hair and wearing large sunglasses frivolously revealed a charming smile towards the few girls beside Yang Feng. "I've long heard of Rose Garden's Lalados, but I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a superb product." Yang Feng looked at that sexy red-haired beauty and was somewhat speechless. Rose Garden was the only formidable warlock group led by women among Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Rose Garden's successive masters were all extremely outstanding beauties. At the same time, Rose Garden's Rose Empire's emperor was also an empress. Rose Garden's Rose Garden had more women than men, therefore, the number of Lalas was always high. According to legend, Rose Garden's successive generations were all Turandot subcontinent's most formidable Lalas. Shi Shui swept the silver convertible magic sports car with a glance and said with a slight smile, "Ask Gidge, if he says we're hitching a ride, then we'll hitch a ride. We have a car." Yang Feng gave a slight smile and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A gold-plated 10-seater convertible luxury sports car embedded with countless gems appeared on the main road. Yang Feng gave the red-haired beauty a somewhat provocative glance and snapped his fingers. The convertible luxury sports car embedded with a large number of gems automatically opened its door. Shi Shui and the other girls boarded the convertible luxury sports car. The guards following beside Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on their chests one after another. In a flash, silver sports cars appeared on the main road. Very quickly, a fleet of luxury cars appeared on the spacious passageway. The red-haired beauty took off her sunglasses, revealing a pitilessly beautiful complexion that could turn all living things upside down. She asked curiously, "Is this Steel City's sports car? It looks pretty good. What's the power source? Is it Steel City's newly developed high-energy crystal, Yangfeng?" Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a whiff of vigilance as he said, "Who are you?" The red-haired beauty said with a slight smile, "I'm called Angelina, the eldest daughter of Her Majesty the Empress of Rose Empire and the first successor of Rose Empire. May I have the honor of becoming friends with you?" Yangfeng said with a smile, "It's my honor to be your friend." Angelina asked curiously, "What's the maximum speed of your sports car?" Yangfeng said somewhat proudly, "My Type 1 Lightning Dragon Speedster sports car can reach a maximum speed of 600 km per hour in Turandot subcontinent. The maximum speed of Magic sports cars was around 80 km per hour to 150 km per hour. The maximum speed of Magic sports cars manufactured by Level 3 Warlock alchemists could reach a speed of 300 km per hour to 400 km per hour. However, the number of Level 3 Warlock alchemists was relatively small. The number of Magic sports cars refined by Level 3 Warlock alchemists could also be counted on one's fingers. As for Great Warlock rank Warlock alchemists, they basically wouldn't refine toys like Magic sports cars. The 600 km per hour sports car was already Turandot subcontinent's top-notch sports car. 600 km per hour. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement and she said with a smile, "Yangfeng, can you do me a favor? I want to participate in a speedster race, please come with me." Chapter 141. Yangfeng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "When? I might not have the time." Angelina's eyes shone and she said with a sweet smile, "Now, let's go to the Fiery Dragon racetrack. It'll only take half a day, I think you'll have a great experience." Yangfeng directly sat on the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon automatically closed its door and said towards Angelina with a smile, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The Fiery Dragon racetrack was St. Rose City's most famous racetrack. It was more than 450 kilometers long. The long racetrack contained slopes, sharp turns, cliffs, mountains, sand, hills and other kinds of terrains. It was the favorite gathering place of St. Rose City's second-generation warlocks and car racing enthusiasts. Each Magic sports car's selling price was more than 10,000 Magic stones. Moreover, it consumed an inferior Magic stone every 200 kilometers. Only formidable warlocks or extremely wealthy second-generation warlocks were qualified to have the financial resources to play with Magic sports cars. Yangfeng followed behind Angelina and arrived at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, there were several tens of extremely eye-catching Magic sports cars parked. Next to those Magic sports cars gathered many youngsters, handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. At the same time, those youngsters involuntarily emitted formidable life force. The majority of them were apprentice warlock rank life force, but there was no lack of level 1 warlock rank life force. In a small state like Fernandro Principality, level 1 warlocks were considered to be extremely rare experts. But in St. Rose City, they were nothing. Yangfeng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon arrived at the Fiery Dragon racetrack. It attracted the gazes of countless people. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's exquisite design and luxurious 10-seater convertible was still very rare on the Fiery Dragon racetrack. Gold sports car, so unsophisticated. Why would a 10-seater convertible Magic sports car come here? This is the Fiery Dragon racetrack. I don't know where this bumpkin came from, to actually drive such an unsophisticated car here and make a fool of himself. Ridiculing voices came from the crowd. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car plated with a thick layer of gold and inlaid with countless gems, if it was on Earth, it would definitely make countless young girls scream and countless beautiful women kneel and lick it. But in the world of warlocks, gold was merely a slightly more advanced currency than silver and copper. What was truly valuable were the high-level magic cores and magic crystals of various magical beasts, demons, and extraordinary beings. Yangfeng listened to the surrounding ridicule. His face twitched, he turned around and looked at Eunice and the other women behind him. The aesthetic standards of different worlds are really different. I'm actually being looked down upon by these fellows. No wonder Angelina's gaze was so strange. Eunice covered her mouth and giggled. Defy, who was like an iceberg lowly, also revealed a trace of a smile. Coming from a warlock aristocratic family, they naturally knew that the appearance of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car would seem tacky among genuine magic sports car enthusiasts. As soon as Angelina stepped out of the car, numerous gazes were attracted to her. They were filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, and all sorts of complicated emotions. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with a golden ponytail and an extremely good figure, somewhat similar to Angelina's, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, yet her appearance appeared somewhat immature. From her appearance, she appeared to be approximately 15 or 16 years old. She walked over with a beaming smile. "Big sister Angelina, you've come. If I'm not mistaken, then the man beside you should be Steel City's Yang Feng." The girl's words had just fallen, when gazes shot from all directions and concentrated on Yang Feng. That's Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng? That lucky good-for-nothing Yang Feng? After Snow White Madam joined Steel City became a force second only to the 6 great warlock groups. He's actually Steel City's sole successor. What a lucky bastard. With Steel City's city master's love for him, even if he's a good-for-nothing, he can still practice cultivation and become a warlock. Yeah. Reportedly, all of Steel City's resources are tilted towards him. Could it be that he came to St. Rose City for the Rose Divine Pool's cultivation quota? Whispered discussions came from the group of youngsters. Practically all the youngsters looked at Yang Feng with gazes brimming with envy and jealousy. After Snow White Madam Defy joined Steel City became a first-rate warlock group second only to Turandot Subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. As Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng naturally received the envy and jealousy of those young princeling warlocks. The more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. Once a human promoted to a warlock, their life form would undergo a terrifying evolutionary transformation, and their entire level of life would undergo a transformation. After evolving into an official warlock, the success rate of official warlocks giving birth to offspring would begin to drop rapidly. The more powerful a warlock was, the more difficult it was to produce offspring. However, in this world of warlocks, human warlocks had already overcome numerous difficulties and researched elixirs that could increase the success rate of producing offspring. They could increase the success rate of warlocks giving birth to offspring to the apprentice warlock rank. Therefore, in Turandot Subcontinent, the majority of the leaders of the forces had countless descendants. It was practically impossible to become the sole successor of those forces. As Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng's status became incomparably noble, even higher than Rose Empire's first successor, Angelina. Angelina, as the first successor, still had to face the competition from Rose Empire's many successors. And Yang Feng was already certain that he would inherit Steel City, this terrifying force. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a smile, "Younger sister Bess, that's right, he's from Yang Feng." A tall and sturdy young man with a head full of scarlet short hair, exuding a valiant aura, with a ridiculing smile on his face, arrived beside Bess and said with a sneer, "Yang Feng, that good-for-nothing Yang Feng with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? He's just a hedonistic son of rich parents relying on his family's influence. If it wasn't for his family's help, then you wouldn't even be an apprentice warlock." A slender and handsome young man dressed in a white warlock's changpao smiled as he walked over and threatened without a trace of anger, "Yang Feng, you good-for-nothing, stay away from Angelina, otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you and sending your corpse to your uncle. Presumably, it'll be very interesting." More than a dozen youngsters faintly exuding official warlock rank life force quickly gathered beside the scarlet short-haired man and the man dressed in a white warlock's changpao, looking at Yang Feng with ridiculing expressions. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, he turned towards Eunice and Defy and asked, "Who are these 2 brain-damaged idiots? They actually dare to talk nonsense in front of me?" Judy and Shue's experience wasn't rich enough. It was basically impossible for them to recognize these 2 strange men. Defy said indifferently, "I don't know these nobodies." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and she said unhurriedly, The red-haired man should be Savage Claw's strongest genius of this generation, the blood beast monarch Cookson. And this person should be White Ivory's Little Thunder monarch Rymont. Eunice transmitted, every time Rose Garden holds a Warlock convention, not only will the Rose Divine Pool be opened for the most outstanding Warlock geniuses to practice cultivation, but at the same time, Rose Garden's most outstanding unmarried women will also be selected as son-in-law. The Warlock convention held by Rose Garden is, in fact, a marriage convention. In Turandot subcontinent, many of the strongest experts had a wife or lover from Rose Garden. Anyone who wants to deal with Rose Garden must consider the reactions of those peak experts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of understanding. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then although Rose Garden isn't the strongest among the 6 great Warlock groups, but it's definitely the most difficult to deal with. Every few years, Rose Garden would hold a Warlock convention, gathering Turandot subcontinent's young Warlock geniuses together. Afterwards, the most outstanding Warlock geniuses would be selected to form a marriage alliance. In this way, Turandot subcontinent's peak Warlock experts would be inextricably linked with Rose Garden. Even within the other 5 great Warlock groups, there were also many people who would form a marriage alliance with Rose Garden's female Warlocks. In this way, no one would dare to act against Rose Garden, otherwise, they would become enemies with Turandot subcontinent's Warlock geniuses. Eunice continued to transmit, Angelina is Rose Empire's first-in-line successor. If one can marry her, then once she ascends to the throne, her husband will be a grand prince. As a prince, her husband would definitely receive a huge amount of resources. In addition to the Rose Divine Pool, Rose Garden also has a lot of secret treasures second only to divine armaments. Those secret treasures can definitely allow one to be reborn and advance a step further. Yang Feng finally understood. No wonder those 2 fellows were pouncing over like male dogs in heat. It turns out that there's such a huge benefit concealed. Rose Empire was also one of Turandot subcontinent's most powerful empires. Once Angelina ascended to the throne, then she would be able to grasp tremendous resources. Although she would have to hand over the majority of those resources to Rose Garden, but the small portion at her disposal was already extremely terrifying. By becoming her Grand Prince, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be enormous. Cookson's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint, his whole body was shrouded in a layer of dense killing intent, and he threatened in a cold voice, Yang Feng, you dare to insult us. Could it be that your Steel City wants to betray humanity, rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races, and become shameful traitors? The allied forces of the underworld's races came menacingly, sweeping away everything in their way. Some human warlocks who didn't have enough time to escape chose to rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races, and became traitors of humanity. Who do you think you are, to dare frame me? Yang Feng's gaze was ice-cold, and he said coldly, I see that the 2 of you are trying to sow discord between Steel City and Rose Garden. You're clearly traitors of humanity. Angelina, have my guards chop these 2 human traitors to pieces, intimidate these petty people, and serve as a warning to others. The 2 guards standing behind Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crests on their chests, and suddenly, their bodies swelled. Shortly after, 2 6-meter-tall level 8 beast-type bladed troops ejected from the dimensional crests. The 2 level 8 beast-type bladed troops didn't say anything else, and in a flash, they launched themselves. Holding high-frequency oscillation blades, they madly chopped at Cookson and Rymont, the 2 young geniuses of Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory. Cookson's eyes flashed with a whiff of horror, and he bellowed. In a flash, the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 2 warlock erupted, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall gorilla covered in red fur, as if burning with flames. After transforming into a red-furred gorilla, Cookson immediately pulled out an up to 3-meter-long wolf tooth mace and swung it with all his might, directly hitting the high-frequency oscillation blades of the beast-type bladed troop, and sending the high-frequency oscillation blades flying. Rymont's body flickered with lightning, as if he was riding lightning. He didn't retreat, but instead advanced. In a flash, he evaded the attack of the beast-type bladed troop, and strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng, before sending his foot carrying lightning radiance towards Yang Feng's head. In a flash, a transparent protective cover flashed in front of Yang Feng. Rymont's foot slammed on the transparent protective cover, setting off ripples on the surface of the transparent protective cover. He was sent flying backwards, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. In front of Yang Feng, an up to 6-meter-tall level 8 shield troop holding a giant shield had already appeared. "Stay your hand." Angelina's eyebrows arched, and a terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock diffused from her body. She swept Yang Feng's group of 3 with a gaze brimming with dignity, and said coldly, "This is St. Rose City. In St. Rose City, you must abide by Rose Empire's laws. If you have any grudges, you can leave St. Rose City and settle them privately outside. Outside St. Rose City, I don't care how you fight. But if you fight in St. Rose City, then you're Rose Garden's enemy. Did you hear that, you 2 idiots? Still not staying your hand? Do you want to become enemies with Rose Garden? Ugly red-furred gorilla." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the several level 8 primary battle robots flew back into the dimensional crests of the guards behind him. At the same time, he didn't forget to ridicule them. When Cookson heard that, his eyes were practically spouting flames of anger. He clenched his fists, killing intent surged all over his body, and he took a step forward. Angelina glared at Yang Feng with a slight headache. She calmly took a step forward, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and coldly watched Cookson. Rose Garden's dignity was inviolable. If Cookson were to act again, then Angelina would definitely suppress and seal him. Rymont said in a deep voice, "Enough, Cookson, stay your hand. This is St. Rose City." Cookson's complexion changed several times. Finally, he clenched his teeth, his figure shook, and he quickly reverted to his human form. He glared at Yang Feng with a resentful expression. Chapter 142. Rymont's eyes flashed with a touch of gloominess and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, this is the Fiery Dragon racetrack. The way to resolve all grievances here was through a race between magic sports cars. Do you dare to make a bet with us? If you don't dare, then get the hell out of St. Rose City." The storage ring in Yang Feng's hand flashed with radiance and a chest fell to the ground. It opened, revealing a chest full of top-notch magic stones. "Make a bet? Interesting, I'm only worried about one thing, that is, you can't come up with the corresponding stake. This is a chest full of top-notch magic stones. You know the value of top-notch magic stones. You 2 poor wastrels, if you can't come up with the corresponding stake, then get the hell out of St. Rose City. Those are the legendary top-notch magic stones. Top-notch magic stones contain the purest magic energy. If the magic energy contained within a top-notch magic stone is completely absorbed, then it's enough to promote a level 2 warlock to a level 3 warlock. It's the first time I've seen a top-notch magic stone. It's a treasure that only great warlocks are qualified to use. A top-notch magic stone is worth at least 2 million inferior magic stones. This chest full of top-notch magic stones is worth at least 2 million inferior magic stones. He's really too rich. The Steel Lord really dotes on his nephew too much, to even give him such a treasure. Gazes of horror, greed, jealousy, and envy continuously moved back and forth between the chest full of top-notch magic stones and Yang Feng. Even Angelina's beautiful eyes unconsciously flashed with a touch of absent-mindedness as she looked at the chest full of top-notch magic stones. Top-notch magic stones contained the purest magic energy and were also the easiest magic energy for warlocks to absorb. A top-notch magic stone was equivalent to a charging device in battle. It could continuously restore a warlock's consumed spirit force and physical strength. A top-notch magic stone was equivalent to a terrifying elixir that could stably restore a certain amount of spirit force and physical strength. Such top-notch magic stones were priceless. They would generally fall into the hands of great warlocks and be used for cultivation. Ordinary warlocks would never even see one. The majority of the youngsters around the Fiery Dragon racetrack were incomparably wealthy second-generation warlocks, but only a few of them had seen top-notch magic stones. Many young beauties looked at Yang Feng with shining eyes, as if they had seen a super-rich husband. The complexions of Cookson and the other man became extremely unsightly. That chest of top-grade magic stones was worth more than 2 billion low-grade magic stones. Although the two of them were first-rate geniuses of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's younger generation and had promoted to level 2 warlocks before the age of 50, but they still couldn't come up with such a huge sum of money. Yang Feng sneered and ridiculed, You two poor wastrels, if you don't have the ability to take out the corresponding treasures, then fuck off from St. Rose City. Gazes of pity and ridicule focused on Cookson and the other man, as if sharp swords were stabbing into their skin, causing them to feel some pain. Yang Feng looked down at Cookson's group of two, as if he was looking at two clowns. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of delight. The feeling of smashing people with magical stones was quite satisfying. Cookson's eyes turned red, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized bronze disc engraved with the sun, moon, and stars appeared in his hand. He shouted at Yang Feng, who said that I don't have the stake. It was a planar astrolabe, a rank 5 secret treasure. In other planes, such a rank 5 secret treasure was called a semidivine armament. The value of this semidivine armament wasn't lower than your top-grade magic stones. Level 5 secret treasure, semidivine armament. He actually has a semidivine armament. Voices of astonishment sounded. Practically everyone's gazes were firmly attracted by the bronze disc in Cookson's hand. In Turandot subcontinent, secret treasures of level 3 and above were very rare. Some great warlock rank experts didn't even have a single level 4 secret treasure. As for semidivine armament rank level 5 secret treasures, even the great warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups might not have a single one. For Cookson to actually have a level 5 secret treasure, it was naturally very sensational, attracting the gazes of countless people. Even Defilia's pretty face, which had always been indifferent, had a slight change as she stared fixedly at that planar astrolabe. Eunice transmitted her voice. Planar astrolabe is a must-have item for great warlock rank and above experts to travel between planes. Without a planar astrolabe, even if it's a great warlock rank expert, once their fleshly body leaves our world, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the depths of the boundless star sea. If they want to go to the connection point of the countless planes, then without a planar astrolabe, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the star boundary. In addition, the planar astrolabe still has another function, that is, it can be used to stabilize the planar passageway. If the planar passageway has a planar astrolabe, then it can become even more stable, allowing even more formidable existences to pass through. For warlocks, planar travel was the most dangerous, but also the most profitable risky activity. Once a formidable human warlock descended to a plane and successfully became the plane's ruler, then they would obtain extremely terrifying benefits. The world of warlocks that Turandot subcontinent was attached to strictly prohibited large-scale evil human experiments. However, other planes didn't have such restrictions. Some wicked and formidable human warlocks would seize a plane, use that plane as a base, and raise humans in captivity to carry out evil experiments. If a warlock wanted to travel from one plane to another with their fleshly body, then there were 3 main methods. The first method was to use their fleshly body to fly into the boundless starry sky, and then use the starry sky plane's coordinates to go to another plane. The second method was to use their fleshly body to enter the connection point of the countless planes, the star boundary, and then search for the coordinates of another plane from the star boundary. The third method was to use a constructed planar passageway, and then go to another plane from the planar passageway. Apart from these 3 methods, the other methods of using the fleshly body to enter another plane all had huge hidden dangers. As for using projection, avatar, embodiment, and other methods to enter another plane, they wouldn't be able to display the terrifying strength of their true body. To carry out planar travel, it wasn't enough to just have a planar passageway, but also required all kinds of treasures to stabilize the planar passageway. Otherwise, formidable warlocks simply wouldn't be able to pass through the planar passageway, and only some weak existences could pass through the planar passageway. The planar astrolabe was such a treasure that could stabilize the planar passageway. It was extremely important for Yang Feng. After Cookson took out the semidivine armament planar astrolabe, he enjoyed everyone's envious gazes for a while, before giving birth to a feeling of regret. Shit, since this planar astrolabe has been exposed, then it'll be very difficult to keep it. Cookson's regret flashed past his eyes. Then his gaze fell on Yang Feng's chest of top-notch magic stones, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. However, as long as I win that chest of top-notch magic stones, then even if I offer this planar astrolabe to the organization, they won't treat me unfairly. For the current me, a chest of top-notch magic stones and the organization's rewards are much more useful than the planar astrolabe. The semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was only of great use to experts at the Great Warlock rank and above who needed to carry out planar travel. For experts below the Great Warlock rank, the planar astrolabe wouldn't be of any use. For Cookson, the value of the planar astrolabe was far less than that of a chest of top-notch magic stones. Cookson said coldly, "How about it? This treasure of mine isn't worth less than 2 billion magic stones, right?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and downplayed the value of the planar astrolabe. The planar astrolabe, although this treasure is a semi-divine armament, but its range of use is too narrow. Only experts at the Great Warlock rank and above can use it. If this treasure was in the main continent, then its value would be at least 2 billion magic stones. However, in Turandot subcontinent, to be able to auction it for 1 billion magic stones is already very amazing. Cookson's complexion at once became extremely unsightly. He couldn't deny Yang Feng's words. If the semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was in the main continent, then it would definitely be priceless, a treasure that would cause countless experts to fight over. But in Turandot subcontinent, it would appear to be of little value. It wasn't that the planar astrolabe wasn't good, but rather that it was too high-end, so high-end that no one in Turandot subcontinent could use it. A secret treasure without any use value, for warlocks, was equivalent to a waste. That's right, this planar astrolabe is useless. Yeah, although this planar astrolabe is a semi-divine armament, but it doesn't have any offensive or defensive spells attached. Apart from positioning in the starry sky and stabilizing the planar channel, it doesn't have the slightest use. Turandot subcontinent doesn't have a planar channel, nor does it have any starry sky warlock rank experts. This planar astrolabe is basically useless. I reckon that in Turandot subcontinent, the most useless semi-divine armament is this planar astrolabe. Ha ha. Bursts of laughter came from those youngsters. After recovering from the shock of the semi-divine armament, they saw the value of the planar astrolabe. Cookson had kept this planar astrolabe in his hands and hadn't sold it, because in Turandot subcontinent, this planar astrolabe really couldn't be sold for a good price. Yang Feng's tone changed as he said, "However, I'm a magnanimous person, and I'm bound to promote to a starry sky warlock or above expert in the future. I'm also a bit interested in this planar astrolabe, so I'll reluctantly let you use it as a wager. In order to ensure fairness, let's have Angelina be the notary, and both of us will place the wager with her." Cookson heaved a sigh of relief and handed the planar astrolabe to Angelina. "All right." Yang Feng also handed the chest of top-notch magic stones worth 2 billion magic stones to Angelina. Angelina was Rose Empire's first-in-line successor, and in St. Rose City, she represented Rose Garden's face. She naturally couldn't embezzle Yang Feng's and Cookson's wager. A trifling chest of top-notch magic stones and a trash-like planar astrolabe wasn't enough for Rose Garden to throw away its face. Yang Feng waved his hand, and another 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared on the ground. He said with a cold smile, "Raimont, these are 10 chests of superior magic stones. They're worth approximately 150 million inferior magic stones. If you want to wager with me, then take out the corresponding treasure. If not, then please get the hell out of St. Rose City, and don't stay here to make a fool of yourself." Chapter 143. 10 chests of superior magic stones. So rich. Steel City is really too rich, no wonder they could invite Snow White Madam to join them. How could Steel City be so rich? Seeing the 10 chests of superior magic stones, the eyes of those princeling warlocks turned bloodshot. Although superior magic stones weren't as priceless as top-notch magic stones, but they were still extremely precious treasures. The pure magic energy contained within superior magic stones was also of great benefit to great warlocks. A level 1 warlock would treasure a superior magic stone as if it was a secret treasure, and would only use it to practice cultivation when breaking through bottlenecks. Only Turandot subcontinent's great warlock rank experts would have a large amount of superior magic stones. Raimont's complexion alternated between green and white from Yang Feng's words. It was extremely unsightly. If he were to leave St. Rose City with his tail between his legs, then his reputation in Turandot subcontinent would be completely ruined. His position in White Elephant's ivory would also plummet. White Elephant's ivory was filled with geniuses. The competition was extremely fierce. With great difficulty, Rymont became the #1 genius of White Elephant's ivory's younger generation. He didn't want to fall from this position. Once he fell, then there would be countless geniuses eyeing his position covetously, stepping on him to ascend. Rymont's complexion changed several times, before he finally clenched his teeth, fished out a box from his bosom and opened it, revealing an incomparably resplendent crystal core. This is a Kamara lava boa's crystal core. Kamara lava boars are existences comparable to dragons. After reaching adulthood, they possess battle prowess comparable to that of great warlock rank experts. If this crystal core is auctioned, then it should be able to fetch 150 million magic stones. There was also a disparity in strength between great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Extraordinary life forms like dragons were definitely at the pinnacle of the same rank. An adult great warlock rank dragon could definitely deal with 3 great warlock rank extraordinary life forms like Sphinx lava direwolves. Since Kamara lava boars were existences comparable to dragons, then once their crystal cores appeared in an auction house, they would definitely be able to fetch at least 100 million magic stones. This was also a kind of priceless treasure. It was a first-rate material used to refine many legend rank secret treasures. Not bad, I like this crystal core very much. It's barely qualified to gamble with me. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and handed the 10 chests of superior magic stones to Angelina. Rymont snorted coldly and handed the core to Angelina. If I take away all of these bets, I'll be rich. Angelina looked at the astronomical amount of bets and treasures in her hands. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of greed in the depths of her heart. Even great warlock rank experts would be tempted by such a huge amount of wealth. She was just a trifling level 3 warlock, so she would naturally be tempted. Now I will announce the rules of the competition. Each car was limited to 2 people, and the driving distance was 458 kilometers on the Fiery Dragon race track. While driving, you are not allowed to directly use magic to attack the other party's driver or vehicle. Can use the vehicle's attacks to attack the enemy. The first one to finish the race wins. Angelina quickly calmed herself down and said with a smile. The Magic Sports car race was different from the races on Earth. In the Magic Sports car race, it was possible to use the vehicle's attack system to attack the enemy's vehicle and driver. This kind of race was more cruel, but also more exciting. It was deeply loved by princeling warlocks. I'll open the bets. I'll only accept bets on me to lose. Those who want to bet on me to lose, feel free to do so. Magic stones, secret treasures, gold, as long as it's valuable, it can be used as a wager. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and waved his hand. Shortly after, 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared before everyone's eyes. The superior magic stones' resplendent demonic radiance dazzled people's eyes. He said extremely heroically, "These are 10 chests of superior magic stones, you don't have to worry that I won't be able to pay up. I'll bet 10,000 magic stones. I'll bet 30,000 magic stones." The princeling warlocks gathered in the vicinity of the Fiery Dragon racetrack were all hot-blooded youngsters who wished for the world to be in chaos. They came to Yang Feng's side one after another and bet with him. Eunice gave an extremely flirtatious smile, attracting the gazes of nearly 90% of the male princeling warlocks. "Those who want to bet with my young master, come and register." The princeling warlocks in the vicinity of the Fiery Dragon racetrack came to Eunice's side and began to register. Defilia transmitted her voice. "Are you short on magic stones? Although these little fellas' families are rich, but taking out 10,000 to 20,000 magic stones is already their limit. If these little fellas come and bet with you, you'll at most be able to earn a few million inferior magic stones." Yang Feng had a worried look on his face as he sighed in disappointment. "A mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. I have to support such a large family, so I can't do without magic stones." After the registration was completed, dozens of Magic Sports cars appeared on the Fiery Dragon racetrack. Angelina looked at Defilia beside Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she asked curiously, "Yang Feng, are you sure you want to bring people on board?" Even great warlocks would be tempted by this world-shaking Magic Sports car wager. The rest of the people wished that there was nothing on board. Yang Feng actually brought along a living person. He looked like an idiot who didn't understand anything. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right. In such a world-shaking wager, he still doesn't forget to pick up girls. This Yang Feng is indeed a sex fiend among sex fiends. Amazing, he's even picking up girls in such a wager. This method is really brilliant. In this way, I'm afraid that the girl will be dead set on him. Such a brilliant method of picking up girls. However, that chick seems to be a bit too young. He actually likes this kind of taste. What a pervert." Whispers sounded from the side. Quite a few princeling warlocks revealed looks of sudden realization. They followed suit and quickly invited their female companions to board their vehicles. Cookson sneered and said with ridicule, "You're really an idiot. In such a race, even if you reduce the weight by 1 kilogram, it might decide the outcome of the race. I'm really happy to see that you're so stupid." Yang Feng gave a faint smile. Without saying a word, he took Defy towards the Type 1 lightning dragon. Defy suddenly transmitted, "You actually chose me as your companion, that's really shameless." Defy was a great warlock rank expert. If they fought head-on, then she would definitely die. Even if one of her hands was tied, she would still be able to easily beat up everyone here. The corners of Defy's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and she transmitted, "However, I like this kind of shamelessness. I've helped you so much, so give me 50 of the top-notch magic crystals." Yang Feng also revealed a trace of a smile, and transmitted, "Deal." The Fiery Dragon Extreme Speed Race track was extremely spacious. It could accommodate 20 magic sports cars simultaneously. However, the number of magic sports cars participating in this race was as high as 153. Therefore, the vehicles of Yang Feng, Cookson, and Raimont, the three great experts, were arranged in the last row. The first few rows were arranged for magic sports cars with generally acknowledged poor performance. Such an arrangement was mainly to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a huge advantage, and to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a chance. Next to Yang Feng's nouveau riche 10-seater Type 1 Lightning Dragon, there were 3 sports cars parked. One was Cookson's beloved White Tiger Behemoth Chariot, the other was Raimont's beloved Thunderbolt Chariot with countless lightning symbols, and the last one was a pure red rose chariot with a rose motif. Yang Feng swept the red rose chariot with a glance and said, "Angelina, why are you also participating in this race?" Angelina, dressed in red tights, gave a tender and charming smile, her beautiful eyes seemingly burning with a fierce fighting spirit. "I'm very fond of magic sports car races. Yang Feng, even if it's you, I still won't lose. However, I don't have any malice towards you. I'm only betting 3,000 magic stones. Unfortunately, you're bound to lose." "That's not necessarily true. Let the race officially begin." Biska waved her hand. Her words had yet to fall, when the magic sports car at the forefront flickered with intense fluctuations of magic and, with a rumble, rushed forward like a hurricane. "Take a look at how awesome I am." Cookson gave a furious roar, and his tremendous spirit force quickly poured into the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. 2 huge wings quickly extended from the front of the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. Simultaneously, the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot only took a second to accelerate to 110 km per hour, before flapping its wings and riding a hurricane to rise. It rushed above the magic sports cars in front of it, crushed the top of the magic sports cars, and charged forward. Raimont's Thunderbolt Chariot instantly flickered with lightning, a gale billowed, and like a streak of lightning, it rushed forward, crushing the magic sports cars in front of it and rushed into the sky. "Yang Feng, I'll be going first." Angelina gave a sweet smile, operated her magic power, and countless red rose petals suddenly extended from the rose chariot, forming a rose bridge. The rose chariot crushed the rose bridge, easily crossed the magic sports cars in front of it, and sped into the distance. The obstacles that seemed insurmountable on Earth were easily crossed by the magic sports cars with different extraordinary powers. After Cookson's group of 3 sped from the rear to the front, the more than 20 magic sports cars very tacitly slowed down and firmly blocked in front of Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. "A bunch of idiots, get out of my way." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. He fiercely stepped on the accelerator and pressed a button. Shortly after, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's engine issued rumbling sounds akin to a giant beast's roar. Within a second, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed instantly soared to 200 km per hour, before fiercely crashing into the rear of a magic sports car in front of it. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the magic sports car was forcibly sent flying by Yang Feng. It tumbled several times in midair, before crashing outside the racetrack. Chapter 144. Boom! 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 Yang Feng piloted the Type 1 Lightning Dragon, as if a savage beast emerged from the wilderness, rampaging about. The magic sports cars blocking in front of him were forcibly sent flying. As if toys, the expensive magic sports cars were sent flying in all directions, continuously rolling in midair. It was a visually shocking scene. So savage. That magic sports car is really savage. That magic sports car's appearance is mediocre. I didn't expect it to be so savage. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, there was an incomparably huge magic screen. The magic screen clearly displayed the race's situation. When the princeling warlocks saw the savage scene of Yang Feng piloting the Type 1 Lightning Dragon and sending the magic sports cars flying, they couldn't help but be speechless. When the princeling warlocks raced on the Fiery Dragon racetrack, it was very rare to see someone forcibly send the other party's magic sports car flying. To send the other party's magic sports car flying, then the disparity in performance between the two vehicles had to reach an astonishing degree. It was like the huge disparity in armor performance between an ordinary sedan and a heavy armored tank on Earth. The magic sports cars were basically made by level 2 and level 3 warlock alchemists, so the disparity in performance naturally wouldn't be that big. When the magic sports cars blocking in front of Yang Feng saw this scene, they got out of the way and opened up a path. Under Yang Feng's piloting, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon sped forward. It quickly overtook one magic sports car after another, and entered the first group of magic sports cars. Suddenly, the more than a dozen magic sports cars lagging behind flashed with magic radiances, and fireballs were instantly shot from the more than a dozen magic sports cars, bombarding the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The level 1 spell Fireball was the most common offensive spell attached to magic sports cars. The more than a dozen magic sports cars besieged Yang Feng, practically covering the entire track. So ruthless, they're trying to kill Yang Feng. A single fireball would be fine, but the more than a dozen fireballs were fired at the same time, the magic sports cars definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. They're going for the kill. When the more than a dozen fireballs flashed, the eyes of the princeling warlocks surrounding the Fiery Dragon racetrack flashed with a touch of graveness, and they commented. The magic sports cars used in the competition were modified and custom-made secret treasures by princeling warlocks. Every magic sports car was very sturdy and could completely withstand the bombardment of several fireballs. Yang Feng domineeringly sent magic chariots flying, yet didn't injure the drivers in the slightest. Because the magic chariots were sturdy and durable, they weren't so easily destroyed. Generally speaking, a few fireballs would be launched at most in a magic sports car race to force the opponent to admit defeat. The continuous bombardment of fireballs was definitely going to kill the other party. Boom! 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 The dozen-plus fireballs at once bombarded the Type 1 Lightning Dragon piloted by Yang Feng, setting off a huge explosion. In an instant, the Lightning Dragon rushed out from the flames of the fireball explosion under everyone's shocked gazes, and a transparent protective shield enveloped the entire body of the Lightning Dragon. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he pressed a button. From behind the carriage of the Lightning Dragon, a dozen Gauss cannons extended out. The dozen Gauss cannons madly spat extremely ferocious tongues of fire, madly shooting towards a magic sports car. In a split second, the magic sports car also released a warping force field. The dense crowd of Gauss cannons ferociously bombarded the warping force field. After a mere second of deadlock, the warping force field was immediately shattered, and the countless Gauss cannons swallowed the magic sports car. Boom! Along with a sky-shaking blare, the magic sports car directly exploded, with countless parts sputtering in all directions. A battered and exhausted figure shot out from the explosion. The owner of that figure had a look of alarm and resentment on his face as he looked at the Type 1 Lightning Dragon piloted by Yang Feng. If he wasn't a level 1 warlock and had cast a defensive spell in the nick of time, then he would have already been smashed to pieces by the Gauss cannons. The dozen-plus Gauss cannons slightly adjusted their muzzles, then spat out countless tongues of fire, once again shrouding a magic sports car. Boom! The magic sports car was directly blasted to pieces. The driver of the magic sports car, however, had seen the opportunity and had already jumped out of the magic sports car. Go to hell, all of you. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed another button. The body of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon opened, and shortly after, miniature laser-guided tracking bombs were shot towards the magic sports cars, dragging trails of white smoke behind them. Fuck! Bastard! When the drivers of the magic sports cars saw the dense crowd of miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, their complexions turned pale. After they blessed themselves with defensive spells, they quickly jumped out of the magic sports cars in a sorry state. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of the miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, the dozen-plus magic sports cars turned into a dozen-plus huge fireballs, with countless parts shooting in all directions. The complexions of the dozen-plus magic sports cars drivers were pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. What a ruthless guy! Those fellows from Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory reacted quickly. If they hadn't jumped out of the vehicles, then they would have been blown to death. That guy Yang Feng is really ruthless. Those dozen guys are the nephews of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's Council of Elders. He actually dared to be so ruthless, he's really lawless. So wonderful, this is the most wonderful race I've ever seen. That's a Type 1 Lightning Dragon refined by Steel City, it's really a good car, I wonder how many magic stones it costs. If only I could buy a Type 1 Lightning Dragon. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, when those princeling warlocks saw Yang Feng blow up the dozen-plus magic sports cars, they were extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. It was the first time that a magic sports car was able to destroy a dozen-plus hostile magic sports cars in a flash. When those magic sports car enthusiasts saw how savage the Type 1 Lightning Dragon was, their eyes shone, they wished that they could immediately seize the Type 1 Lightning Dragon for themselves, and then properly play with it. When the magic sports cars behind Yang Feng saw this scene, they didn't dare to release spells to attack Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. However, they still urged their spirit force, increased the speed of their sports cars, and chased after it. Even if Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon's offensive power was stronger, but he still wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation by killing the drivers of those magic sports cars for no reason. After all, those drivers didn't have anything remarkable about their own abilities, but their backgrounds were quite frightening. After destroying the dozen-plus magic sports cars behind him, Yang Feng pressed a button, and 4 rocket propellers extended from the rear of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The 4 rocket propellers ejected a terrifying stream of air, causing the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed to once again frantically accelerate, as if a rocket was chasing ahead. Within a short dozen-plus seconds, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon, under Yang Feng's control, charged all the way, quickly closing the distance between him and the 3 first-rate magic sports cars ahead at a speed visible to the naked eye. So fast. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed is really frightening. To be able to catch up to them even though it started later, this speed is too heaven-defying. Such a speed, I'm afraid it has already surpassed 400 kilometers per hour. When those princeling warlocks at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack saw this scene, their eyes were brimming with shock, and they discussed spiritedly. Turandot Subcontinent's magic sports cars generally had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, even if they were blessed with all kinds of spells. The highest they could reach was 300 kilometers per hour. A speed of 400 kilometers per hour, only great warlock rank warlock alchemists of legend could refine such a first-rate magic sports car. However, great warlock rank experts basically rode all kinds of flying secret treasures, or powerful bird-type extraordinary life forms. Very few people would be so bored as to refine flashy secret treasures like magic sports cars. Experts above the great warlock rank were terrifyingly strong, comparable to godlike existences. Those formidable existences generally wouldn't be so bored as to play with things like magic sports cars. Their speed far surpassed the limits of the magic sports cars. Angelina, I'll be going first. Yang Feng whistled towards Angelina as he overtook the Red Rose chariot. He laughed out loud, and then directly drove the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to overtake Angelina. He was, after all, a youngster from Earth, and had a frivolous temperament. Bastard! Angelina scolded in a low voice, before pouring her tremendous spirit force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock into a magic array inside the red rose chariot. Countless rose petals suddenly emerged from the red rose chariot, before turning into several rose magic chains, at once firmly adhering to Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon dragged the red rose chariot at a crazy speed. Under the interlocking of the rose magic chains, the speed of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon suddenly dropped, before becoming equal to the speed of the red rose chariot. Yang Feng was slightly distracted, before saying with a loud laugh, "No way, Angelina, that's too shameless." Angelina said with a complacent smile, "That's a tactic. Magic sports car races are like this, only victory is justice." "That's right, only victory is justice." Along with a wild laugh, Cooksen's white tiger chariot extended ahead, before quickly extending a 2m long conical sharp ram. With a crazy acceleration, it ferociously slammed into Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon from the left. So ruthless. He actually hit the ram. Too ruthless. A collision with a ram installed at a speed of nearly 400 km per hour, even a level 3 warlock's protective spell can be destroyed. Cooksen's move is really too ruthless. At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks were very excited as they discussed. The white tiger chariot had been modified to weigh more than 5 tons. With such a colossus ramming at a speed of 400 km per hour, even a level 3 warlock's defensive spell wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yang Feng pressed a button, before a transparent protective cover was instantly released from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, shrouding more than half of the chariot. Cooksen's white tiger chariot ferociously slammed into the transparent protective cover, before immediately issuing extremely ear-piercing sounds of friction. In the next moment, a scene that no one had expected appeared. The ram of Cooksen's white tiger chariot was unexpectedly forcibly broken, before the entire chariot was sent flying under the tremendous reaction force. It continuously spun and was sent flying out of the racetrack. Yang Feng gave a cold smile, then pressed a button. Numerous openings opened on the chariot's body, and miniature laser-guided automatic homing missiles madly shot towards Cooksen's white tiger chariot like raindrops. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions instantly engulfed the white tiger chariot. With countless flashes of lightning, the thunderbolt chariot driven by Rymont was akin to a railgun shell. Along with countless electric arcs, it rumbled and its speed rose to 500 km per hour in one fell swoop. In a split second, it surpassed Yang Feng and madly sped away into the distance. Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly, he gave up on killing Cooksen, and pressed a button. 2 flamethrowers extended from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, spraying 2 long streams of flames that fiercely burned the 2 magic chains constructed from rose flowers. Under the burning of the flames, the magic chains of rose flowers burned and collapsed. The power of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon's 4 rocket launchers was increased to the limit, ejecting a terrifying stream of flames, allowing the Type 1 lightning dragon's speed to rise to 600 km per hour. As the tires rubbed against the ground, it splashed countless sparks. As if it was about to fly, it tore through the air and shot towards Rymont, bringing along a terrifying hurricane. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor, and she praised sincerely, "What a fast sports car. This speed definitely exceeds 600 km per hour. What a good car. Steel City's alchemy is really amazing." In terms of speed alone, Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon was definitely the fastest magic sports car that Angelina had ever seen. Within a short few dozen seconds, Yang Feng drove the Type 1 lightning dragon to catch up from behind, and then drove side by side with the thunderbolt chariot driven by Rymont. Rymont's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he was greatly shaken within. "What a fast car. My thunderbolt chariot is a magic sports car refined by a great warlock rank alchemist. Steel City clearly doesn't have a great warlock rank alchemist. How could they refine such a fast magic sports car?" The thunderbolt chariot was a treasure that Rymont had obtained during a fortuitous encounter. It was a sports car refined by a great warlock rank expert. He had always believed that his thunderbolt chariot was Turandot subcontinent's #1 magic sports car, but he had never thought that Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon would be so much faster than his. Thunderstorm. Rymont's complexion changed several times, before he finally took out a superior magic stone and threw it into a groove. A tremendous spirit force at once poured into the Thunderbolt chariot. The Thunderbolt chariot instantly flickered with lightning, rumbled, and a bolt of lightning fiercely struck at Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon chariot. Chapter 145. The bolt of lightning at once struck the Type 1 lightning dragon's protective cover, forcibly splitting open the Type 1 lightning dragon's protective cover and bombarding the Type 1 lightning dragon's outer armor. The Type 1 lightning dragon's outer armor flashed with radiance and immediately channeled the electric current into the power propulsion furnace. Yang Feng was also startled by the sudden change and broke out in a cold sweat. What a strong bolt of lightning! It can actually split a level 4 protective cover. If the bolt of lightning was a bit stronger, then my Type 1 lightning dragon wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yang Feng had long since understood that there wasn't a single magic sports car in Turandot subcontinent that could compare to his Type 1 lightning dragon in performance. The might of the Thunderbolt chariot was far beyond his imagination. Since it's like this, then go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he fiercely pressed several buttons in succession. Countless miniature laser-guided missiles flew out of the Type 1 lightning dragon and bombarded the Thunderbolt chariot like raindrops. Rymont was startled and he threw several superior magic stones into the Thunderbolt chariot's magic power grooves. At the same time, he used his spirit force as a primer and launched the defensive spellstorm barrier attached to the Thunderbolt chariot. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped the Thunderbolt chariot, and the miniature laser-guided missiles were diverted by the storm, falling to the side of the road and exploding, blasting huge holes in the ground. When the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack saw this scene, their eyes were firmly glued to the magic screen and they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of missing out on the battle between the two legendary chariots. Rymont had just heaved a sigh of relief, when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and a premonition of death welled up in his mind. He swept the rear with a glance and saw that all of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon's weapon systems had been completely retracted. A muzzle similar to that of a main artillery extended and countless electromagnetic radiances converged in the muzzle of the main artillery. Fuck, what's that? Rymont's heart was filled with fear of the unknown. He clenched his teeth and drove the Thunderbolt chariot as if a streak of lightning continuously twisting and turning on the track, performing all kinds of outrageous actions. In addition to blocking, dodging was the best way to avoid the magic sports car's attacks. The most top-notch magic sports car racers could even avoid the bombardment of fireballs. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try to hide, you won't be able to escape the calculations of a supercomputer. When computing power evolves to the pinnacle, the derivative ability is future prediction. Yang Feng sneered inside. 3 seconds later, the lightning dragon's super electromagnetic gun fired out a terrifying bolt of electricity, instantly blasting Rymont's Thunderbolt tank. Boom! More than half of Rymont's Thunderbolt chariot was sent flying, its wreckage splattering everywhere as the entire chariot was sent flying into the air. A terrifyingly large hole that was 13 to 14 meters deep and 5 to 6 meters wide appeared where the Thunderbolt chariot had originally been. How savage! What kind of spell is that? Too cruel. Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon was really too savage. Were all the sports cars developed by Steel City so savage? It can be used as a weapon of war. The princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack were all dumbstruck as they commented. It was the first time they had seen a magic sports car loaded with such a formidable weapon of war. After half of Rymont's Thunderbolt tank was destroyed, killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He once again recharged the super electromagnetic gun. In another 3 seconds, he would be able to fire another super electromagnetic gun and kill Rymont. I'm not willing. Yang Feng, go to hell. As long as you're dead, then everything will cease to exist. Rymont's eyes were bloodshot, hatred shrouded his mind and he ruthlessly crushed a jade card. A terrifying life force comparable to that of a great warlock rank instantly pervaded the area. Great warlock. Those are great warlock rank fluctuations of power. Rymont finally went crazy. It seems that he used White Elephant's Ivory's ultimate trump card. To actually have the protection of a great warlock rank, it seems that this Rymont is White Elephant's Ivory's most valued genius. It seems that Yang Feng is going to die. A great warlock rank expert's move is a thunderbolt. Unless there's an expert of the same rank, otherwise, it's basically impossible to resist. The complexions of the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack changed slightly and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. As they looked at Yang Feng, their eyes also flashed with a touch of pity. Every great warlock rank expert possessed world-shaking, terrifying power. In many planes, they were legend rank experts who left their mark in history. As long as a great warlock rank expert acted, then existences under the great warlock rank were basically invincible. A large hand condensed from magic power, with the pressure of Mount Tai, grabbed at Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. Damn bastard. Angelina's pretty complexion changed and she cursed fiercely, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of helplessness and bitterness. Although she was a peerless genius of Rose Garden, but she was still powerless to contend against a great warlock. Haha, Yang Feng, you're dead. Cookson, who had caught up from behind, revealed a trace of a malevolent smile on his face when he saw this scene. Under everyone's gazes, when the large hand condensed from magic power appeared, the Type 1 lightning dragon, whose speed reached 600 km per hour, was immediately powerlessly suspended in the air, its tires madly idling. It was as if it was a small white mouse frantically struggling in a human's large hand. The large hand made of magic power lightly poked, and the protective cover shrouding the Type 1 lightning dragon collapsed and shattered like a bubble, before grabbing at Yang Feng. Humph! A trifling remnant of power that isn't even a projection dares to bare its fangs and brandish its claws in front of me. Turn into an ice cube and shatter. Defy, who was sitting next to Yang Feng like an indifferent lowly, snorted coldly. Terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from her petite body. She extended her lily-white finger and flicked slightly, and a white cold air instantly shrouded the large hand made of magic power. The large hand made of magic power was instantly shrouded by the white cold air, before condensing into a huge block of ice, before instantly collapsing and turning into silver ice fragments that scattered on the ground. Great warlock. That's a great warlock rank expert. That girl is actually a great warlock. Snow White Madam. She must be Snow White Madam. Not long ago, Snow White Madam had just announced that she had joined Steel City. Snow White Madam, she's Snow White Madam? Too shameless, to actually let a great warlock rank expert board the vehicle. Too despicable. On the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks were dumbstruck as they cried out involuntarily. Snow White Madam, that girl is actually Snow White Madam. Furthermore, she's following Yang Feng. How is this possible? Angelina was dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Practically everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes, and didn't dare to admit this fact. In Turandot subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a top-notch existence. They spent most of their time in their warlock pagodas, practicing cultivation or conducting all kinds of research. For such a bigwig to actually act as a bodyguard by Yang Feng's side, it was as inconceivable as a lofty king running over to act as a bodyguard for an ordinary civil servant with a low status. Since you can't afford to lose, then go to hell. Defy snorted coldly, then flicked her finger and a pure white cold air instantly swept towards Rymont. Rymont's complexion changed greatly when he was faced with the pure white cold air. He took out a magic staff and silently recited an incantation. A long flame, as if a huge fire snake, swept towards the pure white cold air. When the huge fire snake came into contact with the pure white cold air, it issued zzz sounds and then immediately disappeared with a pa sound. The pure white cold air at once shrouded Rymont, directly freezing him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. A blood-colored cross suddenly appeared between Rymont's eyebrows, and terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash. The entire ice sculpture immediately burst open, with countless ice fragments splashing in all directions. Rymont's aura changed, his eyes were shrouded in a layer of incomparably profound light of wisdom, as if he had become another person. He uttered a slightly aged voice and said extremely overbearingly, "So it's Snow White Madam. I'm Grant of White Elephant's Ivory, Rymont is the most outstanding of my grandchildren. You actually dared to attack him. Do you want to become enemies with White Elephant Pagoda? In Turandot subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof, and their style of conduct was similarly incomparably overbearing. Even the relatively amiable and approachable Rose Garden was brimming with pride. Defilia's eyebrows arched, and she directly transmitted, "Young Feng, you've provoked a big one by beating the small one. Do you want to get rid of this waste? If we get rid of him, then we'll basically have a falling out with White Elephant Ivory." Young Feng sneered, "This old thing is so savage, there's no need to give me face. Get rid of them. In any case, this is Rose Garden, not White Elephant Ivory." Along with the continuous increase of Young Feng's power, his trump cards were also increasing. Although he still wasn't a match for the 6 great warlock groups, but if the other party were to attack him, then he would definitely give the other party a pleasant surprise. "Grant, you're just a projection of power attached to your grandson, yet you still dare to threaten me. You're really reckless. You can die now." Defilia sneered, operated her magic power, pointed with her lily-white hand, and condensed ice-cold force into a white breath of ice that rolled towards Rymont. In a split second, Rymont was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, fixing his startled and angry expression. Grant, who was attached to Rymont, was also a great warlock rank expert, but a projection of power wasn't enough to contend against a formidable great warlock. Chapter 146. Angelina hastily shouted loudly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, please be lenient." Holiness was the title low-level warlocks used to address great warlocks as well as formidable beings above them. Only experts above the great warlock rank were qualified to be called Holiness. This was also one of the titles unique to Turandot subcontinent. Defilia waved her lily-white hand, and Rymont, the genius of White Elephant's Ivory, immediately turned into sparkling and translucent ice chips. The only remaining storage ring flew into her lily-white hand, and she put it away lightning fast. Angelina's pretty face paled when she saw this, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an extremely complicated glint. "Let's continue the race. As long as no one violates the rules, then I won't act again." Defilia had the demeanor of an expert. She left behind a few words, then turned around and stepped into Young Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. "So that fellow Young Feng's female companion is actually Snow White Madam. I thought that he was an idiot, but I didn't think that he would be so cunning to silently bring a great warlock aboard. With Snow White Madam by his side, no one can harm him." At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks suddenly realized something, feeling both envious and jealous. To have a beautiful great warlock protect them, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. Defilia had just boarded the Type 1 Lightning Dragon, when Young Feng coughed lightly, grasped her little hand, and said with a beaming smile, "Hand it over." Defilia glared angrily at Young Feng. "That's my spoils of war." Young Feng said with a beaming smile, "Your things are my things, and my things are still my things. Therefore, your spoils of war are also my spoils of war. Shameless. Here you go." Defilia's cheeks puffed up, and she directly threw the storage ring to Young Feng. After Young Feng received the storage ring, he swept its interior with his spirit force, and picked a few materials and elixirs that he needed for cultivation. He then smiled and handed the storage ring to Defilia, and said straightforwardly, "It's yours." Defilia's anger turned into joy, and she grabbed the storage ring. "That's more like it." After the match resumed, there was no longer any suspense. Young Feng piloted the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to take the lead, rampaging about, pulling far ahead of the second-place Angelina and easily seizing the first place. Then, he received his spoils of war from Angelina's hands. With the great warlock rank expert Defilia keeping watch at Young Feng's side, Cookson didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He could only watch helplessly as Young Feng put away the planar astrolabe, before leaving with a dejected expression on his face. "A planar astrolabe. I never thought I would see such a treasure here." A soft sigh sounded, and a stunning beauty wearing a silver-white, low-cut warlock robe with deep cleavage and the bottom of the robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. She had a voluptuous and sexy figure, dazzling blonde hair, and exuded a strong femininity from head to toe. She was a peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight. Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa. Angelina's pretty complexion changed when she saw the peerless beauty. She bowed deeply towards the peerless beauty in salute and said respectfully, "The peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight was one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Clarissa. She was also one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks. Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, apart from Defy, everyone bowed deeply and respectfully towards Clarissa. Even young Feng was no exception. Apart from great warlocks of the same rank, anyone who saw a great warlock rank expert had to salute. This was one of Turandot subcontinent's publicly recognized rules. Although young Feng wasn't afraid of any great warlock rank expert, but he still wasn't willing to offend a great warlock for no reason. Although Rose Garden only had 3 great warlocks guarding it, but not only did they have divine armament rank treasures, but they were also on friendly terms with countless experts of the continent. Their hidden forces were enormous. If they went all out, they could even gather more than 10 great warlock rank experts within a short period of time. Clarissa swept young Feng with a glance with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes flashed with a whiff of amazement and she said with a light smile, "You're young Feng? Not bad, you actually became a level 1 warlock. It seems that your uncle Yang Yi really dotes on you." Level 1 warlock, he actually promoted to a level 1 warlock. How is this possible? Isn't young Feng a waste with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? How could such a waste practice cultivation and become a level 1 warlock? Clarissa's words immediately set off stormy waves in the hearts of everyone on the fiery dragon race track. Inferior rank 1 soul aptitude was the lowest existence in Turandot subcontinent. Even an ordinary farmer's soul aptitude might be at intermediate rank 1 or even superior rank 1. In Turandot subcontinent, young Feng was the first person to promote to an official warlock with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude in several millennia. Angelina swept young Feng with a glance, her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of envy and jealousy. He's actually a level 1 warlock. To be able to promote to a level 1 warlock with such a soul aptitude, how many treasures of heaven and earth did he waste? Young Feng gave a simple and honest smile, as if he was a simple and honest young man who wasn't good with words. Clarissa said with a slight smile, "Defy, the last time I saw you was already 50 years ago. How about we go to my Storm Rose Pagoda and have a good chat?" Defy pointed at young Feng and said, "I promised someone to protect this stinking brat. If I want to go to Storm Rose Pagoda, then I must bring him along." "All right." Clarissa's eyebrows creased slightly, then loosened and said with a smile, "Angelina, you also come over and help me take care of young Feng." Angelina said respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness." Clarissa waved her lily-white hand, countless pink rose petals fluttered and condensed into a rose magic carpet. After everyone sat on the rose magic carpet, the rose magic carpet flew straight towards Rose Garden's entrance. Among the youngsters coming out of the fiery dragon racetrack's entrance, an ordinary-looking youngster suddenly cursed in a low voice, "Great warlock, fuck, he actually has a great warlock as his bodyguard. Art, are you sure you can snatch him away from Snow White Madam's hands?" An ordinary-looking youngster with dead fish eyes said coldly, "If it's to assassinate him, then there's a 30% chance of success. To snatch him away alive, then it's impossible. Moreover, those who assassinate him will all die." These 2 ordinary-looking youngsters were the 2 great commanders of Warlock College Antalia's Dark Demonic Leopard and Hands of Death, Chucks and Art. In order to capture young Feng, these 2 pinnacle level 3 warlocks had personally set out. Chucks sighed faintly and said, "Now that he's entered Rose Garden, it'll be even more difficult to capture him alive." Art said coldly, "Leak the information that Snow White Madam followed young Feng to Rose Garden." Chuck's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration, "Good idea. Like this, they definitely won't let go of this good opportunity. Once they and Steel City are mutually wounded, then we'll go and take advantage of the situation. Pass the information that Snow White Madam acted as young Feng's bodyguard to Rose Garden to pass to the underworld's allied forces." Soon after, Chucks took out a communications crystal and issued an order in a low voice. Rose Garden was located 10 kilometers north of St. Rose City in the Rose Mountain Range. At the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, there was a long staircase leading deep into the mountain range. Soon, the Rose magic carpet stopped at the entrance to Rose Mountain Range. Clarissa waved her lily-white hand and put away the Rose magic carpet. Within the 6 great warlock groups, there was an extremely formidable forbidden air magic array. Flying was prohibited, only walking was allowed inside. Only experts wearing special secret treasures could fly within their domains. From the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, an up to 6 m long mandala cyclops monitor lizard covered in earth-yellow scales and with a single huge eye crawled out from the side. The huge eye emitted traces of soul fluctuations. Mandala cyclops monitor lizard, a formidable extraordinary life form comparable to a level 3 warlock after reaching adulthood. It has the racial innate skill of soul peering, capable of peering into a warlock's soul origin. Even a great warlock rank expert would also be unable to escape its peering. A line of information emerged on Yang Feng's eyeglasses. The 6 great warlock groups would rear extraordinary life forms with special racial innate skills like the Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard in captivity to distinguish between friend and foe, and to prevent the infiltration of spies from other races. Warlocks could change their appearance and body shape through countless secret methods, but their soul origin couldn't be changed. The reason why Yang Feng didn't use his liquid metal robot avatar to participate in the Warlock Convention was, on one hand, to obtain the qualification to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool. On the other hand, it was because the liquid metal robot avatar couldn't conceal itself from an extraordinary life form like the Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard. We're all humans. I've memorized the fluctuations of your soul origin. Your Holiness Clarissa, please come in. The Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard issued a hoarse voice and immediately retreated to one side. Clarissa took Yang Feng and his entourage along the passageway and walked towards the interior of Rose Garden. At the end of the passageway was an incomparably lush garden, with all kinds of rare and exotic flowers in full bloom. They were multicolored, the fragrance of the flowers overflowed, nothing more beautiful than a fairyland. Some beautiful and moving female apprentice warlocks of Rose Garden were shuttling back and forth in the garden, picking all kinds of flowers, looking like fairies from a kingdom of flowers. In the center of the kingdom of flowers, there was a group of warlock pagodas, surrounding and protecting 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas. In the center of the 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas, there was an up to several hundred meters tall resplendent and gorgeous blue rose, absorbing the drifting energy in the surroundings. Incomparably formidable magic energy dispersed from the giant blue rose, making the concentration of magic energy in the surroundings by far higher than in other places. Chapter 147. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he looked at the giant blue rose. Warlock College Antalia's core energy source is the ancient energy absorbing tree, while Rose Garden's core energy source is the magical energy blue rose. Although the magical energy blue rose's energy absorption is far inferior to the ancient energy absorbing tree, but it still has its miraculous aspects. Rose Garden's female experts emerge one after another. It's precisely because of its existence. Rose Garden only recruited women with outstanding talent to practice cultivation. Such a biased method of recruiting talents made it somewhat difficult for them to pass on their inheritance. If it wasn't for the magical energy blue rose's miraculous abilities, then Rose Garden might not even have 3 great warlocks. The majority of the people in Rose Garden were women. After they saw Yang Feng, the only man, their curious gazes focused on him. Among them, there was no lack of passionate young ladies throwing flirtatious glances and blowing kisses at him. Rose Garden was a place where women were superior to men. The women inside were also much more passionate and unrestrained than the women of other forces. Yang Feng followed Clarissa to the bottom of a 7-story-tall warlock pagoda, before being brought by Angelina to a garden surrounding the warlock pagoda. Defilia followed Clarissa into the Storm Rose Pagoda. The Storm Rose Pagoda was like Clarissa's home. For thousands of years, no man had been able to enter it. Yang Feng took a deep breath and sighed slightly within. Such rich magic energy. The magic energy here is at least 4 times richer than Black Cottage's magic energy elemental pool. There's already such rich magic energy outside, then I wonder how rich the magic energy inside the 7-story-tall warlock pagoda would be. This is the disparity between the foundations. In Turandot subcontinent, Geniuses were as common as clouds. Every once in a while, some peerless geniuses would emerge, promote to great warlocks, and then establish their own forces, flourishing for a time. However, after such geniuses perish, once there was no successor, then that force would gradually decline, before finally disappearing in the long river of history. Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups possessed such sacred cultivation grounds as well as all kinds of foundations. That's why great warlock rank experts emerged one after another. They were always at the apex of Turandot subcontinent. Angelina suddenly gave a somewhat complicated sigh. Snow White Madam is actually your bodyguard. That's really beyond my expectations. Yang Feng, it seems like your uncle Yang Yi really loves you. Yang Feng smiled and thought silently. Yang Yi is me, I am Yang Yi, I naturally won't mistreat myself. This is Green Cloud Immortal Tea from the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire, the Great Chu Empire. Have a taste. Angelina clapped her hands and a maid handed several cups of steaming hot tea to Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng took the cup of Green Cloud Immortal Tea and took a sip. A bitter taste quickly spread on the tip of his tongue. But in the next moment, a fragrant aroma quickly spread in his mouth, and a warm current spread through his limbs and bones, cleansing his body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he praised, saying in an overbearing manner, "Good tea, good treasure. Do you have more of this Jade Cloud Immortal Tea? How many magic stones? Name a number and I'll buy it." Angelina very gracefully took a sip of the Jade Cloud Immortal Tea, comfortably exhaled a long white breath, and said with a smile, "This is a specialty of the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire. Every 50 grams of tea is worth at least 1 superior magic stone. Most importantly, the amount of this tea spread to our Turandot subcontinent is very small. On average, our rose garden can only buy 1 jin of it every year. It's impossible for us to sell it to you." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "The continent? Angelina, how can we go to the continent?" Turandot subcontinent's area was already several times larger than the Earth's landmass, but it was merely a small enclave in the world of warlocks. The continent was the birthplace of warlocks, where countless formidable warlocks gathered. Turandot subcontinent was merely a corner of the continent that had collapsed after the Great War between experts. Whether it was resources or inheritances, it was far from being able to compare to the continent. Great warlock rank secret methods inheritances in Turandot subcontinent were already extraordinary inheritances, but on the continent, they didn't count as anything. There's a sea between Turandot subcontinent and the continent, Sea of Monsters. That sea is filled with countless terrifying sea trolls as well as all kinds of incomparably formidable merfolk. In order to go to the continent, one must cross the Sea of Monsters. There are countless formidable monsters in the Sea of Monsters. Even great warlock rank experts, once they fall into the nests of the sea trolls, only death awaits them. Even starry sky warlock rank experts, if they don't have a sufficiently powerful ship, they may also fall in the Sea of Monsters. Every 3 years or so, a fleet will cross the Sea of Monsters and arrive at our Turandot subcontinent, selling us all kinds of supplies from the continent, while simultaneously taking away large amounts of top-notch magic stones and our Turandot subcontinent's specialty products. That's also the only chance for our Turandot subcontinent's warlocks to leave this place. Angelina slowly revealed this big secret to Yang Feng. The continent's information was confidential to ordinary warlocks, but to Steel City, a force with a great warlock overseeing it, it wasn't too confidential. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Turandot subcontinent doesn't have any experts above the Starry Sky warlock rank, is it because those first-rate geniuses have all gone to the continent?" Angelina slowly sighed. "That's right. Turandot subcontinent is barren of resources. Even if there are peerless geniuses who promote to the Starry Sky warlock rank, then there's no way forward. If they don't go to the continent, then they'll remain in the Starry Sky warlock rank for the rest of their lives, and then slowly die of old age. It's not that Turandot subcontinent doesn't have any Starry Sky warlock rank experts, but that those experts have already left." Yang Feng continued to ask, "Are there any restrictions on going to the continent?" Angelina said lightly, 4,000 top-notch magic stones can buy a ticket to the continent. Moreover, a ticket can only allow one person to ride. Yang Feng was immediately speechless. At present, he only had 1,100 top-notch magic stones, which wasn't even enough to buy a ticket to the continent. The high price of the ticket meant that only Great Warlocks or Starry Sky Warlock rank experts could go to the continent. Ordinary warlocks simply couldn't come up with the sky-high price of 4,000 top-notch magic stones. Young Feng asked, "Why don't Warlock College Antalia's Holy Ones go to the continent? With their strength, several thousand top-notch magic stones isn't an issue for them." Angelina said with a light smile, "In our Turandot subcontinent, Great Warlock rank experts are already at the peak of experts. But in the continent, they're nothing. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank experts have a bit of status. In Turandot subcontinent, they're already peak existences, so why would they go to the continent and be ordered around?" Young Feng had a second thought, and had to admit that what Angelina said made sense. In Turandot subcontinent, great warlocks could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were peak existences and enjoyed pleasures surpassing that of emperors. They naturally weren't willing to go to the continent and live a life of being ordered around. Only powerful warlocks who had cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank and had no way forward, or some freakish geniuses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of warlocks and were full of confidence in themselves, would they be able to board the giant ship that crossed the Sea of Monsters and go to the continent. Young Feng asked, "Are there still Starry Sky Warlocks in Turandot subcontinent?" "I don't know," Angelina said with a light smile. "Starry Sky Warlocks are elusive. In the past millennium, I've never heard of anyone promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock. The few Starry Sky Warlocks that I know of have already left Turandot subcontinent." Young Feng changed the subject, his eyes shone, and he proposed, "The Warlock Convention will be held in 3 days. How about we join hands and open a betting account for the Warlock Convention? I'll only accept bets that I won't be able to ascend to the top and become the Warlock Convention's #1. The odds are 120. This odds is bound to attract countless people to bet. I'll prepare the compensation funds, you'll organize the manpower, spread the news and accept the bets. If I win, then I'll give you 10% of the profits. If I lose, then I'll pay the compensation funds. Regardless of the outcome, you won't suffer any losses." Young Feng originally thought that he was already very rich after getting rid of a great warlock, but when he saw that the journey to the main continent actually required 4,000 top-notch magic stones, he sobered up and realized that he was still very poor. He still needed to seize any opportunity to earn magic stones. Angelina said with a sweet smile, "That's a good idea, but are you sure you want to open a betting account here? Our Rose Garden will levy a heavy tax of 40% on any public gambling." Young Feng looked left and right and whispered somewhat furtively, 40%? Isn't that too much? Can it be a bit less? If the tax is too heavy, then your share of profits will correspondingly be reduced by a lot. How about I give you 20% of the profits and abolish the tax?" Angelina joked, "I'm sorry, but even if I'm Rose Garden's first successor, I still don't have the authority to change Rose Garden's tax collection policy. If you come to my territory to open a betting account, then I'll exempt you from the tax." Young Feng muttered with a pained expression, "Shady, really shady. However, I'm an honest person, so it's settled, 40% heavy tax is 40%. You're so confident that you'll be able to become this time's Warlock Convention's #1? After all, this time's Warlock Convention is a gathering of experts. It's a gathering of Turandot subcontinent's peak experts of the younger generation. Savage Claws Cookson, Warlock College Antalia's Cashmore, Eyes of Justice's Haldan, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalay, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the recently risen Southwest Tiger Larchie, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny, these are all peak geniuses of the younger generation. Although they're less than 50 years old, but all of them are level 2 warlocks. If coupled with the power of their secret treasures, then they can even contend against level 3 warlocks. You're just a trifling level 1 warlock, it's impossible for you to defeat them." Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said in a deep voice. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden was only open to geniuses of the younger generation. The geniuses of the younger generation referred to warlocks under 50 years of age. Those warlocks under 50 years of age being able to practice cultivation to the level 2 warlock rank was already very terrifying. After all, 90% of warlocks in Warlock College Antalia's Council of Elders were already more than 100 years old when they promoted to level 2 warlocks. Cookson and the others had the cultivation of level 2 warlocks at such a young age. Furthermore, by relying on the power of their secret treasures, they could even contend against some weak level 3 warlocks. Such strength could be rated as terrifying. Level 1 warlocks were basically unable to contend against them. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "I have my own ways to deal with them. Moreover, I'm fully confident that I can obtain this time's Warlock Convention's number 1. Angelina stared at Yang Feng for a good while, then said with a sweet smile, "Since you're so confident, then I won't say anything more. However, if you want to open a bet, then a single bet isn't conducive to attracting funds. I think that you should open a few more bets, such as Cookson taking first place, Cashmore taking first place and so on. With a few more bets, there'll be more people placing bets." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "That's right, you're right. As for the specifics, you can discuss it with my secret method Eunice." The most capable person under Yang Feng's command was Eunice. She was responsible for handling all kinds of daily affairs, managing all kinds of affairs of Yang Feng's forces in an orderly manner. Yang Feng also trusted her a lot. Shi Shui was a cultivation genius, she wasn't interested in handling all kinds of daily affairs. Eunice said with a sweet smile, "Angelina Darren, let's discuss the specifics." The two very cunning women opposed each other with equal harshness. They carried out a fierce debate and slowly settled on a series of details. Not long after, an organization quickly appeared in St. Rose City, and in the name of Steel City, they opened a betting account with huge odds. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden attracted countless warlock geniuses to gather here. Additionally, there were also a large number of merchants and the leaders of some small and medium-sized warlock groups. Those people had a lot of magic stones. After they saw the bets opened by Steel City, they placed heavy bets on the warlock geniuses that they were optimistic about. In just 2 days, Yang Feng received bets of more than 110 million magic stones, with the majority of the bets being placed on Yang Feng being unable to obtain the first place in the Warlock Convention. 3 days later, Rose Garden finally let those warlock geniuses from Turandot subcontinent enter Rose Garden. In St. Rose City's bustling areas, magic screens were turned on, broadcasting this grand occasion live. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention was held once every few years. At the same time, the battles of those warlock geniuses would be broadcasted live. This was also the grand ceremony that St. Rose City's people were most looking forward to. Rose Garden's new city, within the Rose Garden Grand Arena, the huge arena that could accommodate 200,000 people was already filled with human warlocks from all over the world. At one end of the huge arena, there was a small dais suspended in the air, above which sat the experts of the 6 great warlock groups. In Turandot subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof, they controlled everything, their status was far above that of the other warlock groups. This was a fact that everyone acknowledged. In various world-class occasions, there were various ways to demonstrate the status of the 6 great warlock groups. Chapter 148. At the top of the small dais sat 3 peerless beauties of peerless style. They were so beautiful that people couldn't shift their gazes away from them. The 3 peerless beauties of peerless style were Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Storm Rose Clarissa, Flame Rose Cordelia, and Saint Rose Carolina. Flame Rose Cordelia had a head full of gorgeous long red hair, snow-white skin, and a sexy and fiery figure. She wore a fiery red warlock's changpao. She was like a beautiful burning flame, enough to melt any man. Saint Rose Carolina had a head full of dazzling short golden hair, a slim waist, and a perky buttocks. She wore a snow-white warlock's changpao. She exuded a holy and noble aura from head to toe. She was like an aloof and incomparably holy goddess that controlled everything. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Saint Rose Carolina was the strongest. She was also the peerless expert closest to the Starry Sky warlock rank in Turandot subcontinent. She didn't lose to any man in the slightest. Clarissa and the other 2 women were also known as Turandot subcontinent's 3 most dazzling roses. Their names had spread throughout Turandot subcontinent, and countless people were filled with admiration towards them. Among the other 5 great warlock groups, there were also many great warlocks who adored them, but no one was able to obtain their favor. Below Clarissa and the other two women sat a person. It was precisely Defy. In Turandot subcontinent, only Great Warlock rank experts could sit together with the peak warlocks of the 6 Great Warlock groups. This was the privilege of all Great Warlocks. Below Defy sat Warlock College Antalya and the other 4 representatives of the 5 Great Warlock groups. The representatives of Warlock College Antalya and the other 4 Great Warlock groups were all level 3 warlocks. There wasn't a single Great Warlock rank expert. Currently, it was a crucial time in the holy war between the humans and the underworld's allied forces. Every force's Great Warlock rank experts were very precious. They naturally couldn't be dispatched lightly. White Elephant's Ivory's representative Ulrich looked coldly at Defy and said coldly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, 3 days ago, you killed White Elephant's Ivory's genius Rymont. Shouldn't you give White Elephant's Ivory an explanation?" Defy's gaze was ice-cold, her eyes flashed with killing intent, and Great Warlock rank life force pervaded her body. She said frigidly, "Your White Ivory's genius Rymont not only violated the rules of the competition, but also dared to attack me. So what if I casually killed him? An ant-like level 3 warlock like you dares to talk to me like that? Do you want to become a corpse and be sent back to White Elephant's Ivory?" Black Dragon Tower's representative Anusha said with a smile, "That's right. Your White Elephant's Ivory's genius actually dared to take the initiative to attack Snow White Madam. This is courting death, you can't blame others." Warlock College Antalya's mortal enemy was Savage Claw, White Ivory's mortal enemy was Black Dragon Tower, and Rose Garden's mortal enemy was Eyes of Justice. The people of White Elephant's Ivory would suffer a calamity, but the people of Black Dragon Pagoda would definitely be happy to see it happen. Ulrich bowed deeply towards Carolina and said respectfully with a hint of threat, "Your Holiness St. Rose, our White Elephant's Ivory's genius died tragically in St. Rose City. The murderer is right in front of your eyes. Don't you want to punish the murderer? If your Holiness were to ignore the murderer's wanton rampage, then I'm afraid that it would affect the friendship between our two families. I was the one who killed him. If you want to deal with someone, then deal with Steel City. As for you, to provoke a great warlock again and again, then I'll grant you eternal death." Defy's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and her great warlock rank life force instantly erupted. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and a white stream of cold air shot towards Ulrich. Ulrich was both startled and furious, and his body at once flickered with magical radiances in an attempt to resist the white stream of cold air. But all of the spells on his body were completely suppressed by the white stream of cold air, and were basically unable to be released. In just a split second, he felt an ice-cold force pervading his body, destroying all of his vitality. "Stop!" A voice brimming with magnetism and majesty spat out from Carolina's cherry lips, and an incomparably pure and holy radiance blossomed from her lily-white hand, before falling on Ulrich. Under the illumination of that incomparably pure and holy radiance, the cold air released by Defy was directly melted. Ulrich only felt his body warm up, his body brimming with strength, and he regained his senses. He stared fixedly at Defy, and his heart brimmed with anger. Such a vicious woman, to actually dare to attack here. "This is Rose Garden. I don't care about the grudges between you. After leaving Rose Garden, how you fight is up to you. Since you're in Rose Garden, then you must abide by Rose Garden's rules." Rymont took the initiative to attack Snow White Madam, and Snow White Madam retaliated, killing him. This was considered self-defense, and I won't punish her. However, Your Holiness Snow White Madam, if you attack someone else for no reason, then I'll have no choice but to punish you. Carolina stared at Defy with a gaze brimming with dignity. Defy's heart shivered slightly, and she responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness Saint Rose will respectfully comply with your decree." Through this incomparably obscure exchange, Defy already understood that Carolina's strength was far above hers. There were strong and weak Great Warlock rank experts, and Defy's strength was considered to be in the middle of the Great Warlock rank. After all, she was only a little over 180 years old, and was very young. But Carolina was definitely at the pinnacle of the Great Warlock rank, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Ulrich could only clench his teeth and swallow his resentment. "Yes, Your Holiness Saint Rose, I will respectfully comply with your decree." When the other representatives of the 6 Great Warlock groups saw this scene, Their eyes revealed glints of schadenfreude, but they still remained well-behaved and didn't say anything. Although the 6 great warlock groups had joined hands to establish Turandot Subcontinent's order, but they still struggled for power and profit among themselves. Quite a few forces were still mortal enemies with each other. They were happy to see Ulrich being taught a lesson. With a light leap, the presenter jumped to the center of the grand arena, and then delivered an impassioned speech that stirred up the mood of the entire grand arena. After stirring up the atmosphere in the grand arena, he said with extreme passion, "Now, the first battle officially begins. The 2 sides are respectively Savage Claw's peerless genius Kuxin and Steel City's genius Yang Feng. Kuxin, kill him. Kill Yang Feng. Get rid of that waste Yang Feng." Earth-shaking cheers came from the surroundings of the arena. The majority of the audience was cheering for Kuxin. Kuxin was a peerless genius of Savage Claw's younger generation. He had already been famous for 6 to 7 years, and was publicly recognized as one of the strongest level 2 warlocks. He was also one of the hot favorites to win the warlock convention. Yang Feng was merely a good-for-nothing earthling with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude. Even if he promoted to a level 1 warlock, but no one was optimistic about him. With a light leap, Kuxin flew to the center of the grand arena, gave a sunny smile, and waved his hand towards the surrounding audience. Many young ladies saw the incomparably handsome Kuxin and issued excited screams. They unceasingly threw coquettish glances at him and shouted his name with extreme enthusiasm. Yang Feng's figure shook. He also flew to the center of the grand arena and stood opposite of Kuxin. Kuxin swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng, I'm very surprised at your stupidity. Do you think that you can challenge me with your trifling strength of a level 1 warlock? In this arena, even Snow White Madam won't be able to protect you. If you flee now, it's not too late. Otherwise, spells have no eyes, and dying in this arena will be your only fate." Yang Feng didn't even give Kuxin a glance. He turned around and looked towards the contestants' seating area. Warlock College Antalia's Cashmore, Eyes of Justice's Haldan, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalay, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the newly risen Southwest Tiger Larchie, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny. One after another geniuses from Turandot Subcontinent's younger generation fell into his eyes. Those world-famous geniuses of the younger generation were indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. If he didn't use any treasures, then Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be their match. Those young warlock geniuses were swept by Yang Feng's gaze. Unruly, provocative, curious and other complicated gazes were concentrated on him. Yang Feng held his hands behind his back and sighed faintly. "Kuxin, you're too weak, you're not my match." Kuxin's face suddenly twitched, his eyes flashed with a touch of anger. He was a formidable existence of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Moreover, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had a lot of precious and formidable secret treasures on him. Even an ordinary level 3 warlock might not be his match. Yang Feng was a trifling level 1 warlock. He basically didn't care about him. Now that Yang Feng said that he was too weak, it filled his heart with endless anger. Yang Feng turned to look at Carolina on the small dais and said lightly, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, I just had a look. This time's Warlock Convention's geniuses are too weak. Not a single one of them is a match for me. Please allow them to come up and fight me. I'm somewhat impatient. I want to try the miraculous effects of Rose Divine Pool's cultivation." He has quite a big tone. Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? He actually wants to challenge all the geniuses. He's simply overestimating himself. Yang Feng, this good-for-nothing, he's just a trifling level 1 warlock. I'm afraid that he can't even compare to Kuxin, yet he still wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the Warlock Convention. Does he want to die? In the Warlock Convention, there has never been a genius who dared to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. He's either a madman or a super genius with absolute confidence in himself. After hearing Yang Feng's words, the atmosphere in the grand arena was ignited. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Many people looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. There were also some people who were brimming with expectations towards Yang Feng. Chapter 149. When Kuxin saw this scene, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes spurted endless fury and killing intent surged within him. Lackey's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, he licked his lips and killing intent flashed past his eyes. What a big tone. This young Feng is really crazy, interesting. Cashmore snorted coldly and said disdainfully, a guy trying to please the crowd with claptrap. Cobham's eyes flashed with a touch of a pondering glint, he wasn't the slightest bit angry and smiled slightly. Interesting, Steel City's sole successor? I'm looking forward to seeing what trump cards you have. The blonde, slender and extremely beautiful Dietrich creased her eyebrows and mused, he wants to challenge all of us? How is that possible? Even Turandot subcontinent's most outstanding geniuses wouldn't be able to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. Furthermore, he only has the strength of a level 1 warlock. However, he doesn't look like an idiot, so how could he be so arrogant? Jenny glared coldly at young Feng, as if she was looking at a corpse, such an arrogant idiot. Wait until my spear runs through your body, then you'll know the disparity between us, you good-for-nothing. Some of the warlock geniuses who were ridiculed and provoked by young Feng glared angrily at him, while others were very calm, watching everything with cold eyes. When she heard young Feng's request, Carolina, who was sitting upright on the dais, was also slightly tempted. In so many years, it was the first time that someone so domineeringly wanted to challenge all the warlock geniuses by himself. Such a person was either a lunatic or a super genius. She had watched the warlock convention for many years. The unchanging warlock convention also made her feel a trace of aesthetic fatigue. Cordelia suddenly said with a sweet smile, Big Sister Carolina, since young Feng wants to challenge the other warlock geniuses, then he must have his own trump cards. It would be better for us to agree to his request. In any case, the Warlock Convention's objective is to select Turandot subcontinent's most outstanding young geniuses. If he can defeat all the geniuses, then he'll be Turandot subcontinent's #1 genius in name and in reality. Moreover, he might even be the strongest young genius in Turandot subcontinent's history. When Defilia heard this, her face slightly twitched. She cursed in her heart, he is not the strongest young genius in Turandot subcontinent, but a despicable and shameless thief. Carolina smiled meaningfully and said, since that's the case, I'll make an exception and agree to your request. Young Feng, only those who have accepted your challenge, can you fight them at the same time. However, I believe that none of the geniuses here will reject your challenge. Thank you, Your Majesty. Young Feng bowed slightly in salute towards Carolina, then turned to look at the warlock geniuses from all over Turandot subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. I, Steel City's young Feng, challenge all of you. Do you dare to fight with me? Those who don't dare to fight me are all coward. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below. Kill him. Go and kill him. All of you hurry up and get rid of that waste young Feng. Kill him. In the spectator stands of the Grand Arena, earth-shattering roars erupted. The countless spectators who had bet heavily on young Feng's defeat issued loud shouts. They were very much looking forward to the scene of young Feng being killed in the ring. Young Feng, you're too stupid. No matter how many trump cards you have, my spear will run through your body and make you regret your stupidity. Southern Goddess of War Jenny, dressed in a black secret treasure armor and holding a pitch-black spear, lightly jumped to the center of the Grand Arena. She stared at young Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with a cold glint, as if a female leopard preparing to hunt, and said icily. Cashmore jumped to the center of the Grand Arena, erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, and said while stressing each syllable, Young Feng, a waste is a waste. Even if your uncle used countless resources to push you to the level 1 warlock rank, but you're still essentially a waste. I don't need anyone's help, I alone can get rid of a waste like you. Ever since young Feng sent the corpse of Bloodhands Blitz's nephew back to Warlock College Antalya, the relationship between Steel City and Warlock College Antalya took a sharp turn for the worse. Although on the surface, both sides still didn't shed all pretenses of cordiality, but in fact, both sides regarded the other as a great enemy. Lackey's figure shook, and he flew to the Grand Arena. He looked coldly at young Feng, and didn't say a word. Cobham sighed somewhat regretfully. It's a pity. Young Feng, I actually wanted to have a fair fight with you. But now it seems that there's no such opportunity. However, it's not my style to fight with numbers. I won't act against you while you're fighting them. Dietrich also flew to the center of the grand arena, and silently stood to one side, quietly observing Yang Feng, who stood loftily in front of the countless geniuses with his hands behind his back. The geniuses of Turandot subcontinent's younger generation successively flew to the arena. Soon, more than 100 geniuses gathered on the arena. The more than 100 geniuses on the arena came from all over Turandot subcontinent. Each of them was the pride of their warlock group, and all of them possessed the cultivation base of a level 2 warlock. In terms of real ability, each of them was much stronger than Yang Feng. The geniuses here, even the weakest one, had battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention, although only level 1 warlock experts could participate as long as they were under the age of 50. However, everyone was very clear that only level 2 warlock rank experts could shine brilliantly in this assembly. In the previous warlock conventions held by Rose Garden, there had never been a level 1 warlock who had the strength of a single level 1 warlock. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Turandot subcontinent were very proud. They stood scattered, with sneers on their faces. They coldly looked at Yang Feng, and their eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Very good, everyone's here. Yang Feng saw the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Turandot subcontinent come onto the arena, and revealed a trace of a smile. I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Finished speaking, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. With a flash of radiance, the Morphin demonic polar bear immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Morphin demonic polar bear. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form. That's a Morphin demonic polar bear. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form. How can he command it? Seeing the Morphin demonic polar bear appear, the entire grand arena went into an uproar. Countless spectators were shocked and discussed spiritedly. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Turandot subcontinent also had their complexions turn extremely unsightly. The Morphin demonic polar bear was a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Although it couldn't compare to a terrifying existence like a dragon, but it was still a relatively formidable existence among great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Even if the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a Morphin demonic polar bear. Cookson swept with his tremendous spirit force, and immediately sneered, "There's no aura of life, it's just the corpse of a Morphin demonic polar bear." Extremely formidable spirit force swept the Morphin demonic polar bear's body, and only after discovering no fluctuations of life force did he heave a slight sigh of relief. There's no aura of life or fluctuations of power, that's because it's an alchemical golem. Furthermore, it's an alchemical golem that needs to be manually operated. Yang Feng gave a slight smile, his figure shook, and he directly jumped onto the Morphin demonic polar bear's chest. He exerted force, a cockpit opened, and then jumped inside. Less than 2 seconds after Yang Feng entered the cockpit, the originally deathly still Morphin demonic polar bear's eyes blossomed with traces of red light. Shortly after, terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the Morphin demonic polar bear's body. The Morphin demonic polar bear at once stood on its hind legs, its eyes flickered with an incomparably ominous glint, and it firmly stared at the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent. "Now, who dares to fight me?" Yang Feng sat in the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit, overlooking the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said extremely domineeringly. The complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent were very unsightly, and none of them uttered a sound. They weren't fools. Great warlock rank extraordinary life forms were really too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would only be throwing away their lives in vain. Shameless. On the dais, Defilia's eyes revealed a trace of a smile, and she said in a low voice. Carolina's pretty face twitched slightly. She hadn't thought that such a scene would occur. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form, even the weakest great warlock rank extraordinary life form, wasn't an existence that the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent could contend against. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, "Interesting, Steel City's City Master's alchemy is really amazing, to actually be able to refine great warlock rank manually operated golems. According to the legends, He obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that there's indeed a bit of a possibility. I'm ready, now let's begin. Under Yang Feng's control, the Morphin demonic polar bear extended its index finger and beckoned towards the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent, before saying in an extremely arrogant and provocative manner, I concede, great warlock rank extraordinary life forms aren't existences that I can contend against. Yang Feng, I look forward to having a fair fight with you next time. Cobham gave a straightforward smile. After leaving behind a few words, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Chapter 150. Cooksen's complexion was very unsightly. He snorted coldly and goaded, Humph, just relying on the power of golems, what kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight me without golems. That's right, if you have the skill, then don't use golems. If you can defeat me without using a puppet, then I will wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Using the power of golems, what kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight us with your own strength. The more than 100 Turandot subcontinent's geniuses were impassioned as they denounced Yang Feng. Aoo. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed a button. In a flash, the Morphin demonic polar bear erupted with an incomparably terrifying life force. It faced the sky and issued a world-shaking howl. The incomparably terrifying howl turned into incomparably sharp ultrasonic waves, bombarding the warlock geniuses who were clamoring the loudest. The dozens of warlock geniuses spouted a large mouthful of blood, they staggered and fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The rest of the warlock geniuses also erupted with an incomparably formidable life force in a split second. The power of their whole body surged, resisting the Morphin demonic polar bear's howl. After a minute, the Morphin demonic polar bear stopped howling. In the center of the grand arena, half of the more than 100 Turandot subcontinent's geniuses were already paralyzed. This was the terror of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Yang Feng looked at the fallen Turandot subcontinent's geniuses and said with a cold smile, You bunch of idiot. Equipment is also a part of a warlock's strength. Which one of you doesn't have a formidable secret treasure to protect yourself? Without secret treasures, your battle prowess will be weakened by at least half. When he said that, the complexions of the Turandot subcontinent's geniuses became somewhat unsightly. A warlock's battle prowess mainly depended on his cultivation base, as well as the number of spell models he had mastered, and what kind of secret treasures he had. Secret treasures were also very important for warlocks, just like their weapons. Level 2 warlocks like Cooksen and Jenny were known to be able to fight level 3 warlocks because they had formidable secret treasures. If they didn't have secret treasures, then if they encountered a level 3 warlock, even if it was the weakest level 3 warlock, they still wouldn't be the other party's match. The reason why Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups' great warlocks were far superior to other forces' great warlocks was because they possessed many mystical legend rank secret treasures and even semi-divine rank secret treasures. Yang Feng continued to ridicule, I'm a warlock alchemist. Warlock alchemists fight by manipulating battle golems. Don't you have any common sense? The warlock geniuses were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. For an ordinary level 1 alchemist to be able to refine a level 1 alchemy puppet would already be an amazing genius. The Morphin demonic polar bear that Yang Feng was currently piloting was a great warlock rank alchemical golem. Even a great warlock rank alchemist would find it extremely difficult to refine an alchemical golem of this rank. Yang Feng piloting the Morphin demonic polar bear golem was simply like an adult bullying a kindergartner, crushing those warlock geniuses without any pressure. Yang Feng said lightly, Alright, I don't want to waste time, so I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. If you want to fight me, then stay here. If you don't dare to fight me, then concede defeat. 10. I concede defeat. I concede defeat. The warlock geniuses gnashed their teeth, their complexions ashen as they jumped down from the grand arena. Even Cooksen, Jenny, and Cashmore, whose battle intent was the most exuberant, had ashen complexions as they helplessly jumped down from the grand arena. Only Yang Feng was left in the grand arena. After seeing that there was no one else in the grand arena, Yang Feng lightly jumped down from the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the middle of the grand arena and sighed in disappointment. Invincible, it's really lonely. The complexions of the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Turandot subcontinent were ashen, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They almost wanted to spit blood. They wished that they could go up and ruthlessly beat young Feng, but they were very clear that they weren't the Morphin demonic polar bear's match. Going up would only be courting death. Carolina's face twitched. She didn't think that young Feng would so easily become the Warlock Convention's #1. Furthermore, his words were asking for a beating. Interesting. Clarissa revealed a trace of a smile. Defilia also revealed a trace of a smile. This guy is really cunning. Shameless. If you have the guts, then don't use the alchemical golem. Relying on the alchemical golem to bully others, what kind of skill is that? Earth-shattering boos and cheers came from the spectator seats. In the previous Warlock conventions, young warlocks fought fiercely and brilliantly, displaying all kinds of wonderful battle scenes. Countless geniuses went through bitter battles before reaching the summit and becoming the Warlock Convention's #1. Now that young Feng revealed the Morphin demonic polar bear, he directly crushed them with his absolutely terrifying strength, forcing the more than 100 Turandot subcontinent's warlock geniuses to not dare to fight him, making the spectators who had bet on him to lose extremely furious. Young Feng was very thick-skinned. Facing the earth-shattering boos and cheers, he only gave an indifferent smile and asked the referee, "Everyone has voluntarily conceded, I should be the winner." The referee gave young Feng a strange look and said loudly, "Since all the challengers have voluntarily conceded, I now announce that young Feng is the winner. He will automatically become the Warlock Convention's #1. Countless earth-shattering boos and cheers once again came from the spectator seats. Silence. Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing the chaotic cheers in the grand arena. Carolina said full of dignity, "Young Feng can make the others voluntarily concede, that's because he's strong enough. Even if he used the alchemical golem, to be able to control the great warlock rank alchemical golem, that proves that he's strong enough. Equipment is also a part of one's strength." After listening to Carolina's words, the boos and cheers in the grand arena stopped. But their eyes still flickered with ill intent as they looked at young Feng. Young Feng turned around and stared at Carolina with a scorching gaze, saying, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, now that I'm the Warlock Convention's #1, can I enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation?" Entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, that was young Feng's purpose for coming to Rose Garden. Only by entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, could young Feng break through the bottleneck in a short period of time and promote to a level 2 warlock. The higher the warlock's cultivation base, the stronger young Feng's life-saving ability, and the more difficult it would be to kill him. Carolina said lightly, "You can, I'll arrange for you to enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation." "Wait." Cordelia suddenly interrupted, "Big Sister Carolina, the Warlock Convention's top 3 still haven't been decided. Even if young Feng is recognized as the #1 expert, there's still the second and third experts yet to be decided. How about we wait until the second and third experts are decided?" Carolina's eyebrows creased slightly, revealing a trace of hesitation. "Haha, what's so difficult about the second and third experts being decided? This time's Warlock Convention's second expert is Steel City's Shishue." Young Feng laughed out loud, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Shishue's figure shook slightly, she appeared in the center of the grand arena, and under everyone's gazes, she entered the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Morphin demonic polar bear immediately stood up. A formidable great warlock rank life force immediately spread from its body and spread in all directions. "Who dares to come up and fight me? I guarantee that I won't leave you with an intact corpse." Shishue's tender and overbearing voice came from the Morphin demonic polar bear's bloody maw. Below the arena, the complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent were ashen, their eyes brimming with despair and anger. Young Feng had used the Morphin demonic polar bear to suppress these warlock geniuses to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. Now, what was even more hateful was that young Feng clearly still wanted to use the Morphin demonic polar bear for others to use and continue to bully these Turandot subcontinent's geniuses. "It seems that there aren't any. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Carolina Daran, since no one dares to fight me, then I should be able to directly become the Warlock Convention's second place, right? Shushwe's somewhat regretful voice came from within the Morphin demonic polar bear. Carolina swept the Morphin demonic polar bear with a glance, her face once again twitched, and her gaze swept towards the Turandot subcontinent's genius warlocks. None of the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent had any intention of fighting Shushwe. With their current strength, fighting a great warlock rank alchemical golem was practically equivalent to throwing away their lives in vain. Cookson looked straight at Carolina and said in a loud voice, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, Yang Feng has already used the alchemical golem to win once, and now he's using the alchemical golem to humiliate us. Could it be that this warlock convention is just a joke?" Carolina's eyebrows arched and she remained silent. Yang Feng sneered and said in ridicule, "What a joke. The so-called alchemical golem is also a kind of secret treasure recognized in the world of warlocks. In battle, loaning secret treasures is very common. If you have the ability, then go find a great warlock rank alchemical golem to fight with us. Or do you, Cookson, dare to swear on your soul that you've never used a secret treasure to fight?" Cookson's eyes spewed fire as he said one word at a time, "Sophistry." Yang Feng ridiculed, "You good for nothing, since you don't dare to fight in the grand arena, then don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. If you have the guts, then go and fight with her." Cookson's eyes flickered with an ominous glint and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, you good for nothing, if you have the guts, then don't use a mechanical golem, let's have a fair fight." Yang Feng laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I'm a warlock alchemist. You want a warlock alchemist to fight without using his alchemical items, isn't that ridiculous? How about this, as long as you abolish the level 2 innate spell model solidified in your spirit sea, then I'll have a fair fight with you. Both of us are level 1 warlocks, only then can it be considered fair, do you dare?" "Absolutely not," Cookson said resolutely. Once the innate spell model solidified in his spirit sea was abolished, then Cookson himself would suffer a huge blow and might not be able to promote to a level 2 warlock for the rest of his life. If his luck was bad, then he might even become a cripple. Cookson said coldly, "I was able to promote to a level 2 warlock because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and promote to a level 2 warlock as well." Yang Feng sneered, "I have a great warlock rank alchemical golem because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and get a great warlock rank alchemical golem. If you don't have the ability, then scram, good for nothing." "Enough." Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing everyone's voices. Yang Feng smiled slightly and transmitted his voice, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, if you can let me monopolize the top 3 places in this warlock convention, then after this warlock convention, I can gift you with 2,000 alchemical golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks." Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed slightly with a touch of a peculiar glint. She was silent for a moment, then swept Cookson with her gaze and said coldly, "Cookson, if you're dissatisfied, then go and challenge Shushwe. If you defeat her, then you'll be the second person in this warlock convention. If you don't dare to go, then keep your mouth shut." Cookson swept the Morphin demonic polar bear in the center of the grand arena, his gaze flickered a few times, he clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, hung his head and retreated. "Is there anyone else who dares to come and fight me?" Shushwe's incomparably overbearing voice came from the Morphin demonic polar bear. "I, Ike, will fight you. I want to see what skills Steel City has." The eyes of a young level 2 warlock flickered with sparks of anger, he gave a shrill howl, his figure shook and he directly appeared in the center of the grand arena. The referee heaved a sigh of relief and immediately announced, "Now, I declare that the match officially begins." Boulder burst. Shushwe manipulated the Morphin demonic polar bear to cast a level 4 spell at once. An incomparably terrifying magic fluctuation erupted and countless incomparably sharp boulders madly stabbed towards Ike from all directions. Ike's body at once erupted with 2 defensive magic radiances and 2 formidable magic force fields revolved around him. In the next moment, the incomparably sharp boulders easily pierced through Ike's defensive magic, crushing him into countless fragments and splattering blood everywhere. Seeing Ike being instackled by Shushwe, the eyes of those genius warlocks from Turandot subcontinent revealed traces of dread. Ike was also a level 2 warlock, He was an extremely powerful genius. Such a genius couldn't even withstand a single move from the Morphin demonic polar bear. This made those geniuses deeply feel the disparity in strength between them and great warlock rank experts. Chapter 151. Shue's incomparably domineering voice came from the center of the grand arena. Next, who dares to come up? The more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent looked at each other in dismay, remaining silent. They weren't fools, moreover, they cherished their lives very much. Naturally, they wouldn't rashly enter the ring to throw away their lives. The referee waited for a good while, before saying with a slight smile, "Since no one dares to come up, then Shue will be the victor of this competition, becoming the second place of this warlock convention." Shue gave a sweet smile, jumped out of the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit, her figure shook, and she arrived next to young Feng. "I'm Steel City's Eunice, who dares to fight me?" Eunice's figure shook, and she directly flew above the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit. She looked at the more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent with a merry smile, and took the initiative to provoke them. Wasn't this giving them a way out? Could they still have fun happily? The more than 100 geniuses from Turandot subcontinent had ashen complexions as they looked at the Morphin demonic polar bear beneath Eunice's feet. Countless curses ran through their minds, and they were so depressed that they wanted to cry. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden had always been an arena for Turandot subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to display their strength, and desperately compete for the 3 cultivation spots in the Rose Divine Pool. It had always been an arena for Turandot subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to fight fiercely, and display their strength. Now, young Feng's Steel City had directly monopolized the first 3 spots, making Turandot subcontinent's geniuses so depressed that they wanted to spit blood. When Carolina saw this scene, her face once again twitched slightly, and she almost wanted to slap young Feng and these people from Steel City. But when she thought of young Feng's promise of 2,000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems, she suppressed her anger. If it was during peacetime, then Carolina wouldn't care about 2,000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems. But now it was a chaotic period, and 2,000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems were also an important fighting force. Especially in a large-scale war, Steel City's alchemical golems had already displayed sufficiently formidable battle prowess. Naturally, she was tempted. Apart from this, the most important thing was that Steel City not only had Snow White Madam, a great warlock rank expert, but could also refine great warlock rank alchemical golems at the same time. Such a force with formidable potential, in this special period of time, Carolina didn't want to offend it. It was because of the formidable strength displayed by young Feng's Steel City that Carolina had no choice but to choose to tolerate young Feng and his party to a certain extent. This was the benefit of having a strong background. The referee was silent for a moment, then looked at the warlock geniuses below. He saw that the warlock geniuses had ashen complexions, yet they didn't dare to step forward. He could only announce, "Since no one dares to step forward, then the 3rd place of this warlock convention is Steel City's Eunice." Eunice gave a sweet smile and directly stored the Morphin demonic polar bear into her dimensional crest. Her figure shook, she arrived beside young Feng, released the Morphin demonic polar bear and placed it beside young Feng. The Morphin demonic polar bear alchemical golem could completely deter the petty disciples, making them not dare to act blindly without thinking. "Since the top 3 have been decided, then I'll open the Rose Divine Pool and let the 3 of you practice cultivation inside." After young Feng's disturbance, Carolina lost interest in the Warlock Convention. She swept young Feng's group of 3 with a glance and said faintly. All of a sudden, Cordelia waved her lily-white hand, and a cloud of pink mist suddenly burst out and hit Carolina and Clarissa. Cordelia's figure retreated briskly, her lily-white hand condensed a rose seal and fiercely pressed it on Defilia's back. Defilia was caught off guard and immediately spat out a big mouthful of blood. She was catapulted from her seat, leaving behind a trail of blood as she fell to the ground and fiercely hit the ground, blasting open a big hole. Clouds of ice force diffused from the big hole and condensed into an extremely pure ice cube, sealing Defilia within it. The legend rank secret treasure ice snowbox appeared in her bosom and released an extremely formidable ice force to seal her in ice. After succeeding in her attack, Cordelia quickly drifted back, flicked her fingers, and a pink radiance shot towards Yang Feng in a flash. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. Under the great warlock rank spirit pressure, he couldn't budge. Just as the pink magic radiance was about to hit Yang Feng, an extremely azure radiance suddenly surged from his neck and turned into an azure light curtain that enveloped him. As soon as the azure light curtain appeared, the great warlock rank spirit pressure was blocked by the azure light curtain. The pink magic radiance bombarded the azure light curtain, setting off ripples on the azure light curtain. The level 4 spell Sky Flower Water Curtain. Cordelia's pretty complexion changed slightly. Yang Feng seized the opportunity to pull Shushue and her party and jumped into the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit, before entering it. The interior of the Morphin demonic polar bear had already been modified by using dimensional technology. The cockpit seemed to be very small, but in fact, it was a vast space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She pointed with her lily-white hand and unleashed the level 4 spell Rose Killing Finger. A pink rose suddenly shot out and blasted towards the Morphin demonic polar bear. The Morphin demonic polar bear's body only leaned to the side, before its head was immediately hit by the pink rose. With a boom, its head was blasted several tens of meters away and countless parts splashed in all directions. The Morphin demonic polar bear swayed for a moment and then collapsed on the ground. A large amount of blood as well as several dismembered corpses flowed out of the broken cockpit. Inside the ice cube, Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. How is this possible? The Morphin demonic polar bear was the little thief's mount. How could it be so easily destroyed? It was so easily killed. Compared to the genuine Morphin demonic polar bear, it's really lacking. It seems that Steel City's alchemical golems are only SOSO. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. She swept the corpses with a glance and then continued to scan the Morphin demonic polar bear with her tremendous spirit force. Only after she didn't discover the slightest aura of life did her doubts disappear. Clouds of pink mist sprayed from all directions in the grand arena, as if it had a life of its own, pervading the grand arena. The warlocks in the grand arena were sprayed by the pink mist, before falling to the ground one by one, unable to budge. Carolina's complexion was ashen. Roses blossoming with sacred radiance flickered beside her. She growled full of grief and anger. Why? Cordelia, why did you plot against us? Clarissa also stared fixedly at Cordelia, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity and grief. She asked, why, big sister Cordelia, why did you plot against us? Why? Of course it's for the throne of Rose Garden's master. Cordelia's beautiful eyes surged with a touch of carefreeness. The depressed feelings that had accumulated in her heart for hundreds of years, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said faintly, Rose Garden's master, controlling the destinies of billions of people in Rose Garden, countless resources, what an enviable position. This position should have belonged to me. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia, and she said faintly, Little sister Carolina, before you joined Rose Garden, I, Cordelia, was Rose Garden's #1 genius, and the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the entire Turandot subcontinent. I was Rose Garden's next master. Countless glories were concentrated on me. However, after you joined Rose Garden, it only took you 50 years to surpass me. Everything I had was taken away from me. Everyone would only say that you, Carolina, had extraordinary talent, that you were a peerless genius with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. Master was also biased, and passed on the position of Rose Garden's master to you. When others mentioned Rose Garden, they would only remember your name, Carolina, before mentioning me in passing. Even the man I liked, only liked you. Do you know how much I've hated you for hundreds of years? Cordelia's pretty face became extremely malevolent, and she said each syllable. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and she remained silent. Even if I hated you, but everything in Rose Garden was under your control. Your talent was indeed extraordinary, a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years in Rose Garden, a freak with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. In any case, I was far from being your match. Originally, I intended to take all of this to my grave, and properly become my flame rose. But fortunately, a holy war broke out that engulfed the entire continent. The devils of the underworld's races brought me a kind of wondrous medicine, the abyssal demonic dragon's rainbow leafy fruit. This wondrous fruit itself didn't have any toxicity, and was instead a wondrous medicine that greatly nourished people. But once this wondrous medicine came into contact with white jade rosedew, it would produce a kind of wondrous poison. Even great warlock rank experts would find it hard to resist a peerless wondrous poison. These days, I've specially had people make some white jade rosedew for little sister Carolina and little sister Clarissa to drink. It's delicious, right? Cordelia's beautiful countenance trembled with laughter. She was extremely carefree, and the several hundred years of depression had dissipated in an instant. Carolina and Clarissa's complexions were pale, and their beautiful eyes flickered with anger. They hadn't thought that Cordelia, their senior apprentice sister from the same sect who had always been very good to them, would actually use such a poison on them. Even a peerless genius like Carolina had been careless, and had also fallen for it. White jade rosedew was a very rare treasure in Rose Garden. Only the 3 great warlocks would have a small amount of it every year, and it could slightly enhance the soul aptitude of great warlock rank experts. While drinking, Carolina was still lamenting that Cordelia was too good. She hadn't thought that the other party would actually have such a plot. Chapter 152. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, "Originally, little sister Carolina, if you were to hide in St. Rose's Warlock Pagoda, then I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. However, I knew that you would come to watch the first day of the Warlock Convention. This gave me the opportunity to easily catch you and little sister Clarissa in one fell swoop. As long as I get rid of the 2 of you, then the entire Rose Garden will be in my pocket." Carolina said coldly, "Monsters like devils are the most capricious and treacherous ones. If you kill us, then how will you resist the allied forces of the underworld's races? They're not kind-hearted people. They'll definitely seize this opportunity to attack Rose Garden. It's impossible for you to defend Rose Garden by yourself." Rose Garden had a large number of warlock pagodas. Once they joined forces and launched the defensive Great Array, then even a Starry Sky warlock rank expert would be able to resist, or even suppress. However, without enough warlocks standing guard, then the defensive Great Arrays wouldn't be able to display. Cordelia killed Carolina and Clay Lisa here, so it was necessary to purge the 2's trusted subordinates. After such a purge, Rose Garden's strength would drop by at least 2/3. The allied forces of the underworld's races would definitely not let this weak Rose Garden off. After all, Rose Garden possessed a divine-level secret treasure. In the past, no one dared to have any ideas about Rose Garden. That was because Rose Garden was too powerful, and attacking Rose Garden would be tantamount to throwing away one's life. Once Rose Garden was weak, then countless hungry wolves would pounce on it and tear it to pieces. Cordelia said with a confident smile, "I've already secretly believed in His Holiness Devil Viscount Gaddisden of the ancient demonic plane's 6th layer. Under his demonic might, no one can invade my Rose Garden." Devil Viscount. When these words came out, all the warlocks' complexions changed greatly. The ancient demonic plane was a terrifying plane capable of contending against the world of warlocks. Only the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties had once subdued this plane. In the ancient demonic plane, there were countless extremely powerful ancient devils, ancient fiends as well as some powerful ancient demons. Among them, the demonic devil Viscount was as strong as a weak god among gods. If a demonic ogre Viscount's true body personally came to Turandot subcontinent, then it alone could kill all of Turandot subcontinent's experts and easily capture the nests of the 6 great warlock groups. Even if it was only a clone, there would be very few opponents in Turandot subcontinent. Since Cordelia had the support of a demon Viscount, it was naturally difficult for Rose Garden to fall. Carolina coldly said, "In order to deal with me, you actually went to worship the devil. Don't you know that after you die, your soul will be taken back to the ancient demon realm and become the property of the demon Viscount?" Demons were not good people. Once a person believed in a devil and made a deal with a devil of the Baron rank or above, they would be able to become a devil. Once a believer died, his soul would enter the ancient demonic plane through the laws of the underworld and be taken away by the devil, becoming the possession of the devil. Therefore, in the world of warlocks, there were generally no warlocks who believed in devils. Cordelia said with a slight smile, "Of course I know. But as long as I promote to a starry sky warlock and then go to the main continent, there will always be a way to solve this hidden danger. Even if I can't solve it, then after I die, my soul will fall into the ancient demon plane. In the future, I might be able to reincarnate and become a devil, obtaining a new life through another method." For fiends, devils, gods, and many other formidable beings, the souls of experts were extremely precious treasures. Many formidable ancient devils would seduce experts from other planes to fall into depravity and make deals with them, obtaining the other party's soul, and then transforming them into formidable devils, turning them into their trusted aides and elite experts. As for the souls of the weak, they would be used as materials to produce soul stones. Angels, one of the strongest battle units under the command of other planes' gods, were weapons of war made from the souls of experts. The stronger the expert during their lifetime, the greater the evolution potential of the angel they could transform into after death. Cordelia gave a sweet smile. Her smile was very beautiful, but the words coming out of her mouth were full of malice. "Big Sister Carolina, don't you feel that you're getting weaker and weaker? Sacred Roselight Secret Method is indeed one of the 6 top secret methods in Turandot subcontinent, with extremely high poison resistance. But after all, you're not a starry sky warlock, so it's impossible for you to be immune to this kind of strange mixed poison. The longer you drag on, the weaker you'll become. Now that I've told you everything, you should be satisfied, right? Can you obediently die now? I'll cast a secret method and sacrifice your and little sister Clarissa's souls to my master, the great devil Viscount Gaddisden. He'll be very happy, and then bestow me with even greater power. You're right, this mixed poison is indeed very powerful. Even I can't get rid of it. However, if I want to kill you, my current strength is already enough." Carolina's beautiful eyes blossomed with a dazzling divine light. She gave a furious roar and instantly erupted with a terrifying life force infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank. With a flick of her lily-white hand, a copper mirror engraved with countless rose motifs and brimming with a simple and unadorned aura appeared in her hand. Tremendous spirit force frantically poured into the copper mirror. Shortly after, an incomparably vast and sacred aura slowly diffused from the copper mirror, as if a god brimming with a sacred and radiant aura was awakening from the copper mirror. The semi-divine armament bright rose divine mirror. Cordelia's pretty complexion changed. She took out a pitch-black statue of a devil, shrouded in demonic chi, with a malevolent expression and a vertical eye between its eyebrows. It was incomparably majestic, and didn't resemble a human being. She screamed, "Your Holiness Gaddisden, quickly come and save me." After Cordelia screamed, she casually tore a magic scroll. In a flash, countless icicles erupted and shot towards the Royal Grand Arena spectator stands like raindrops. Hundreds of warlocks were pierced through by the icicles without the slightest ability to resist, their bodies dripping with blood. The vertical eye between the eyebrows of the strange statue of a devil flashed with a bloody radiance, and as if a bloody whirlpool, it revolved continuously. The blood of the hundreds of warlocks was completely sucked into the statue of a devil. The bodies of the hundreds of warlocks that had their blood sucked dried up, and they turned into hundreds of desiccated corpses with frightened expressions on their faces. After the statue of a devil absorbed the blood of the hundreds of warlocks, it swayed lightly, and rose against the wind. As if brimming with life force, its life force rose steadily, continuously evolving from an ordinary great warlock, becoming more and more powerful. The statue of a devil casually made a grabbing motion, and 2 black whirlpools suddenly appeared, fell on the spectator stands, and twisted in a flash. The flesh and blood of the hundreds of warlocks that didn't have the strength to resist collapsed, and they were sucked into the black whirlpools. After the black whirlpools absorbed the flesh and blood of the hundreds of warlocks, the life force of the statue of a devil became a bit stronger. The entire statue also had a trace of a living person's aura, as if it was coming to life. Gaddisden's eyes turned, fell on Carolina, and he said with a faint smile, "You're St. Rose City's Carolina, you look pretty good. I admire you very much. Believe in me, and offer your everything to me. I'll bestow you eternal life. After you die, I'll transform you into an ancient devil, and you'll forever accompany me. Go to hell, wretched, lowly devil." Carolina was very clear that she couldn't let the statue of a devil continue to grow stronger. She gave a shrill howl, and pointed the rose divine mirror at the statue of a devil. In a flash, a radiant and sacred radiance erupted from the rose divine mirror, and turned into a white beam of light. With the terrifying power to purify everything, it shot towards Gaddisden. Gaddisden's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he reached out with his hand. Two black whirlpools that seemed to be able to devour everything suddenly appeared in front of him. The white beam of light bombarded the black whirlpools, and immediately purified and decomposed them inch by inch. Gaddisden's true body was extremely tyrannical, and he could kill a great warlock like Carolina with a casual strike. But this statue was merely an incomplete clone of him. It had crossed planes and descended here, and its strength was greatly reduced. Furthermore, it didn't have the corresponding secret treasure, and was unexpectedly suppressed by the white light emitted by the rose divine mirror. Catcher! Catcher! Following a series of crisp sounds, cracks appeared on Gaddisden's body one after another, and the black vortex became smaller and smaller. Damn it! If my true body was here, then I could slap you to death with a single palm. Gaddisden issued an unreconciled howl, and his body collapsed inch by inch, before turning into fragments that splashed in all directions. The white beam of light was also weakened to the extreme, and it slammed into Cordelia. Cordelia's force field was directly smashed, and she was sent flying to the ground. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Carolina also spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her tender body swayed slightly, and she fell to the ground. The semi-divine armament rose divine mirror also fell to the ground, and she stared at Cordelia with extreme unwillingness. So long as she persisted for another 10 seconds, then she would be able to kill Cordelia. Ha ha, I won. Little sister Carolina, in the end, I won. I finally beat you. Cordelia gasped for breath, and stood up from the ground. She laughed wantonly, indescribably elated. At this moment, the motionless lion of the north, Cobham, who was lying on the ground, suddenly rose up. Like an aurora, he shot out like lightning, and fiercely stabbed at Cordelia with a gloomy dagger in his hand. Cordelia was caught off guard, and only had enough time to shift her body slightly, before Cobham's dagger stabbed into her abdomen. Fuck! Cordelia's eyes were bloodshot, and she gave a furious roar. A flame rose imprint appeared on her right palm, and she fiercely slammed it at Cobham. Chapter 153. Cobham didn't have the strength to resist and was struck by Cordelia. In a flash, countless flames erupted, directly burning him to ashes. A great warlock is indeed a great warlock. It's really difficult to kill you. If you hadn't been seriously injured by Her Holiness Carolina, then it would be practically impossible for me to injure you. A blue light flickered and countless mists converged, once again forming Cobham's fleshly body. He smiled as he walked out of the mist and pointed at Cordelia. The dagger inserted in Cordelia's abdomen suddenly blossomed with a gloomy radiance. A dense deathly aura quickly spread along Cordelia's abdomen and eroded her body. Cordelia gnashed her teeth and said, "This is the legend rank cursed dagger dusk. This should be the weapon of Demon Clan's legend rank assassin Bartolio. You're one of Bartolio's people." Cobham said with a slight smile, "That's right." After hearing Cobham's admission, everyone's complexions changed slightly. Northern Lion Cobham was the banner of Turandot subcontinent's northern region's resistance against the demons. No one would have thought that such a banner of resistance against the demons, a human warlock genius, would actually be a member of Demon Clan. Once this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge shock. Cordelia said with great unwillingness, "Why? I'm an ally of the underworld's allied forces. Why would you assassinate me?" "It's very simple. It's because you were seriously injured by Carolina." Cobham gave a slight smile, his eyes blossoming with the flames of ambition as he said, "As long as I kill all of you, then the resources I seize from you will be enough to promote me to a great warlock rank expert. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Cobham's eyes flickered with the flames of ambition as he said with a smile, "Bartolio originally wanted me to cooperate with you and wait for an opportunity to eradicate all of your opponents. However, I think that Bartolio would be more interested in a complete rose garden. After killing you, no one will be able to stop me." "Well said. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just then, Yang Feng's cheerful voice came from the grand arena. Cobham's expression changed drastically. He turned around and looked at the remains of the Morphin demonic polar bear. The Morphin demonic polar bear, whose head had already been blasted apart by Cordelia, stood up. It beckoned with its hand, and the head that had been blasted away flew over, directly stabbing into the neck of the Morphin demonic polar bear. Its eyes blossomed with traces of red radiance. As if he had seen a ghost, Cobham looked at Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Weren't you killed by Her Holiness Cordelia? How did he come back to life? I was just pretending to be dead to tease you. If that wasn't the case, how could you have performed so well? Ha ha ha." From the Morphin demonic polar bear's bloody maw came Yang Feng's unbridled laughter. Cordelia's expression became very interesting. She gritted her teeth and said, "That's impossible. I clearly saw you become corpses. How could this be?" Yang Feng manipulated the Morphin demonic polar bear to extend a finger and shake it slightly, before giving a long sigh, "Uncultured, truly scary." This was an optical dislocation system that utilized the principle of mirrors. Well, to put it simply, it was your eyes that deceived you, understand? In the split second when Cordelia hit him, Yang Feng had activated the Morphin demonic polar bear's feign death system, deceiving Cordelia with a super-realistic feign death. Otherwise, the Morphin demonic polar bear wouldn't have been so easily destroyed by Cordelia. When Cordelia heard Yang Feng's ridicule, she was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She was Rose Garden's second strongest expert, extremely knowledgeable and proficient in countless subjects. Now that she was ridiculed by Yang Feng for being uncultured, it made her seethe with anger. If she could move, she would definitely slap Yang Feng to death. Carolina covered her mouth and chuckled. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in succession, yet she couldn't stop. Defilia gave a sweet smile. "This guy is really cunning. I knew that he wouldn't die so easily." Cobham forced a smile and took a step forward, saying, "Yang Feng Darin, you're indeed worthy of being Steel City's peerless genius. We're not your match. I have a proposal, I hope that you'll consider it. Demon Clan's experts are as common as clouds, it's only a matter of time before they dominate the entire Turandot subcontinent. Turandot subcontinent's human forces are always scheming against each other, each doing their own thing. They're like a plate of loose sand, they're nothing to be afraid of. Please join our Demon Clan. Our Demon Clan will fully support you in taking control of Rose Garden. The 3 most beautiful roses in the Rose Garden will also be yours." What a cunning thing. "Unfortunately, you ran into me. Go to hell." Yang Feng gave a cold smile and his mind moved. The Morphin demonic polar bear's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. In a flash, it erupted with the terrifying life force of a great warlock rank. It waved its huge paw and an incomparably tremendous fluctuation of earth magic power quickly spread. Countless incomparably sharp earth spikes madly stabbed towards the exit of the reception hall. An afterimage flickered and a figure flew out from the exit of the reception hall. It was Cobham himself. In the grand arena, there were 2 Cobhams at once. Under Yang Feng's manipulation, the Morphin demonic polar bear's thick legs flashed madly, the ground shook unceasingly, it suddenly appeared in front of Cobham with a touch of afterimages as swift as a clap of thunder, before fiercely slapping Cobham with its paw. Apart from its weakness of being unable to fly, the Morphin demonic polar bear's battle prowess on the ground was simply comparable to that of a dragon. Its movement speed was also astonishingly fast, surpassing the speed of sound. Cobham's body hadn't reacted yet, when he saw the huge bare paw with a terrifying shadow appear in front of him. Boom! Countless gravel splashed, the huge bare paw slapped empty air and bombarded the ground of the grand arena, blasting open a large hole. What a waste! You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still need me to save you. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have some value, then I would really want to kill you. An extremely callous voice came from behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng's mind moved and he started the scanning device. With a glance, he saw that behind him, the southern goddess of war Jenny, who should have been unconscious, had already stood up. In her right hand was a person, it was the pale-faced Cobham. A terrifying great warlock rank life force spread from Jenny, she was clearly a great warlock rank peerless expert. Yang Feng turned around and said with a dignified expression, "Jenny, are you also Bartolio's lackey?" "Lackey? No, Bartolio and I have a cooperative relationship. Besides, I'm not Jenny. The real Jenny has already died at my hands." Jenny gave a slight smile, her body squirmed and she quickly changed into a beautiful blonde woman with snow-white skin and a sexy figure dressed in a black leather armor. The beautiful blonde woman said with a slight smile, "My name is Ramona. I'm not very famous in the surface world, but in the underworld, I have the nickname of the 100 Faces Witch. Among Turandot subcontinent's 7 great warlocks that died, 2 of them were only succeeded by those freaks with my help." Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Why do you want to help the underworld's allied forces?" Ramona gave a sweet smile and said, "Of course it's for benefits and resources. Every great warlock is a moving treasure trove. If I get rid of them, then all their wealth will belong to me. Moreover, the underworld's allied forces will also pay me a huge sum of money. There's no benefit in standing on the side of humans. After all, the surface world's big cake has already been divided. It's very difficult for me to have a big bite." Turandot subcontinent's resource-rich areas were basically already occupied by people, with the 6 great warlock groups as the core. Warlock groups of various sizes had already divided their spheres of influence. At that time, Yang Feng was barely able to seize a small piece of territory from Fernandro Principality. As a great warlock rank expert, Ramona would receive courteous treatment no matter where she went. But once she wanted to establish her own force, then she would be hindered both in the open and in the dark. A lot of great warlock rank experts, because of the hindrances both in the open and in the dark, had to spend a lot of energy on secular affairs, before finally slowly becoming mediocre and finding it hard to advance. Ramona's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a smile, "Yang Feng, your Steel City should understand me very well. If those original warlock groups weren't cleaned up, then how would there be room for us to develop? It would be better for you to have your uncle join us. We'll join hands and swallow Rose Garden, then get rid of Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups one by one and divide their resources." Once she said that, the complexions of everyone in the grand arena changed slightly. Steel City had a great warlock rank expert like Defy, as well as 10 mechanized infantry divisions and great warlock rank alchemical golems. Once such a formidable force fell towards the underworld's allied forces, then the situation would become even worse. It might even become a bargaining chip that would decide the outcome of the war between Turandot subcontinent's humans and the underworld's allied forces. Yang Feng said righteously and with awe-inspiring righteousness, "Shut up. I, Yang Feng, am a man of indomitable spirit. I'm irreconcilable with the underworld's allied forces. You don't have to say anything else, I definitely won't compromise with the other races." When Carolina saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar splendor. Clarissa's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of appreciation. This little thief's words are pleasant to hear, but I'm afraid that while he's saying one thing, he's thinking another thing in his heart. Defy curled her lips and sneered inside. As Yang Feng spoke righteously, he was constantly calculating in his mind, wouldn't I be closing the door to negotiations by saying this? That shouldn't be the case. As long as I'm stronger than them, then there shouldn't be any problems. If worse comes to worst, then I'll just flee to another plane. Chapter 154. Since that's the case, then I can only ask you to die. Ramona sighed faintly, her figure strangely disappeared from where she stood and at once appeared in front of the Morphin demonic polar bear's chest. She clawed at the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit. Ramona's battle experience was extremely rich. At a glance she could see that the Morphin demonic polar bear's weakest point was the cockpit where Yang Feng and the other pilots were located. So fast. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment. With his level 1 warlock rank battle experience, he basically couldn't react. At that critical moment, the Morphin demonic polar bear's battle intelligence quickly took over, an incomparably tremendous magic radiance erupted and quickly formed a rock armor containing the power of earth elemental particles in the cockpit. Ramona twisted her body, lightly floated, and strangely appeared on the Morphin demonic polar bear's head, before slamming her foot on the Morphin demonic polar bear's head. Boom! A world-shaking blare resounded, the Morphin demonic polar bear's head suddenly caved in. 2 huge cracks appeared on the ground where it stood. Boom! 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 Ramona's speed was simply fast to the limit. After images circled around the Morphin demonic polar bear, before slamming her foot on its body. In a short span of a breath, the Morphin demonic polar bear was kicked several dozen times by Ramona, with countless rocks splashing. Warning! Warning! With the Morphin demonic polar bear's current state, there's a 95% probability that it will be defeated after 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Pilots, please get ready. A warning message was quickly transmitted into Yang Feng's eyes. Although the Morphin demonic polar bear was an extraordinary lifeform comparable to a great warlock rank, but after its death, it was modified by Yang Feng into a mechanical battle beast. Its battle prowess was greatly weakened. Yang Feng's optical computer database didn't contain Ramona's battle data. He was unable to deduce her next move. He was unable to display the terrifying ability to predict the future. He could only rely on the Morphin demonic polar bear's battle instincts to fight. He was at an extreme disadvantage, being completely subdued by a genuine great warlock like Ramona. Carolina suddenly warned, "She's a body-tempering warlock, don't let her get close, use spells to deal with her." Body-tempering warlocks were a branch of warlocks. It was different from other warlocks who practiced both law and body. The spells that body-tempering warlocks construct in their spiritual sea are spells that enhance their physical qualities, such as the level 1 spell, Physical Qualities Strengthening. The methods of body-tempering warlocks are far inferior to other warlocks. But once they got close, they were the most terrifying meat shields and weapons of war. The best way to deal with them was to use all kinds of strange spells to prevent them from getting close and kill them from afar. Even if I know that she's a body-tempering warlock, I still don't have the corresponding spell to contend against her, Yang Feng said with a bitter smile from inside the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Morphin demonic polar bear was born to be proficient in earth magic, and was the darling of the earth. It was extremely difficult to hit Ramona, who was practically glued to his body. Looks like I can only use a few more trump cards. Yang Feng's mind moved. The Morphin demonic polar bear gave a furious roar and launched the level 4 earth attribute defensive spell, Spike Giant Rock Barrier. The ground squirmed and countless sharp rock spikes crazily stabbed in all directions. Ramona drifted in the air for some distance, as if a phantom. She evaded the countless sharp rock spikes and violently retreated until she was out of the range of the rock spikes. In a split second, a hedgehog-like giant rock barrier with countless sharp rock spikes appeared in the center of the grand arena, covering the Morphin demonic polar bear. Idiot, this kind of spell can't hit anyone, it'll only consume your strength in vain. The might of level 4 spells is enormous, but the consumption is also great. How many level 4 spells can you support? Ramona laughed coldly. Her figure flashed, and she transformed into over a dozen after-images that flashed over to the enormous rock barrier that was like a hedgehog. Her fists and legs smashed onto the countless rock spikes, causing them to be blasted flying one by one. In a breath of time, Yang Feng consumed 10% of the Morphin demonic polar bear's stored energy, and the giant rock barrier it released was almost destroyed by Ramona. Boom! Suddenly, the giant rock barrier burst open in a flash, countless rock fragments as if shrapnel splashed in all directions. Ramona was slightly startled, her figure retreated briskly, she flew 100 meters away and stared at the giant rock barrier. She saw a blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf appear next to the Morphin demonic polar bear. Ramona's beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity. She exclaimed, "Blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf. You actually have 2 level 4 alchemical golems. Your Steel City's alchemy has actually reached this level." The warlocks in the spectator seats were also dumbstruck, some of them didn't dare to believe their eyes. A great warlock rank alchemical golem was already enough to raise the eyebrows of countless great forces. It had the terrifying power to change the balance of power between 2 great forces. In Turandot subcontinent, perhaps only the 6 great warlock groups had a few such alchemical golems hidden in their treasuries, acting as their foundation. Yang Feng gave a long sigh and said, "Ramona, you should leave. If you continue to fight, only death will await you. Seeing that we're both humans, I can let you live." "Hehe, what do you mean let me live? You can't kill me, okay?" Ramona covered her mouth and said with a chuckle, It's very difficult for these two alchemical golems to defeat me, and it's even more impossible for them to kill me. You're just a trifling level 1 warlock, don't make me laugh. Ramona was a great warlock who had experienced countless battles in the underworld. There were even quite a few great warlock rank experts who had died at her hands. With her rich battle experience, she could see through Yang Feng's bluff at a glance. Indeed, the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf is still a bit weak. However, what if I add them? The Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit opened slightly, radiances flickered, and level 8 bladed troops, gunner troops, shield troops, artillery troops, and other primary battle robots appeared in the grand arena at once. In just a few breaths of time, there were 2,000 level 8 primary battle robots in the grand arena. Their electronic eyes flickered with a red radiance as they firmly locked onto Ramona. Ramona's pretty face finally had a slight change of color. With her strength, she could kill her way in and out of the level 8 primary battle robots without anyone being able to stop her. However, after she destroyed 1,000 level 8 primary battle robots, her strength would be greatly weakened. With the two great warlock rank alchemical golems seizing the opportunity to mount a sneak attack on her, then even someone as tyrannical as her would have the possibility of dying. Ramona suddenly said with a smile, "So that's how it is. The rumors are indeed true. Steel City's mechanical legion is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yang Feng, Israel was killed by your Steel City, right?" Yang Feng was slightly startled within, refusing to admit anything. "What Israel? I don't know this person." "You don't have to deny it." At that time, Israel had chased after Snow White Madam by himself. This matter was done in a very secretive manner, but there were still a few people who were aware of it. Now that Snow White Madam has joined your Steel City, and Israel has already been killed. Therefore, it can be determined that the person who killed him was from your Steel City. You're quite an interesting person. Seeing that we're both humans, I'll remind you that the allied forces from the underworld's races have already set their eyes on Steel City. You're on your own, and be more careful. Ramona smiled as she left behind these words. Before grabbing Cobham, her figure shook, and she rushed out of the reception hall. Fortunately, I didn't force out my final trump card. Yang Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after seeing Ramona being scared away by him. Great warlock rank experts were really too terrifying. Although Yang Feng's mechanical legion had the certainty to defeat Ramona, but it didn't have the certainty to kill her. With Ramona's strength, she could come and go as she pleased. It was extremely troublesome. At that time, the reason why Yang Feng was able to kill Israel was because he had heavily injured Israel in advance, and then launched a sneak attack. Only then was he able to kill Israel. Ramona was extremely cunning. As soon as she saw that something was amiss, she would immediately flee, leaving Yang Feng with no way to deal with her. As soon as Ramona left, the grand arena became silent, and a strange atmosphere pervaded the air. Yang Feng manipulated the Morphin demonic polar bear to turn around, its electronic eyes continuously moving back and forth between Cordelia, Carolina, and Clarissa, the three most beautiful roses in Turandot subcontinent. Cordelia's beautiful eyes revolved, revealing her seductive look as she said pitifully, "Yang Feng, save me. As long as you save me, I can marry you and help you control Rose Garden. Furthermore, I can also help you get Carolina and Clarissa, and let you wantonly pick Turandot subcontinent's two most beautiful roses." Carolina said sternly, "Yang Feng, don't believe her words. Go ahead and kill her. I'll marry Angelina to you, and let you become Rose Empire's first male emperor. Apart from me and Clarissa, whoever you like in Rose Garden, I'll let her serve you. With my support, you're bound to promote to a level 3 warlock within 100 years. At this moment, the person in control of the situation in the grand arena was Yang Feng. If he wanted someone to live, then that person would live, and if he wanted someone to die, then that person would die. Defilia came out of the block of ice that sealed her, arrived beside Yang Feng, and asked faintly, "What do you plan to do now?" Yang Feng gave a slight smile and transmitted his voice, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity, of course I'll take advantage of it to swallow Rose Garden. If there were no mishaps, then even if Steel City attacked Rose Garden, the odds of victory would still be 50-50. Yang Feng definitely wouldn't risk attacking Rose Garden. But now that Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks were either poisoned or seriously injured, he naturally wouldn't let such a great opportunity slip by. A ray of light flew out of the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit and landed on the ground, revealing the silhouette of a Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot holding a syringe. The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot strode before Cordelia. Yang Feng said faintly, "Cordelia, give up resisting, I can save your life." Cordelia stared fixedly at the Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot, sighed faintly, and gave up resisting. With her current strength, she could still kill a Level 3 warlock if she mustered all of her strength. But Yang Feng was hiding inside the Morphin demonic polar bear's cockpit, not coming out, and she couldn't do anything about it. The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot took out a syringe, fiercely pricked Cordelia's snow-white arm, and injected the liquid metal nano-robots into her body. Cordelia's body automatically erupted with a formidable force, killing approximately 1/10 of the liquid metal nano-robots. Ultimately, the liquid metal nano-robots merged with every nook and cranny of her body. The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot grabbed the dagger in Cordelia's abdomen and pulled, directly pulling out the dusk dagger. A large amount of black blood spurted out of Cordelia's abdomen. Countless liquid metal nano-robots quickly condensed into blood vessels and skin, repairing Cordelia's abdomen. At the same time, they frantically stimulated the apertures all over Cordelia's body, making her erupt with a formidable life force, forcibly crushing the countless curses. "Yang Feng, thank you very much." Cordelia gasped for breath, then gave Yang Feng a charming smile. Her gaze fell on Carolina and Clarissa, and her beautiful eyes surged with a touch of killing intent. She instantly erupted with a formidable life force, wanting to take action and obliterate the two women. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Cordelia suddenly felt as if her body was being gnawed by a myriad of ants, itchy and sore. She fell to the ground, struggling in pain and wailing endlessly. The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot took large strides, arrived in front of Carolina, and grabbed her lily-white arm. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of panic, and she screamed, "Stop, Yang Feng, don't do this. I can give you any of the treasures in Rose Garden, just let me go." Seeing Cordelia's miserable state, Carolina knew that the injection definitely wasn't anything good. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'll take everything in Rose Garden myself. In any case, from today onwards, everything in Rose Garden, including you, is mine." The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot grabbed the weak and powerless Carolina, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. Immediately after, it crushed Clarissa's somewhat powerless resistance, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. After being poisoned, Carolina and Clarissa's strength was weakened to the extreme. The immunity in their bodies couldn't kill those liquid metal nano-robots at all, and they could only let those liquid metal nano-robots enter their bodies. Chapter 155. Yang Feng's mind moved, and the liquid metal nano-robots that entered Carolina and Clarissa's bodies were immediately activated, stimulating their hidden aperture points and arousing their extremely formidable life force. Two terrifying life forces instantly erupted from the two women. They opened their mouths and spat out two pitch-black lumps of mixed poison, emitting a nauseating stench. Once Carolina recovered her strength, her gaze fell on Yang Feng's Morphin demonic polar bear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent, and her body erupted with a formidable life force. She wanted to cast a spell and blast the Morphin demonic polar bear together with Yang Feng into dregs. Inside Rose Garden, with the help of Rose Garden's power, Carolina could even contend against a Starry Sky warlock, and might even suppress or kill the other party. This was a terrifying power that even Yang Feng was apprehensive of. Carolina's killing intent stirred, and then her whole body felt unbearably itchy and painful. Bursts of itch and pain from the bone marrow spread all over her body. The pain made her as proud as she couldn't help but let out painful groans, before rolling on the ground and screaming mournfully. When Clarissa saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of alarm. "I forgot to tell you. That elixir is Steel City's God-extinguishing elixir. Even if it was a God-rank expert, after being injected with the God-extinguishing elixir, once they had ill intentions towards me, they would be in so much pain that they would wish they were dead. Moreover, their life and death would be under my control. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't be able to." Yang Feng's voice leisurely floated in the grand arena. God-extinguishing elixir? He. When Defilia heard that lofty name, her face twitched slightly and she almost wanted to laugh. At present, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir could only control great warlock rank experts at most. Even starry sky warlocks might not be able to control it, let alone god rank experts. When Defilia heard it, she realized that Yang Feng was once again bragging and deceiving Carolina and the other two. Clarissa looked at the battered and exhausted appearance of the proud, beautiful and dignified Carolina, and couldn't help but plead with Yang Feng. Yang Feng, don't bully big sister Carolina. I plead on her behalf, please spare her. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Carolina felt the pain inside her disappear. She stood up drenched in sweat, glared at Yang Feng, and gnashed her teeth. You fiend. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, many thanks for the praise. Cordelia smiled like a flower, threw Yang Feng a coquettish look, and walked to Yang Feng's side, a fragrance wafting from her. Haha, younger sister Carolina, I didn't expect that you would also fall into Master's hands. Master, I, Cordelia, am willing to pledge loyalty to you. You can do whatever you want to me, Tilda. Carolina glared at Cordelia, her beautiful eyes flickered with resentment and she gnashed her teeth, saying, Yang Feng, kill her. As long as you kill her, I will give you the entire rose garden. Even if you want me, I will give it to you. If Cordelia hadn't suddenly rebelled and plotted against Carolina, then Carolina wouldn't have been subdued by Yang Feng. She was a peerless expert infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank. Moreover, she was Rose Garden's master and dominated all of Rose Garden's forces. Within Rose Garden, she could even suppress starry sky warlocks. Carolina was proud and arrogant. Now that she was under Yang Feng's control, she really wished to tear Cordelia to shreds. When Cordelia heard that, her tender body stiffened slightly, a touch of fear flashed past the abyss of her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Yang Feng. Her fate was now completely at Yang Feng's whim. Carolina was superior to her in every aspect. If Yang Feng abandoned her, then once she fell into Carolina's hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, henceforth, the three of you are still good sisters, so get along well. Cordelia, don't worry, I've already given them an order. They can't harm you. As long as they make the slightest movement, they will suffer a fate worse than death. But similarly, you can't harm them, or else you will also suffer a fate worse than death. The liquid metal nanorobot elixir couldn't control people's minds. Yang Feng also wanted to plant a nail in Rose Garden, so that Rose Garden wouldn't be able to work together as one, so that he could truly slowly control the entire Rose Garden. Cordelia had already greatly offended the two women, Carolina and Clarissa. Only by closely following Yang Feng would she have a way out. With Cordelia in Rose Garden, Carolina and Clarissa could only rely on Yang Feng, and wouldn't be able to make him a mere figurehead. Many thanks, Master. Cordelia was overjoyed. Her tender body went limp, and like a helpless little bird, she fell into Yang Feng's embrace. Carolina's eyes almost spurted flames, and she said extremely frigidly, Cordelia, you're also a great warlock of Rose Garden, yet you're so servile to a man, do you still have any dignity? Cordelia retorted sarcastically, Carolina, you don't have to pretend to be pure and holy. From today onwards, you and I are both Master's prey. In the future, we might even meet naked on a big bed. Carolina's pretty face flushed with anger, and she said loudly, you're so shameless. Cordelia said with a beaming smile, you're the shameless one. I'm just stating the truth. Yang Feng said lightly, all right, stop quarreling. Yes, Master. Cordelia appeared very obedient and respectfully responded. Carolina still wanted to say something, but when she saw the limp warlocks in the grand arena, she once again became silent. She also didn't want to continue showing her disgraceful side in front of those low-level warlocks. Carolina swept the surroundings with a glance, a peculiar glint flashed in the abyss of her beautiful eyes, and she said solemnly, what do you plan to do with the people here? In the grand arena, there were about 200,000 warlocks. More than half of these warlocks came from Rose Empire, and they were Rose Empire's elite class. Carolina was somewhat worried that Yang Feng would kill indiscriminately, and harm Rose Empire's vitality. Yang Feng said lightly, first detain them, and then let them leave after injecting them with the God-extinguishing elixir. The liquid nanorobot elixir was also a high-end product, and Yang Feng only carried 1,000 vials with him. He could only give priority to those geniuses and tyrannical warlocks from Turandot subcontinent. Open the Rose Divine Pool, I want to go in and practice cultivation. After arranging everything, Yang Feng said directly to Carolina. Carolina said lightly, "You're still in the mood to practice cultivation? Didn't you hear Ramona's words? I'm afraid that the experts of the underworld's allied forces have already gathered at Steel City's side." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "It's fine if the experts of the underworld's allied forces don't go to Steel City's headquarters, Black City. If they go, then that's exactly what I want. The corpses of Great Warlock rank experts are first-rate alchemy materials." Great Warlock rank experts, apart from wizards and magi, who had exceptionally strong spirit force and frail fleshly bodies, had very tyrannical fleshly bodies. The majority of Great Warlock rank experts had very tyrannical fleshly bodies and were first-rate alchemy materials. Israel's corpse had already been refined by Yang Feng into a Great Warlock rank alchemical battle golem. However, the alchemical battle golem refined from his corpse was relatively weak. That was because his fleshly body still couldn't compare to that of a genuine level 4 extraordinary life form. Speak of the devil. There's really something reckless that dares to come to our Steel City's headquarters. Interesting. Carolina, I'll let you experience the might of our Steel City's headquarters. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body shook slightly and he revealed a trace of a smile. He quickly summoned Clarissa, Cordelia, Carolina, Defilia, and the other women into a room. He casually pressed a button and a holographic projector appeared in a flash. Countless rays of light flickered and projected everything in Black City's vicinity into the void. Is this Steel City's alchemy product? Sure enough, it's extraordinary. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is really an alchemy genius. After Carolina, Clarissa, and Cordelia, the three women saw the holographic projection. Their hearts shivered slightly and their contempt for Steel City decreased by a notch. Although Carolina had coincidentally fallen into Yang Feng's hands, but she had always looked down on Steel City. She believed that Steel City was at most a first-rate warlock force like Fire Pagoda in Turandot subcontinent. Now that she saw the holographic projection, her view of Steel City had once again changed somewhat. On the main road 10 kilometers away from Black City, there was a small inspection station. Only after people and caravans had passed the inspection could they proceed forward and undergo the second and third inspection before finally entering Black City. As Steel City's base on the surface, Yang Feng had invested a lot in Black City. He had spent a huge amount of resources to transform it into a huge fortress, with incomparably strict defenses and extremely strict inspections. Over the years, most of the assassins or intelligence personnel who had attempted to enter Black City to cause trouble had turned into broken corpses. Under the incomparably strict defenses, the various forces were even more convinced that Black City was Steel City's city master Yang Yi's space of residence. A caravan loaded with goods slowly walked towards Black City. As the capital of Steel City, Black City was extremely prosperous. Every day, a large amount of goods would be consumed, with caravans coming and going in an endless stream. Halt! A team of level 5 humanoid primary battle robots with Gauss rifles stopped the caravan at once and barked coldly. The caravan immediately stopped, no one daring to budge. Those humanoid robots didn't have the slightest bit of humanity, they only had extremely inflexible programs. Those who dared to bribe them or provoke them were all dead. A chubby middle-aged man with a round face walked out from the crowd and said respectfully, "Sir, I'm the person in charge of this caravan. May I ask what's the problem? Every time we, the Dorai caravan, travel, we pay sufficient taxes, there's absolutely no tax evasion." Chapter 156. The humanoid robot pointed towards the caravan's crowd and said coldly, "Apart from that person, all of you are to leave at once. That person is our Steel City's enemy." When the people in the caravan heard that, their complexions changed greatly, their legs as if they had grown wings, they ran very fast, scattering like birds and beasts. "Wait for me, you bunch of bastards, don't run so fast. Come and help me." The caravan's manager's complexion also changed greatly. He didn't even care about the goods, and frantically fled into the distance. Black City's fighting style was extremely rough, without the slightest regard for the innocent. There were many times when some formidable assassins mixed into the caravan. As a result, the caravan and the assassins were blasted to smithereens by Black City's artillery. The Dorai caravan had done business with Black City many times, and was naturally aware of its horrors. After the people in the caravan had fled, a man with a simple and honest face, an unremarkable appearance, and a head full of short blue hair was revealed. It's really strange, my polymorph is already comparable to a level 4 spell, even the aura of my soul can be somewhat concealed, and there isn't a trace of life force leaking from my body. How did you find me? The man with short blue hair twisted all over his body, and very strangely changed into a blonde, blue-eyed, handsome, and tall and sturdy young man. The young man was answered by a dense hail of Gauss machine gun bullets, with countless bullets madly raining down on him. Interesting, these guns already possess the power to threaten level 3 warlocks. Reportedly, in the 6th Warlock dynasty, ordinary people can also use some formidable alchemical secret treasures to display terrifying power. It seems that the legend of Yang Yi obtaining the 6th Warlock dynasty's inheritance is indeed true. The young man casually grabbed several Gauss machine gun bullets, carefully observed them, and revealed a trace of a smile. As soon as the densely packed Gauss rifle bullets flew to the side of the young man, their trajectories were directly distorted, and they shot towards the surroundings. The blonde, blue-eyed man suddenly said in a loud voice, "I'm Demon Clan's great warlock Yi Deng. I came today to request an audience with Steel City's city master Yang Yi. Please come forward for a chat." A loud voice reverberated throughout Black City. Everyone in every corner of Black City could hear Yi Deng's voice. It was as if a god was expounding his holy words in the sky. "If you have something to say, spit it out." An equally loud voice came from Black City. "Those who come from afar are guests. City Lord Yang Yi, is this how your city of steel treats its guests? Why don't you invite me into the city?" Yi Deng flicked his finger, and beams of black light shot into the humanoid robots. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound of corrosion rang out, and the dozen or so level 5 humanoid robots were turned into a pile of molten iron without any resistance. Yang Yi's voice came from Black City. "I have nothing to talk about with demons. I, Yang Yi, am a human, an upright man. He would never collude with the fiendish demons, nor would he make any deals with them. Even if I, Yang Yi, fight to the last moment, and am the only one left, I will never compromise with the demons." As he spoke, the image of a righteous and unyielding hero of the human race was outlined. What a hero of the human race! Unfortunately, a hero of the human race is a mortal enemy of my demon clan. Yang Yi, although it's a pity, but today is the day of your death. Yi Deng sighed and walked step by step towards the direction of Black City. Above Black City's city wall, in a split second, countless fully automatic Gauss cannons, 37mm multi-barrel kinetic energy crystal cannons and other cannons extended and madly swept towards Yi Deng. An overwhelming hail of bullets engulfed Yi Deng. The ferocious cannon fire bombarded Yi Deng's body and easily pierced through his body. When they fell to the ground, they exploded and blasted small holes one after another. Yi Deng said with a faint smile, "It's no use. In the end, alchemical golems are just alchemical golems without wisdom. I can walk through countless parallel spaces. Without reaching the Great Warlock rank, you can't harm me in the slightest. How can this be? How is this possible? How can a Great Warlock rank expert be so strong?" Inside Rose Garden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment as he exclaimed. With her brilliant vision, Carolina saw through Yi Deng's trick at a glance, and said with a sneer, "Humph, what walking through parallel spaces? How can a trifling Great Warlock do this? To walk freely in parallel spaces, only peerless experts with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation and strength comparable to that of gods might be able to do it. This is just a trifling illusion. However, this Hellion is very cunning, and knows how to deceive you with words. If you really think that he can walk in parallel space and is invulnerable, then he is a peerless expert who can walk in parallel space and is invulnerable." Cordelia also smiled without saying a word. She had also seen through Yi Deng's facade. Great warlock rank experts were indeed peerless experts in Turandot subcontinent, with all kinds of peerless secret methods that ordinary people could only hope to attain. However, they were merely extraordinary life forms, and had yet to transform into gods, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and other such mighty existences. Similarly, they also had limits to their strength. So it's an illusion. Activate the scanning system. Yang Feng felt slightly at ease, and immediately issued an order. One after another, cone-shaped mechanical creations extended from all directions of Black City, and probing ripples of different frequencies spread out silently. Many tubular mechanical constructs also extended from the ground, shooting out rays of infrared rays that interweaved to form a large infrared net. All kinds of scanning systems continuously scanned, and finally found Yi Deng's true body 500 meters to the left of him. Boom, boom, boom. More than 200 150 mm caliber heavy artillery fired in unison, and instantly covered the position of Yi Deng's true body. The terrifying artillery fire exploded together, setting off a small mushroom cloud of dust. Interesting, to actually be able to discover my position. It seems that you've indeed obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. I'm even more interested in you. Shrouded in a layer of advanced warping force field, Yi Deng smiled as he strolled out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. He wasn't injured in the slightest, and even his clothes weren't stained with a trace of dust. Yang Feng gave a long sigh and said, "So this is a great warlock rank expert, truly amazing. Even 150 mm caliber heavy artillery couldn't kill him." From the analysis of the portable fortified stronghold smart computer, Yang Feng understood that Yi Deng hadn't avoided the range of the heavy artillery's bombardment. Yi Deng had braved the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment and walked out from inside. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The might of that heavy artillery is equivalent to a weakened version of a level 3 area of effect spell. Its might is too scattered, and basically can't injure a great warlock. However, this Yi Deng was actually able to suppress the warping force field to an area of roughly 10 centimeters on the surface of his body. His strength is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid that he's only slightly inferior to me. Yi Deng had just emerged from the smoke and dust of the explosion, when countless Gauss artillery shells immediately engulfed him. The densely packed Gauss artillery shells bombarded Yi Deng's advanced warping force field, causing the warping force field to continuously tremble and almost collapse. Yi Deng's complexion changed slightly, his figure shook, his speed soared to the limit, and like a ghost, he rushed towards Black City's city wall. Within a few breaths of time, Yi Deng braved the countless artillery shells and arrived above Black City's city wall. He flicked his 10 fingers, and as if possessing a life of its own, black threads swept towards the Gauss artillery shells. The Gauss artillery shells were directly cut in half by the black threads and fell to the ground. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Idiot, you'll be struck by lightning if you act pretentious." Boom. Practically at the same time, the section of Black City's city wall that Yi Deng was stepping on issued a world-shaking explosion. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose in a flash, and an extremely berserk shock wave spread in all directions. A badly battered figure flew out from the explosion in a sorry state, and hit the ground, revealing Yi Deng covered in blood, his expression sinister and his battered and exhausted appearance. So ruthless. Carolina's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of shock, and she looked at that scene with lingering fear. Even a great warlock like Yi Deng was covered in wounds from the explosion, and almost died. If it was Carolina in his place, then she might not have fared much better than him. After the explosion seriously injured Yi Deng, countless Gauss artillery shells madly shot towards Yi Deng from the parts of the city wall that hadn't been destroyed. In a split second, the countless artillery shells exploded on Yi Deng's body, and a copious amount of blood splattered in all directions, looking extremely miserable. Yi Deng continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, clenched his teeth, and silently recited an incantation. His body burst open, and turned into streams of blood-colored mist that dispersed in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yi Deng's body dispersed, 200 large-caliber heavy artillery once again fired in unison, and bombarded the location of the blood-colored mist. The extremely berserk shock wave instantly engulfed the streams of blood-colored mist. The streams of blood-colored mist suffered heavy damage, and could only condense once again, forming a battered Yi Deng. Yi Deng faced upwards and issued a shrill howl. "Come and save me, ha ha. Yi Deng, you also have such a day. Look at your appearance, you're really battered and exhausted." An extremely forthright laughter came from the sky, and a 100-meter-tall giant covered in a layer of huge rock armor dropped from the sky and blocked in front of Yi Deng. The countless Gauss artillery shells bombarded the rock armor, and blasted small holes on it, but were unable to penetrate the several-meter-thick rock armor. The small holes only appeared for a split second, and then began to rapidly heal. Chapter 157. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said solemnly, "Rock giant, an adult rock giant. The allied forces of the underworld's races really think highly of me, even dispatching such a terrifying existence." A peculiar glint flashed past Carolina's beautiful eyes as she caught a flaw in Yang Feng's words. Giants were terrifying extraordinary life forms on par with dragons. They were terrifying life forms with few rivals of the same rank. At that time, when Turandot subcontinent had attacked the plane of giants, it had similarly suffered heavy losses. Among the 8 great warlock dynasties, only the first 7 great warlock dynasties had conquered the plane of giants. The 8th warlock dynasty, Dawn dynasty, had also conquered many planes, yet it didn't dare to behave atrociously in the plane of giants. This 100 meters tall rock giant was an adult rock giant. It was definitely a terrifying life form comparable to a dragon. The countless Gauss cannons rumbled madly, blasting small holes in the rock giant's armor, but the armor quickly repaired itself, basically unable to injure the rock giant in the slightest. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and she said solemnly, "Yang Feng, the allied forces of the underworld's races even dispatched such a secret weapon like the rock giant. It seems like they're determined to get Steel City. I'm afraid that the number of experts they've dispatched will far exceed your imagination." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After the portable fortified stronghold was built, a large part of Shizu's technology had been unlocked. Black City had already been fortified by him, with countless weapons. 1 or 2 great warlocks were basically unable to breach Black City. Eden looked up and shouted, "Cheyenne, if you don't show up, then I'll immediately turn around and leave." "Am I not here?" A bell-like chuckle resounded, and the coquettish and beautiful great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Cheyenne, whose every move was shrouded in a layer of charm, walked out with a flower-like smile and a fragrance wafting from her. Behind Cheyenne followed 3 handsome, tall and sturdy young men, their eyebrows brimming with endless arrogance. Eden's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes flashed with a touch of apprehension and he said solemnly, 3 great black dragons. Cheyenne, you actually brought out your dark elven trump card, the 3 great black dragons. It seems like you attach great importance to Steel City's city master Yang Yi." The heroic rock giant looked at the 3 young men behind Cheyenne with a hint of fear in his eyes. The 3 black dragons were the Dark Elves' ultimate weapons in the underground world, as well as the strongest weapons they used to suppress other resistance forces. In the underground world, there was no power that didn't know of the 3 dark dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves, James, Creed, and Briar. Cheyenne smiled sweetly and said, "That's right, Steel City's city master Yang Yi belongs to us Dark Elves. As for the other treasures in the City of Steel, we can divide them equally." "Heh, just who does Steel City's Yang Yi belong to? Once we break through the City of Steel, we can use our own methods to fight over him. There's no point in agreeing on it in advance." With a sneer, a handsome middle-aged man slowly walked out from the side and coldly stared at Cheyenne's group. Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear, and she said in a deep voice, "Napman, do you really want to compete with me?" This handsome middle-aged man was Turandot subcontinent's Undead Hellion clan's Undead Hellion monarch Napman. He was a peerless expert ranked in the top 5 of the underworld's allied forces, and his strength was infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock. Napman said with a faint smile, "Why should we fight over something that we haven't even gotten our hands on? There are still a lot of human clans' peak experts glaring covetously from the sidelines. It would be better for us to first join hands and get rid of them. Then we'll talk about the rest." Cheyenne pondered for a moment, then swept a small hill on the right with a glance and nodded, saying, That's right, let's first join hands and get rid of those human clan flies hiding nearby before talking about the rest. You lowly and petty races, even if you join hands, you're still doomed to die. If you obediently surrender, then we can still spare your lives and let you linger on at death's door. Accompanied by a cold snort, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a red warlock's robe with a golden thread on the cuff, slowly walked out of the hill and looked at Cheyenne and her entourage with an extremely haughty expression. Next to the old man was a middle-aged man with short blonde hair and an ordinary appearance, seemingly without any distinguishing features. Cheyenne said with a charming smile, "Grant and Boxer from White Elephant's Ivory, did the two of you come to throw away your lives?" There were as many as 7 great warlock rank experts from the underworld's allied forces. Moreover, these 7 great warlocks were peak great warlocks. With the 7 of them joining hands, they were absolutely certain that they could kill Grant and Boxer. Grant, who was dressed in a red warlock's robe, said lightly, "Of course, it's not just the 2 of us. There's also Savage Claw. A tall and sturdy man with a big beard, extremely sturdy muscles, and mysterious tattoos on his upper body, along with an aged woman dressed in a blue warlock's robe and a man with a small and thin stature, resembling a skinny monkey, walked out from the side." Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said lightly, "Commis, Hallie, Eben of Savage Claw, you've really invested a lot for Steel City's Yang Yi. However, just by relying on the 5 of you, you still aren't our match." "That's right, just by relying on the 5 of us, we can at most escape unscathed in front of you. However, it's not just the 5 of us who are coveting Steel City's inheritance. Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Warlock College Antalya, they've also dispatched great warlock rank experts." The big-bearded commis gave a heroic smile and casually flicked his finger, before 3 cyan magic radiances instantly shot towards 3 different directions. As soon as the 3 cyan magic lights fell on the 3 incomparably spacious areas, they set off waves of ripples. Obviously, there was something concealed in the 3 open spaces. Cheyenne and the other experts from the underworld's allied forces at once focused their gazes on the 3 open spaces. Seeing that they could no longer continue to conceal themselves, the experts in the 3 open spaces also shed their disguises. In one of the 3 open spaces, there was a young man dressed in a white warlock's robe, with an arrogant expression on his face, standing loftily. In one of the open spaces, there was a middle-aged man with short blonde hair, a handsome appearance, and a scholarly temperament. There was a middle-aged man with long grey hair, a haggard appearance, and a corpse-like appearance. In another open space, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men and 1 woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, the man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperaments were extremely extraordinary. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule, and he sneered, "Eyes of Justice's Uhtred, Warlock College Antalya's Clifford and Connell, Black Dragon Pagoda's Carlo, Perry's, and Nina. Steel City's City Master Yang Yi is a genius of your human clan, a pillar of support against our underworld's allied forces. I didn't expect that there would be so many human clan experts coming to capture him. Your human clan is really united." Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said in a low voice, "My goodness, this is just a trifling 6th Warlock dynasty's inheritance, how could it attract so many experts?" Warlock College Antalya and the other 5 great warlock groups had existed for thousands of years, and possessed countless secret methods. Among them, there was no lack of peak secret methods passed down from the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties. According to reason, there was no need to covet the 6th Warlock dynasty's secret methods. Carolina's vision was extremely brilliant, and she hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the matter. Our 6 great warlock groups possess countless secret methods. However, many of those secret methods can only be cultivated until the Starry Sky Warlock realm at most. They gathered in your Steel City in order to see if the 6th Warlock dynasty's secret method obtained by your uncle Yang Yi has any secret method to advance to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Moreover, your uncle can refine level 2 Warlock rank golems on a large scale. In our Turandot subcontinent, this kind of alchemy can almost be called a golem grandmaster. Coupled with the addition of a great warlock like Snow White Madam, your Steel City has already become a formidable existence that can threaten our 6 great warlock groups. They naturally won't give you the time to continue developing. In addition, your Steel City merely has a 3-story tall warlock pagoda, and its defensive strength is too weak. That's why they were tempted, and gathered their experts in order to flatten your Steel City in one fell swoop. This kind of thing isn't uncommon in the past thousands of years. Your Steel City's performance during this period of time has been too eye-catching, Carolina analyzed in a clear and organized manner. Yang Feng suddenly said, if it wasn't for Cordelia, then wouldn't Rose Garden also have a part in besieging Steel City? Carolina said very calmly, perhaps. Yang Feng smiled slightly, no longer pursuing the matter, and his gaze fell on the screen. Knapman sneered, Clifford, Steel City is a force attached to your Warlock College Antalya. For you to act so openly against him, aren't you afraid that the people below will be bitterly disappointed? Clifford smiled faintly, inverting the truth as he said, Yang Yi's nephew Yang Feng recklessly killed people, and is now no longer a person of our Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, Steel City colluded with the Hellions in an attempt to subvert human clan. It's a heinous crime, and is already a public enemy of our Turandot subcontinent's human clan. As one of Turandot subcontinent's guardians, Warlock College Antalya is duty-bound to root out such scum. Knapman said merrily, Yang Yi colluded with us Hellions, how could I, the undying Hellion monarch, not know about it? Is this the intention of Warlock College Antalya alone, or is it the intention of everyone? Grant's eyes flickered with endless resentment, and he enunciated each syllable. Of course it's the intention of everyone. Steel City colluded with the Hellions, it's a heinous crime, and only death awaits them. Our White Elephant's ivory definitely won't let such scum of human clan off, we'll definitely exterminate them, not leaving a single one alive. Defilia killed Grant's grandson, Rymont, in the Rose Garden. She also destroyed one of Grant's clones. Grant wished that he could skin Yang Feng and Defilia alive, and at the same time, he also hated Steel City, which Yang Feng came from, to the bones. After listening to Grant's words, Eyes of Justices Uhtred only sneered. Savage Claws Comis and the other two also sneered without saying a word. Black Dragon Pagoda's 3 great experts also chuckled without saying a word, clearly tacitly agreeing with Grant's slander. Yang Feng's complexion was ashen as he said furiously, truly inverting the truth. Our Steel City has clearly made great contributions in resisting the Underworld's allied forces, how can they invert the truth and frame us? Although Yang Feng hadn't gone all out, but he had, after all, resisted the Underworld's allied forces and killed more than 100,000 Hellions. Now that Grant and them were inverting the truth and framing him, the anger within him couldn't be contained. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of pity, and she said lightly, this is the reality. In Turandot subcontinent, our 6 great warlock groups are the strongest, and we're the rule makers. If we say that you colluded with the Hellions, then even if you didn't, you'll still bear the crime of colluding with the Hellions. If we say that you didn't collude with the Hellions, then even if you did, there won't be any problems. Knapman burst into laughter and said, haha, Yang Yi, did you hear that? These shameless human warlocks have already condemned you for colluding with the Hellions. The entire Turandot subcontinent's human forces are your enemies. The only way out for you now is to surrender to our demon clan. I'll personally change your blood meridians and let you become a noble member of our undying Hellion clan. After the Hellions dominate the continent, you'll also be given a piece of territory to rear those lowly and shameless humans. A righteous and upright voice sounded from Black City. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I, Yang Yi, am an upright man. Even if I'm condemned by 1,000 people, even if I die, I still won't change my conviction. A true man, what a pity. Comis's eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint and he sighed slowly. Each of the 5 great human warlock groups' great warlocks were experts who had stood out after countless cruel competitions. Since they had already made up their minds to destroy Steel City, then they absolutely wouldn't waver. Yang Yi's indifferent voice came from Black City. I indeed have the 6th Warlock Dynasty's secret method inheritance. Moreover, this secret method inheritance can be practiced until the Moonlight Warlock realm. However, I'm the only one with this secret method inheritance. There are so many of you, so how are you going to divide it? As soon as this remark was made, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Everyone wanted the 6th Warlock dynasty's secret method inheritance, but in the end, only one person could obtain it. The experts gathered here all harbored ulterior motives. Just the camps alone were divided into 2 major camps, and the 2 major camps were further divided into 7 or 8 smaller camps. Especially the human side, although they had 11 Great Warlock rank experts, but the 11 Great Warlock rank experts came from different forces, and some were even mortal enemies who hated each other. In a real fight, they might not be able to defeat the 7 other race Great Warlock rank experts. Chapter 158. Heh. Yang Yi, there's no use in your shallow sowing of dissension. Grant said with a cold smile, I propose that we first join forces to break through Steel City and capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. Then, we'll fight over that person based on our own abilities. Otherwise, while we're fighting to the death here, Yang Yi, this waste who isn't even a Great Warlock, would take advantage of us. That would be laughable. Napman pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed, all right. The rest of the Great Warlocks were also wily old foxes. They pondered for a moment, then agreed to Grant's proposal. Although Yang Feng's words had planted a seed of division in their hearts, but Grant's proposal had struck deep into their hearts. They didn't want to fight each other in vain, and then let Yang Feng take advantage of them and kill them all. The Great Warlocks had just agreed, when countless Gauss cannons madly swept across the city wall, and a dense hail of bullets madly bombarded the Great Warlocks. The Great Warlocks were shrouded in a layer of warping force field. The countless Gauss cannons' shells were warped, unable to break through the layer of warping force field, and were deflected to the side. With a flick of Clifford's wrist, a black book-like legendary secret treasure book of Gaia appeared in his hand. He silently recited an incantation, the book of Gaia in his hand flipped open a few pages, and an incomparably terrifying level 4 Earth attribute spell was instantly released from the book of Gaia. Rumble. 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 In the surroundings of Black City's city wall, the earth shook and the earth cracked. The incomparably sturdy city wall also shook unceasingly, teetering on the verge of collapse. The Gauss cannons embedded in Black City's city wall also shook unceasingly, and their trajectories deviated from their original trajectories. If it wasn't for Black City's city wall being repaired after Yang Feng took over, then it would have already cracked and collapsed. Ha, Earth attribute spell. I'll lend you a hand. The rock giant Bonadine laughed loudly, and erupted with a terrifying life force. He pressed his huge hands towards the earth, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of Earth attribute spell appeared below Black City's city wall in a flash. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath Black City's city wall cracked, and the terrifying cracks swallowed large sections of the city wall. Large sections of Black City's walls collapsed and fell into the cracks underground. I'm afraid there's a large number of explosives buried inside Black City's walls. Let me break them. Connell smiled and took out a legendary-level magic staff, the Flaming Staff. He chanted an incantation and pointed the staff at the sky. A huge amount of fire elements quickly gathered in the sky, then turned into balls of fire, falling from the sky and pouring down on the ground. Connor pointed to the sky and silently recited an incantation. Violent gales blew and swept the fireballs into the cracks in the ground. The fireballs bombarded the walls of Black City. Connor waved his hand, and oil snakes that were more than 10 meters long suddenly flew out and fell into the crack in the ground. When they came into contact with the fireball, they started burning frantically and completely engulfed Black City's wall. The crack in the ground suddenly ignited with countless flames. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, all kinds of weapons installed inside Black City's wall madly exploded. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and sighed, Great Warlock rank experts are really amazing. The most terrifying enemy isn't a single Great Warlock, but a group of Great Warlocks. Those Great Warlocks joined hands, and with just a few targeted level 4 spells, they destroyed the first line of defense that Yang Feng was so proud of. If it was a mortal army, then even a million-strong army, they still wouldn't be able to climb Black City's city wall. Eden, who was riddled with scars from the explosions, also recovered his full strength under the nourishment of all kinds of healing spells and powerful elixirs. Along with rumbling sounds, 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the sky, and as if raindrops, fired air-to-surface missiles madly bombarded the more than a dozen great warlocks. Pretty good aerial weapons. Unfortunately, your opponents are too strong. Comis gave a heroic smile, waved his hand, and a 13m long level 4 extraordinary life-form lightning giant serpent flew out, its whole body flickering with lightning. The lightning giant serpent's whole body flickered with lightning, and as if it had turned into a lightning ray, it entered the 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Boom! 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 One after another, the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters fell from the sky, before exploding madly, and turning into huge fireballs. 10,000 level 8 bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops formed a mixed mechanical legion, killing their way out of Black City. The 3 black dragons behind the dark elven great matriarch Cheyenne, James, Creedon, and Briar jumped into the air. Their bodies shook, and they immediately returned to their original forms, turning into 3 adult black dragons with a body length of approximately 17 to 18 meters. The 3 adult black dragons opened their mouths, and 3 dragon breaths blasted into the mixed mechanical legion. In a split second, the mixed mechanical legion's primary battle robots activated their level 2 protective covers. But under the bombardment of the 3 adult black dragons' dragon breaths, the level 2 protective covers burst like bubbles, and then turned into ashes under the dragon breaths. The 3 dragon breaths destroyed more than 300 primary battle robots at once. The great warlocks creased their eyebrows slightly after seeing this scene. Knapman praised, "What amazing mechanical golems. The most important thing is that there are so many of them. If there were only 1 or 2 great warlocks, they might not be able to handle so many mechanical golems. Haha, they're just ants. Watch as I destroy them." The rock giant Bonadine gave a wild laugh, then extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The ground surged, and countless stones quickly condensed, before quickly condensing into an up to 100 meters long giant rock club in his hand. Bonadine gave a wild laugh, then rushed into the mixed mechanical legion, before brandishing the giant rock club and randomly smashing it. Wherever the club smashed, the primary battle robots were smashed into pieces, before collapsing. A bunch of idiots. You're here to attract the firepower, so that I can seize the opportunity to capture Yang Yi. Grant gave a cold smile, then his figure shook. He left behind an embodiment, while his true body stealthily shot towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Humph, I knew that these shameless humans are unreliable. Knapman's gaze inadvertently swept towards Grant's direction, before he snorted coldly and his figure shook slightly. He left behind an avatar standing in place to cast Fireball and other simple spells, while his main body swept towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda while stealthily moving towards it. One by one, the great warlocks with ulterior motives unleashed their secret methods, and stealthily shot towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Only the rock giant Bonadine, the lightning boa, and some embodiments were left to destroy the primary battle robots. There were hundreds of small fortifications built around Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Once they sensed Grant's approach, each of the hundreds of small fortifications extended 20 railguns. Radiances flickered, and as if meteors, several thousand railguns crazily shot towards Grant. Humph. Even though this alchemical item's might is great, but it's useless if it can't hit its target. Grant gave a cold smile, then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 4 spell short-distance spatial jump. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, and appeared in the center of the hundreds of small fortifications. The several thousand railguns at once missed their target, and directly blasted open a huge hole where Grant had originally stood. Grant didn't tangle with the hundreds of small fortifications. He silently recited an incantation and cast short-distance spatial jump. His body once again disappeared in a flash, and appeared in front of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. His tremendous spirit force swept towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda, looking for Yang Yi's figure. Found him. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of delight, and he blasted a fist at the wall of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. With a punch, he blasted through the pagoda's wall, and directly rushed into the deepest room of the Warlock Pagoda. In the deepest room of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda, there sat a middle-aged man with black hair and yellow skin. His appearance was almost identical to Yang Feng's fabricated Yang Yi, and he similarly had the cultivation of a pinnacle level 1 warlock. Beside Yang Yi stood 16 level 8 primary battle robots. When they saw Grant appear, 10 beast-type bladed troops brandished their high-frequency oscillation blades and slashed at Grant. Grant's eyes flashed with ecstasy, he pointed with his finger, and 16 petrification rays were shot from his hand, and shot at the 16 level 8 primary battle robots. The 16 level 8 primary battle robots were immediately petrified, and turned into 16 stone statues. Grant extended his hand towards Yang Yi, and shouted sternly, "Ha, Yang Yi, you've finally fallen into my hands. Immediately hand over the control of all the alchemical golems to me, or else I'll kill you." Yang Yi at once erupted with a warping force field. But the warping force field couldn't resist Grant, and was easily grabbed by Grant as if he was grabbing a chick. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and said righteously, "Grant, if you have the guts, then kill me. If I, Yang Yi, furrow my eyebrows, then I'm not a man. As for the control of these alchemical golems, even if you kill me, I won't hand them over to you." Carolina swept Yang Feng with a glance, and said sarcastically, "Your uncle Yang Yi is a good man, very different from you." "I've never had an uncle called Yang Yi, okay?" Yang Feng muttered within. Carolina gave Yang Feng a glance, and her gaze was filled with contempt and disdain. "Your uncle has been caught, yet you, the nephew, are still calmly watching the show. Your uncle really doted on you in vain." Chapter 159. Clarissa, Cordelia, and the other women looked at Yang Feng, their gazes flashing with a touch of peculiarity. From anyone's point of view, Steel City's city master Yang Yi was extremely benevolent towards his only kin, Yang Feng. Not only did he spend a lot of resources to help Yang Feng practice cultivation, but he also sent the great warlock Defy to act as Yang Feng's bodyguard. Only then did he end up with his lair empty and was captured by Grant. Cordelia promptly took the opportunity to express her loyalty. "Master, why don't we hurry over now? I have a pet, a level 3 extraordinary life form hurricane wyvern. With its speed, coupled with my secret method, we can reach Black City within 6 hours." Yang Feng gave a confident smile and said faintly, "No need, let's continue to quietly watch the show." Seeing Yang Feng brimming with confidence, the several women beside him were somewhat apprehensive within. Only Defy had some vague conjectures in her mind. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence and savagery. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha, Yang Yi, since you've fallen into my hands, then your life and death will be in my hands. If I want you to live, then you'll live, if I want you to die, then you'll die. I'll interrogate the 6th Warlock Dynasty's secret method from your mouth, then use the 5th Warlock Dynasty's secret method to refine you into a living dead to vent my anger." The 5th Warlock Dynasty was also called the Death Dynasty. During the 5th Warlock Dynasty, the world of warlocks mainly researched the mysteries of life and death. Living dead, undead legion, death god legion, demonic corpses, stitched corpses, and all kinds of freaks that hovered between life and death were created. The secret methods passed down from the 5th Warlock Dynasty were extremely strange and cruel, containing countless cruel and strange secret methods that could make people wish they were dead yet unable to live. From the shadows in the corner of the room, a figure suddenly erupted and fiercely blasted a palm at Grant's back. An incomparably formidable life force erupted in a flash, forming an incomparably formidable life protective cover around Grant. The palm contained an incomparably dense death aura, easily piercing through Grant's life force protective cover and blasted his back. The protective life force field also slowed down the speed of the palm, giving Grant a split second of time. He took the opportunity to crush a magic scroll. When the magic scroll shattered, Grant's body also disintegrated and quickly flew to one side, before condensing into a human form. Traces of black chi spread across Grant's face, and traces of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had not completely avoided that attack just now. Grant gnashed his teeth and said, "Napman, it really is you. How despicable, to actually sneak attack me from behind." Napman smiled faintly and said, "In terms of despicableness, who can compare to you humans?" The scene of inverting black and white, pointing fingers at a deer as a horse, and framing a human hero as a traitor was simply too marvelous. If it weren't for you humans having internal strife and scheming against each other, I'm afraid our demon clan would have been annihilated long ago. Ever since the Time Lord founded the first Warlock dynasty, there were 7 successive Warlock dynasties. Human warlocks stood at the apex of many planes, suppressed gods and demons, and conquered one plane after another. If it weren't for the human warlocks constantly having internal strife and scheming against each other, then the demons would have already been wiped out by the human warlocks. The demons would have already been wiped clean by the human warlocks. Since that's the case, then you'll die here. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. With a flick of his wrist, a huge white elephant statue suddenly flew out, before disintegrating and entering his body, before condensing into a perfectly round and sparkling white full-body armor. Originally, Grant's life force was inferior to Napman's by a large margin. But after putting on the white full-body armor, the formidable life force emitted from his body was unexpectedly not inferior to Napman's. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said in a deep voice, "White elephant armor, this is a replica of the semi-divine armament White Elephant armor. It looks like it should be a replica of one of the 5 legend rank White Elephant armor, right?" After discovering the ancient Warlock relic, White Elephant's Ivory's founder obtained all kinds of secret method inheritances and formidable secret treasures. Finally, he founded White Elephant Ivory, this formidable warlock group. The most powerful secret treasure that the founder of White Elephant's Ivory possessed was the semi-divine artifact White Elephant armor. If the conditions were right, White Elephant Ivory's successive masters would replicate the formidable secret treasure White Elephant armor. In the history of White Elephant Ivory, a total of 7 legend rank White Elephant armors had been replicated. However, 2 of them had disappeared during the war. Grant opened his mouth and spat out a black aura of death. He was brimming with confidence, and said with a cold smile, "That's right, Napman. My true strength might not be your match. But if you fight with me, the one to die will definitely be you. Because we're humans, we're good at using weapons, while you're just some lowly and petty beasts." Human warlocks were proficient in a variety of secret methods and countless spells, which allowed them to rise above other races step by step. Among them, alchemy was the most important secret method of human warlocks. Even if human warlocks tempered their spirit and fleshly body through a variety of secret methods, their strength was still weaker than that of many extraordinary life forms. Through alchemy, they refined a variety of secret treasures with mystical powers, which allowed them to rise above other races. "You're too arrogant. Even if you have the White Elephant armor, the one to die will definitely be you." Napman sneered and operated the Undying Hellion clan's inherited secret method Undying 9 transformations. His life force changed, and countless black aura of death revolved around him, making him look like a peerless Hellion. Napman extended his hand and grasped at empty air. The countless death aura in his hand condensed into a pitch-black blade of death. Suddenly, the blade burst out and strangely appeared in front of Grant. Accompanied by a frightening negative force, the blade chopped towards Grant. Grant silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. A huge elemental white elephant condensed from countless elemental forces suddenly flew out of his hand. With an angry roar, it swung its thick trunk and fiercely lashed at Napman's long blade, causing it to be directly sent flying. Napman's figure twisted and strangely appeared above the elemental white elephant. As if a siege hammer, his fist smashed into the elemental white elephant's head. A formidable death force instantly rippled and dented the elemental white elephant's head. Grant's complexion paled slightly. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Napman, and conjured the level 4 spell Great Weakness. A grey radiance shrouded Napman. Napman's physique suddenly dropped by a few grades. His figure retreated briskly and he silently recited an incantation. Death aura condensed on his body, dispersing the magic power of Great Weakness. Grant continued to urge the elemental white elephant to madly attack Napman. At the same time that Grant dealt with Napman with all his strength, a killing intent suddenly erupted from under the shadow of a table behind him, and a completely transparent figure suddenly burst out. Shit! Grant's complexion suddenly changed greatly. In a flash, his life force erupted. The white elephant armor flickered with radiance, and a formidable protective cover appeared on his body. A dagger easily pierced through the protective cover of the white elephant armor and stabbed into the white elephant armor, issuing an ear-piercing sound. The dagger barely managed to cut open a hole on the white elephant armor and stabbed into Grant's body. Grant slammed a backhand on the transparent figure, sending it flying and crashing into the wall. A peerless beauty with wheat-colored skin and a slender figure dressed in the phantom knight armor was revealed. She had short blue hair and was sexy and alluring. Bursts of weakness instantly spread throughout Grant's body. He had a splitting headache, his spirit was almost on the verge of collapse, and traces of black chi welled up on his face. Shadow Goddess Melia. Grant was greatly alarmed. He knew that he had been stabbed by the legend rank curse dagger, Shadow Dagger. He frantically gathered his spirit force and poured it into the white elephant armor. A powerful sacred and radiant force erupted from the white elephant armor and poured into Grant's body, directly dispersing the curse within Grant's body. But in that split second, Napman took advantage of the split second when Grant was distracted to strangely appear in front of Grant. He slammed his palms into Grant's chest, and violent death force poured into Grant's body. Even though the death force was weakened by 70% by the white elephant armor, the remaining 30% still corroded a large area of Grant's flesh and blood, and broke several of Grant's sternum. The elemental white elephant's trunk also slammed into Napman, breaking several of his ribs, and slammed into the wall of the Warlock Tower, smashing it into pieces. Grant tore a magic scroll to shreds, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped his body. He gave Napman a resentful glance, and then disappeared in a flash. Napman sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, he was wearing the white elephant armor, or else I would have killed him. The warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups have too many life-saving trump cards. It's really not easy to kill one of them. Napman and the Shadow Goddess Melia's joint sneak attack had practically forced Grant into a hopeless situation. Even in such a hopeless situation, he was still able to escape. Grant's strength could be well imagined. That guy Grant got away. Boxer, lend me a hand. After we catch Yang Yi, how about we divide the spoils? Comis gave a heroic smile and entered the Warlock Pagoda along with Savage Claw's 2 great Warlock rank experts. He stared fixedly at Napman and Miria. The Shadow Goddess has also come. Just as well, you can die here. Chapter 160. Boxer said coldly, "All right, I'll cooperate with you and get rid of these 2 strange clan beasts." After Hamis gave a wild laugh, he silently recited an incantation, his body flickered with magic radiance, and at once transformed into an up to 8 m tall land fierce beast behemoth with long silver-white fur, sharp fangs, and claws as long as 3 m. Behemoths were first-rate extraordinary life forms comparable to dragons and giants. On land, they could even tear dragons to shreds. Their only weakness was their low magic resistance and their inability to fly. Withdraw. When Napman saw Hamis transform, his complexion changed greatly, his figure retreated briskly, and he shouted sternly. In such a narrow terrain, a single slap from the behemoth could slice Napman into pieces. Myra's figure retreated briskly, before crashing into the wall of the Warlock Pagoda, before breaking through the wall and shooting into the distance. Hamis transformed into a behemoth took a big step forward, brandished its claws, and slapped at Myri. A copious amount of blood splashed, as Myris' arm was forcibly sent flying by Hamis transformed into a behemoth with a slap. Myri took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the Warlock Pagoda, before flying into the sky. Boxer's gaze was ice-cold, he silently recited an incantation, pointed at Myri in the sky, and cast the level 4 spell flight restriction. The level 4 spell flight restriction could only prohibit a single person from flying in the sky. It didn't have much of an effect in a large-scale battle, but in a small-scale battle, it was an extremely terrifying spell. As if a headless fly, Myri dropped from the sky, before landing on the ground. Haley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Hamis, and a level 4 spell super physical constitution strengthening fell on Hamis' body. After Hamis transformed into a behemoth, many level 1 and level 2 spells no longer had much of an effect on him. But the level 4 spell super physical constitution strengthening could strengthen his physical constitution by another 30%, becoming even more terrifying and savage. Even if a dragon fell to the ground, it would still be easily torn to pieces by him. The level 4 spell Super Physical Constitution Strengthening was also a level 4 spell that many body-tempering great warlocks would solidify in their spirit sea. Hamis' eyes flashed with an incomparably ferocious glint. With a furious roar, he pounced madly towards Merli. Just as Hamis was about to reach Merli, the 3 black dragons opened their jaws and spat out 3 dragon breaths towards the behemoth that Hamis had transformed into. Ari, who was as thin as a monkey, arrived in front of the beaming behemoth. With a flash of magic radiance, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall rhombohedral mirror demon, a level 4 extraordinary life form with mirrors on each side. Among level 4 extraordinary life forms, the rhombus mirror devil was the weakest in terms of battle prowess. However, it had a mystical characteristic, that was, it could reflect most spell attacks. Only Moonlight Warlock rank spells could kill it with absolute power. When the 3 dragon breaths hit the rhombohedral mirror devil, they immediately rebounded and blasted into the 3 black dragons, burning them and causing them to scream miserably. Hamis's incarnation of the Beeman Behemoth seized this opportunity and arrived in front of Merli. With an ominous glint in its eyes, it fiercely slapped at Merli. The shadow goddess Merli wasn't a match for any of the great warlocks present in a frontal confrontation. However, the shadow goddess she believed in also had the divine authority of assassination. She was also one of the most frightening assassins. If she wasn't killed, then Turandot subcontinent's great warlocks wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Merli's complexion remained unchanged. She tore a magic scroll, and her whole body at once turned into black smoke, scattering in all directions. Hamis's incarnation of the Beeman Behemoth's palm slapped empty air, before fiercely slamming into the ground, tearing open huge cracks. In an instant, Mylia appeared in a dark corner of Black City a kilometer away. She directly merged into the shadows and disappeared. Cheyenne treaded the air, just like a goddess. With the semi-divine armament Dark Scepter embedded with 6 level 4 extraordinary life-form crystals in her hand, she pointed at the 3 black dragons, and cast the level 4 divine spell Dark Force Enhancement. Rays of black divine light were released from the Dark Scepter and entered the bodies of the 3 black dragons. With the support of the divine light, the strength of the 3 black dragons suddenly increased by 40%. God said that the power of God cannot be defied. Evil heresy is bound to be punished by God. With the dark scepter in her hand, Cheyenne's pitilessly beautiful face flashed with a touch of incomparably holy radiance. She silently recited a prayer, pointed at Hamis, and cast the level 4 divine spell God's punishment. A black divine light descended from the sky and shot towards Hamis. The rhombohedral mirror devil's complexion changed greatly. It rolled, changed back into its human form, and dodged to one side. Priests, high priests, and other existences drew support from the power of God, and the power of God was by far superior to that of spells. Every god, even if they were feeble divine force rank gods, possessed power comparable to that of human moonlight warlocks. The level of power was by far beyond the limits of what the rhombohedral mirror devil could bear. If Eben were to forcibly resist the level 4 divine spell, then only death would await him. When the black divine light shone on Hamis, the behemoth Hamis embodiment issued pained roars. Its silvery white fur began to turn black, large tracts of flesh began to corrode, and eerie white bones were exposed. Different types of gods controlled different divine domains and laws, and the divine power they bestowed were also different in attack methods. Lolth was the ruler of the Dark Elves, and the laws she controlled contained a portion of the law of darkness. Her divine power attacks also carried the characteristic corrosiveness of darkness divine power attacks. Hamis clenched his teeth, his body shook, and he returned to his human form. But at this moment, he looked as if he had been tossed in sulfuric acid. There wasn't a single piece of good skin on his body, and a large part of his back had caved in, exposing eerie white bones. Hamis took out the legend-rank secret treasure Lionheart shield brimming with a simple and unadorned aura, and raised it towards the sky. A cyan elemental lion flew out from the Lionheart shield, and fiercely clashed with the black divine light. The moment the black divine light was extinguished, the cyan elemental lion also collapsed. Haley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Hamis, and conjured the level 4 water element spell Healing Water. Streams of blue healing water at once entered Hamis' body, and his corroded skin and flesh quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Turandot subcontinent's warlocks couldn't compare to priests who drew support from the power of God in terms of healing, but they were still extremely outstanding. Compared to priests, they were only slightly inferior. In terms of healing, some first-rate life warlocks even surpassed priests. The 3 black dragons opened their maws, and 3 incomparably terrifying dragon breaths shot towards Haley. Haley's complexion changed greatly, and she tore a magic scroll to shreds. In a flash, she disappeared, and reappeared 300 meters away. Suddenly, Black Dragon Pagoda's Carlo's figure shook, and he appeared in front of Yang Yi. He grabbed Yang Yi, and his figure flashed. He madly shot towards the outside of Black City, without paying attention to Hamis and the others, who were suppressed. Carlo, hand over Yang Yi. Clifford stepped out from the side, and pointed at Carlo with the legend rank magic staff Black Glorious Staff in his hand. A black arrow shot out from a corner, and shot towards Carlo as if a shooting star. Clifford, I'm your opponent. Pyrrhus, who had cast Black Dragon Morph and transformed into a half-dragon half-human freak, erupted with a terrifying life force. He extended a dragon-like claw, and crushed the black arrow. Nina, who had also transformed into a half-dragon half-human, walked out with a smile on her face, and blocked in front of Canel. There was no deep hatred between Black Dragon Pagoda and Warlock College Antalya, but they still wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fight over Yang Yi. Eyes of Justices Uhtred stepped out from the side, blocked in front of Carlo, and said coldly, "There's still me, Carlo. Hand over Yang Yi. I'll let you go. If you want Yang Yi, then come and snatch him with your own ability." Carlo laughed wildly, and at once transformed into a half-human half-dragon freak. He erupted with a terrifying strength infinitely close to that of a pinnacle starry sky warlock, and rushed towards Uhtred. The entire Black City trembled and wailed amidst the battle between the great warlocks. Countless buildings were smashed, and debris splashed everywhere. On the other side, Yang Feng looked at the great warlocks fighting inside Black City. Although the battle was fierce, but they left each other some leeway, and didn't have any intention of fighting to the death. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. "You've all fallen into the trap. Very well, all of you can go and die now. Do it." Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he immediately ordered. The nuclear warheads buried inside Black City detonated at the same time in a split second. Boom! Along with a world-shaking blare, the entire Black City was shrouded by the might of the nuclear warheads, and the entire city was blown away. Endless light and heat instantly engulfed the great warlock rank experts who were still fighting inside Black City. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the earth in a radius of several thousand li shook, and birds and beasts fled in all directions. Z. At the same time as the nuclear warheads detonated, Rose Garden's holographic projector, where Yang Feng was located, flashed, and nothing could be seen. All the video monitoring equipment were either blown to pieces or interfered with by the nuclear explosion. Carolina was dumbstruck, and her words became somewhat unclear. "What's this? You blew up the entire Black City?" Cordelia also had a lifeless expression, and her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity as she looked at Yang Feng. Clarissa also had a look of incredulity on her face as she looked at Yang Feng. Even if a great warlock rank expert went all out, they still wouldn't be able to blow up Black City with a spell. Even a starry sky warlock wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Only Moonlight warlock rank experts and above, whose strength was comparable to that of a god rank warlock, could possibly wipe out Black City with a spell. Yang Feng said with a cheerful smile, "That's right, I blew up Black City. This Black City was originally a trap set by me and my uncle. As long as a great warlock rank expert enters, then no matter how many come, they'll all die." Black City was directly blown up by the nuclear warheads, burying a large number of great warlock rank experts in one fell swoop. Whether it was the underworld's allied forces or Turandot's 6 great warlock groups, they were all hit hard. This was the best time for Steel City to develop. Carolina suddenly felt a chill in her heart, and was filled with lingering fear. Cordelia's and Clarissa's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of alarm and lingering fear. If it wasn't for Cordelia's betrayal of Rose Garden, then one or both of them might have gone to Steel City. In that case, they would probably be blasted to death by the nuclear explosion. Clarissa's pretty complexion changed. She hesitated for a moment, then clenched her fists and said in accusation, "Young Feng, there are still hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Black City. Don't tell me that you don't have a guilty conscience." Carolina's and Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disapproval. In their eyes, ordinary people were ants, and they wouldn't bat an eye no matter how many died. Putting aside their standpoint, they were even very appreciative of young Feng's act of killing more than a dozen great warlocks at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. Young Feng said with a slight smile, "I've already made preparations in advance. There's only one living person in Black City, the rest are all alchemical golems refined by my uncle." Clarissa heaved a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. You're a good person." If he was a good person, then there wouldn't be any bad people in the world. Defy gave Clarissa a somewhat odd glance and muttered within. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Carolina and Cordelia were extremely capable, scheming, and experienced experts. As for Clarissa, she had a pure heart and was not a scheming person. She belonged to Carolina's faction, she was somewhat silly and didn't struggle for power. This was how she could become one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons, and the weakest one at that. Carolina creased her eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter with your uncle Yang Yi?" As great warlocks, Grant and the others definitely wouldn't be unable to distinguish between a human and an alchemical golem at close range. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "The one who died was indeed a human warlock that I had captured. I only helped him with a cosmetic surgery and then modified his memories. There were absolutely no fluctuations of magic on his body. Even if it was a great warlock rank expert, if they didn't use a special spell to investigate, then they also wouldn't be able to see through the mysteries within." Carolina and the other women suddenly realized that a small cosmetic surgery had made those great warlocks make a wrong judgment. After hearing this, Carolina couldn't help but admire Yang Feng a bit more. Chapter 161. On the other side, after the nuclear explosion, 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flew over from afar. They were so dense that they practically covered the horizon. Bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops descended from the sky with parachutes and began to search for the remaining enemies. Although according to the calculations of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, there was a 90% probability that Black City's great warlocks had been completely annihilated. However, there was still too little information on great warlocks. Moreover, Black City's experts were Turandot subcontinent's peak experts. No one knew how many life-saving trump cards they had, therefore, Yang Feng dispatched a large number of primary battle robots to search for the remaining enemies as well as loot. Once the primary battle robots entered the nuclear explosion's radiation area, all kinds of images were directly transmitted to Rose Garden. The 3-dimensional holographic projector then directly broadcasted the scene of the radiation area. The area where Black City was originally located had already been completely sunken, forming an enormous hole several tens of meters deep and a dozen kilometers wide. Everywhere was deathly still, shrouded in a gray haze of radiation. All kinds of extremely broken wreckage as well as crystals could be seen everywhere. Even through the holographic projector, the people present could still feel the might and terror of the nuclear explosion. Carolina and Cordelia were slightly alarmed, as they had a deeper understanding of Steel City's might and terror. Clarissa was different. Although they were forced to obey Yang Feng, but from time to time, thoughts of rebellion emerged in their minds. The stronger Steel City was, the harder it was for them to rebel against Yang Feng. Life signs detected. There are living beings. All of a sudden, the electronic eyes of a search robot flickered with red light and issued a prompt. The nearby 200 engineering robots quickly arrived at a spacious flatland and began to quickly dig underground. After digging for approximately 100 meters, a huge bald head appeared above the ground. Rock giant Bonadine, according to the analysis, it should have launched its innate ability at the moment of the nuclear explosion and entered the ground, thereby luckily escaping. Immediately inject it with a god-extinguishing elixir. An icy voice of analysis was transmitted from the holographic projector. One of the engineering robots extended a drill bit and pierced it into the head of the rock giant Bonadine. The drill bit started drilling frantically, creating a large hole in the rock giant's head, before injecting the liquid nanorobots into its body. The life force of the rock giant Bonadine was extremely formidable. But after the nuclear explosion, although it barely escaped, it was seriously injured and fell into a coma. It could only be at the mercy of the engineering robots. When the liquid metal nanorobot elixir entered the body of the rock giant Bonadine, it immediately fused with its body and began to slowly repair its body. The rock giant Bonadine was an extraordinary life form comparable to a dragon. Yang Feng was very happy to be able to capture it. Once it joined Steel City, then Steel City's strength would skyrocket. The engineering androids quickly dug, and soon dug out the rock giant Bonadine from the ground. Although Bonadine had luckily escaped the nuclear explosion, his hands had been blasted into smithereens, his eyes had been blinded, and more than half of the bones in his body had been shattered. He was barely hanging on by relying on the terrifying physique of a giant. If Yang Feng hadn't treated it, it would have lingered on in pain for 10 days before dying. Carolina and the other women shuddered inside when they saw Bonadine's miserable state. In terms of physique alone, Bonadine was definitely the strongest level 4 extraordinary life form. Carolina was known as one of the experts closest to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but in terms of physique alone, she definitely couldn't compare to Bonadine. Outside Black City, Bonadine had already been seriously injured by the nuclear explosion's shockwaves. If they were in Bonadine's place, then they might have already died in the nuclear explosion. Discovered a secret treasure. A few engineering androids quickly moved and found a piece of broken white full-body armor. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity and she exclaimed, "Isn't this one of White Elephant Ivory's 5 Legends white elephant armors? If I remember correctly, it should have been worn by Grant, and Grant should have escaped." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "What's so hard to guess? Although he escaped, but he didn't go far. He just temporarily escaped from the scene." The engineering robots scanned for a while and said, "White elephant armor, legend rank secret treasure, 38. 2% damage, can be repaired. With the current resources, after repair, its defensive strength will be reduced by 20% compared to the original." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly, "Haha, that's great. Immediately repair this white elephant battle armor." White elephant armor was one of White Elephant Ivory's 5 legend rank armors, and it was also recognized as one of the best armors in Turandot subcontinent. Even after repair, its defensive strength would be reduced by 20% compared to the original, but White Elephant armor was still a very powerful armor. Even though Rose Garden's master Carolina saw the legend rank White Elephant armor, but she was also slightly envious. Carolina said solemnly, "The White Elephant armor is here, which means that Grant is dead. Since he died at the hands of Steel City, White Elephant Ivory definitely won't let you off." Yang Feng sneered, "Heh. After this battle, does White Elephant Ivory still have the strength to threaten Steel City?" Carolina was immediately at a loss for words. White Elephant Ivory only had 4 great warlocks. Now that 2 of them had been killed by the nuclear warheads, White Elephant Ivory had suffered heavy losses. Under the circumstances of the underworld's allied forces wreaking havoc, they didn't dare to act rashly. If 1 or 2 more great warlocks died, then White Elephant Ivory's base would become very dangerous, with the possibility of being overturned at any time. The engineering robots continued to clean up the battlefield, finding broken legend rank equipment. Carolina was alarmed when she saw the broken legend rank equipment, as if she was watching the scenes of Turandot subcontinent's all-powerful great warlocks falling one after another. The underworld's allied forces had spent countless years, roped in an unknown number of human traitors, and paid a huge price, only to kill 7 human great warlocks and severely injure 3 human great warlocks. But now, Yang Feng had killed 11 human great warlocks with a nuclear cleanse. He had practically killed half of the humans' high-end forces, rewriting the balance of high-end forces between both sides. Yang Feng looked at the statistics and creased his eyebrows slightly. 3 dragon crystals, this means that 3 black dragons were killed. It's a pity that their blood and other parts were destroyed in the explosion. There's only one Hellion core, and it seems to belong to Eden. In that case, it's very likely that the undead Hellion monarch Napman and the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne survived. Clarissa said worriedly, Yang Feng, so many of our human great warlocks have died. Now, the power balance between our humans and the underworld's allied forces is completely out of balance. What should we do? This time, the 7 great forces had besieged Steel City. Among them, apart from Eyes of Justice, which had only dispatched a single great warlock, the rest of Turandot subcontinent's 5 great warlock groups had dispatched nearly half of their great warlocks to besiege Steel City. Now that so many great warlocks had died, the 5 great warlock groups didn't dare to rashly dispatch their great warlocks. As a result, the situation had become even more dangerous. As for the underworld's allied forces, although they had also lost 5 great warlock rank experts, but they had a large number of races and a large number of great warlock rank experts. The death of 5 great warlock rank experts was something that they could accept, as it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Carolina said, somewhat rejoicing in his misfortune, moreover, with your explosion, apart from Rose Garden, you've offended all the forces in Turandot subcontinent. Later on, it'll be difficult for you to move an inch in Turandot subcontinent. No forces will be willing to associate with your Steel City. Yang Feng had detonated Black City, and had offended practically all the forces in Turandot subcontinent. It was truly a case of being the enemy of the whole world, with no place to hide. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, so what? Strength is righteousness. As long as I'm strong enough, then I'm righteousness. Those who are my enemies are all evil, and will be purified and eradicated. Yang Feng turned towards Carolina and said with a slight smile, originally, I planned to go to Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation for a period of time. However, the situation changed so quickly, it seems that I'll have to adjust my schedule. Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa, I need a complete corpse of a level 4 extraordinary life form. Don't tell me that you don't have it. If you're lying to me, then I'll be very disappointed. I can guarantee that you won't want to see me disappointed. Carolina looked at the beaming Yang Feng and felt a slight chill in her heart. She shuddered at the thought of Yang Feng's ruthless methods. She was silent for a moment and then said, I have 15 complete corpses of level 4 extraordinary life forms. This is the accumulation of Rose Garden's successive generations. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, I have 3 complete corpses of level 4 extraordinary life forms. I bought one of them, and killed the other 2. Cordelia may look docile and submissive towards Yang Feng, but in fact, she was Rose Garden's second strongest expert. If the disparity in equipment wasn't taken into account, then her strength was only slightly inferior to Carolina's. If the disparity in equipment was taken into account, then she would be completely crushed by Carolina. I only have half of a Starfire Raven's corpse for research, Clarissa said with a somewhat red face. She was one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons, yet she didn't even have a complete corpse of a level 4 extraordinary life form. It could be seen how miserable she was. Chapter 162. 3 days later, Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups issued a public declaration, declaring that Steel City had colluded with the underworld's allied forces, that they were guilty of the most heinous crimes, and that they were traitors of humanity. The 5 great warlock groups called on all forces to sever their dealings and connections with Steel City. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors of humanity and would be punished. As soon as that declaration was made, the entire continent was shaken. This was the first time in several thousand years that the 5 great warlock groups had collectively declared another warlock group to be a traitor to humanity. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, these 5 great warlock groups' forces were already close to half of Turandot subcontinent's human clan's forces. In addition to the large and small warlock groups attached to them, they could completely mobilize about 2/3 of Turandot subcontinent's terrifying forces. Under the orders of the 5 great warlock groups, practically all human forces severed ties with Steel City. Less than a day after the 5 great warlock groups declared Steel City to be traitors of humanity, The Underworld's allied forces also publicly declared that Steel City was the fiercest enemy of the Underworld's allied forces. Anyone who could bring back the heads of Steel City's city master Yang Yi, his only kin Yang Feng, and the others would be provided with a huge amount of resources, and would go all out to groom them into a great warlock rank expert. The declaration of the Underworld's allied forces was like a fierce slap to the faces of the 5 great warlock groups. It made their accusations against Steel City a complete joke. However, there were still no human forces that dared to disobey the orders of the 5 great warlock groups and trade with Steel City. Fernandro Principality, Bailu City. Fernandro clan headquarters, in a conference hall. In that conference hall sat all the elders of the Fernandro clan. A solemn and deathly silent atmosphere permeated the conference hall. Laemix said gloomily, "Let's discuss what we should do now." Elton immediately said, "Then what is there to discuss?" Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory, these 5 great warlock groups had already declared Yang Feng to be an enemy of humanity. Those who collude with him are all traitors of humanity. We should immediately make our position clear and join the side of the 5 great warlock groups. Many of the Fernandro clan's playboys nodded in agreement. The 5 great warlock groups represented Turandot subcontinent's most formidable forces. Fernandro clan was simply unable to contend against them. One had to know that Fernandro clan only had 2 level 2 warlocks, and one of them had even died at Yang Feng's hands. Currently, the entire clan only had Laemix as a level 2 warlock. The experienced elders looked at Elton and the others with gloomy expressions, as if they expected better from them. Laemix's face darkened. He wanted to reprimand the useless Elton. Helena glared at Elton and berated him sternly. "Idiot, the 5 warlock groups aren't existences that we can contend against. Similarly, the City of Steel is not an existence that we can contend against. With the power of Steel City, they could casually dispatch a mechanical army to wipe us out. Even if Jessica married Yang Feng, Steel City still wouldn't give up on hunting us down for her sake. No matter which side we offend, there's no way out for us. That's our biggest problem." Elton blanked, and then said with some fear, "In that case, no matter what we choose, there's no way out." Helena glared angrily at Elton. "You just realized." The atmosphere of fear and deathly stillness in the conference hall became even more intense. Everyone's eyes flickered with anxiety and fear. A young man called Conwell proposed, "Sir Patriarch, why don't we leave this place and directly seek refuge with Savage Claw?" Laemix said without batting an eyelid, "Go on." Conwell said resolutely, "Although Steel City is powerful, but when compared to the 5 great warlock groups, they're still not on the same level. Even if they have Snow White Madam, they only have a single great warlock, which isn't enough to contend against the 5 great warlock groups. They're bound to be defeated." Many elders in the conference hall nodded silently. The 6 great warlock groups had dominated Turandot subcontinent for millennia, and their enemies had already turned into the dust of history. Although Steel City wasn't an existence that Fernandro Principality could contend against, but it still wasn't necessarily a match for the 6 great warlock groups. Conwell said loudly, "We only have to abandon Fernandro Principality's foundation, take all our wealth and leave this place, seek refuge with Savage Claw, and then look for a secret place to hide. After Steel City is destroyed, we can re-establish our warlock family. If we stay in Fernandro Principality, only death awaits us." The few official warlocks in the conference hall looked at Conwell and revealed a trace of satisfaction. Although they didn't want to abandon Fernandro Principality, but as long as they were alive, then everything was possible. If they stayed in Fernandro Principality, then they would be caught in the cracks, only death awaits them. Laemix said lightly, "I obtained a piece of information. Not long ago, Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups dispatched 11 great warlocks to Black City to capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. The Underworld's allied forces also dispatched more than 7 great warlock rank experts to capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi." Once these words were spoken, everyone's gazes in the conference hall at once concentrated on Laemix. Anusha's beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity and she exclaimed, "Impossible, 18 great warlocks acting together, Even a starry sky warlock can contend against them. Did they fail? The gazes of everyone in the conference hall were brimming with astonishment. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups had announced that Steel City was a human rebel, which meant that they didn't succeed in capturing Yang Yi. Everyone, including Anusha, didn't dare to believe that Steel City's city master could escape from the hands of 18 great warlock rank experts. Lei Mix sighed faintly and said, as a result of that battle, the entire Black City was blasted into ashes and became a forbidden area. Of the 18 great warlocks, 15 perish. Conwall was dumbstruck as he repeatedly shouted, "Impossible! How is that possible?" Even if all of Black Dragon Pagoda's great warlocks were dispatched and used semi-divine rank secret treasures, it would still be impossible to kill 15 great warlocks. Impossible! How is that possible? How is that possible? 15 great warlock rank experts, how could Steel City kill them? Impossible! Isn't this information fake? How is that possible? 15 great warlocks. That's a great warlock with godlike strength. How could they be so easily killed by Steel City? That's impossible. Panicked and disorderly voices of doubt sounded in the conference hall. No one believed this information. In Turandot subcontinent, there was absolutely no force capable of killing 15 great warlocks at once. Every great warlock had countless life-saving trump cards. Furthermore, they would choose to escape when they saw that the situation was anything but reassuring. They were the most difficult enemies to deal with. The allied forces of the underworld's races had spent countless years, dispatched countless spies to infiltrate the human world, spent countless painstaking efforts, poisoned, besieged, assassinated, and stopped at nothing to assassinate 10 great warlocks. Of the 10 great warlocks, 3 were merely seriously injured, while only 7 were truly dead. The allied forces of the underworld's races had spent countless painstaking efforts to kill 7 human great warlocks. But now, a trifling Steel City had actually killed 15 great warlocks. This was simply a myth. Lei Mix said lightly, this information was sent back by Jessica. Reportedly, she saw it with her own eyes. Furthermore, White Elephant Ivory's legend rank secret treasure White Elephant's Tusk, Warlock College Antalya's legend rank secret treasure Book of Gaia and other legend rank secret treasures have already become Steel City's spoils of war and are being toyed with by Yang Feng. Once this statement was made, everyone in the conference hall inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Jessica was a genius carefully cultivated by Fernandro clan. She was also very loyal to Fernandro clan. The information she sent back definitely wasn't fake. But in this way, Steel City's foundation and strength would have to be re-evaluated. Anusha couldn't help but feel a touch of deep jealousy and envy when she heard that. She deeply hated herself for not replacing Jessica and going to Steel City to form a marriage alliance. An ambitious girl like her naturally wasn't willing to be ordinary. She wanted to become even more powerful and have a longer lifespan. In order to become stronger, a huge amount of cultivation resources was indispensable. And becoming the wife of a formidable warlock group's young master was the fastest shortcut to obtain a huge amount of resources. Lei Mix said with a faint smile, Jessica has already sent a message. She wants us to join Rose Garden. As long as we throw ourselves into Rose Garden's embrace, then with Rose Garden's protection, Warlock College Antalya wouldn't be able to do anything to us. That's a good idea. Jessica actually wants us to join Rose Garden. She's really capable. Since Jessica said so, then we'll do as she says. There's nothing wrong with that. Sounds of approval came from the conference hall. After hearing that Steel City had killed 15 great warlocks in one fell swoop, Jessica's status in Fernandro clan once again received a huge boost. Everyone was clear that whether Fernandro clan could obtain glory in the future or not, it all depended on Jessica's future performance. Lei Mix revealed a trace of a smile. Before long, Fernandro Principality announced that it had joined Rose Garden, becoming one of Rose Garden's subsidiary forces. Chapter 163. Black Dragon Empire's Satsuma Marquisdom's Boza City. Ars, dressed in the green-fanged lion armor, was patrolling above the city wall along with a team of human warriors. These days, Ars had been nurtured by Yang Feng with a large amount of resources. He had already directly promoted to an Earth Knight rank expert. Coupled with his authority, His entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he had stabilized his position as the commander of Boza City's city guards. Suddenly, rumbling sounds of propellers and aircraft engines came from afar. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, are they the reinforcements sent by Sire? Ars raised his head and saw the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flying from afar. His eyes flashed with a touch of shock. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. In the sky, nearly 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying over under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. They're the reinforcements sent by Sir Lord. Could it be that Sir Lord wants to wage war against those evil dark elves? Above the city wall, the human warriors looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flying in the sky. Their eyes flashed with a touch of shock, and they discussed spiritedly. Boza City's human warriors had already gone through Yang Feng's scientific education. They already had an understanding of the various weapons produced by Steel City, and were no longer ignorant wastes. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft descended from the sky and landed within Boza City's barracks. A variety of weapons were disembarked from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. A large number of robots transported a large amount of supplies from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. After all the supplies were unloaded, the 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft immediately took off. Under the escort of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, they flew towards Green Rock City. Ever since Black City had been cleansed by nuclear warheads, Green Rock City had become the new center of Steel City that Yang Feng had created. There was also a large amount of supplies stored in Green Rock City, waiting to be transported. Greetings, Sire. Ars arrived beside Yang Feng, bowed towards him in a knight's salute, and said respectfully. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said in a deep voice, Ars, I've already made up my mind to launch an expedition into the underworld and directly attack the nests of those dark life forms. Are you willing to follow me to the underground world and destroy the lair of those dark creatures? Ars immediately felt his blood boil, and he said boldly, My lord, Ars is willing to follow you and kill all enemies for you. Now, those dark elves and other dark creatures were wreaking havoc in Turandot subcontinent. Countless people had died tragically in the hands of those dark creatures. Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups were forced by the underworld's allied forces to the point where they didn't dare to leave their nests. Yang Feng's proposal to attack the root of the problem and destroy the nest of the darkness life forms made Ars blood boil. He only wanted to follow Yang Feng and fight to the end. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good. Assemble the troops, prepare for battle, and wait for orders. Alex replied loudly, Yes, Master. Fishtooth City, a former human city, had become the home of dark elves. On the city walls of Fishtooth City, a large number of human slaves were building the city walls, their faces haggard and their eyes numb. They built the city walls higher and higher, stronger and stronger. Outside of Fishtooth City's city walls, there were extremely thick extraordinary plants full of sharp thorns, venomous spike blood-sucking rattans. The sharp thorns of the extraordinary plant's venomous spike blood-sucking rattans could easily pierce through human armor. Once a human was stabbed by the venomous thorns, they would fall into paralysis and their blood would be sucked dry by the venomous spike blood-sucking rattans. Outside Fishtooth City, there was a 20 m wide moat. The Dark Elves had also lured a shoal of extraordinary life forms black-scaled piranhas into it. The shoal of black-scaled piranhas was extremely terrifying. Even if a level 3 warlock fell into the moat, if they couldn't cast a spell in time to escape, then they would still be devoured by them. Damn bastards, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Within Fishtooth City's city master's mansion, Biska had an anxious expression on her face, her beautiful eyes filled with haggard, and she couldn't help but curse. Ever since she was defeated by Yang Feng, Biska had taken her troops and holed up in Fishtooth City, continuously requesting reinforcements from the underworld's allied forces. But with the underworld's allied forces sweeping through Turandot subcontinent, there weren't any extra troops to dispatch to her. They only had her defend Fishtooth City and replenish her with 2,000 dark elven warriors. Biska was very clear that her troops couldn't withstand Yang Feng's mechanized legion. Therefore, these days, she had nightmares of Yang Feng's army attacking and the scene of her being killed. A dark elf with a panicked expression ran to Biska's side and shouted, "Darren, it's bad. Darren, Satsuma Marquisdom's Lord Rex is leading his troops to attack." "What? His attacking?" Biska was both startled and angry, but also seemed to have a trace of relief. She immediately changed into her armor and walked towards Fishtooth City's city wall. When Biska arrived at Fishtooth City's city wall, she saw a dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops moving towards Fishtooth City's city wall. Biska looked at the dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops, her scalp turned numb, and she cried out, "Fuck, how come there are so many high-level alchemical battle golem? I'm afraid that the battle strength of these battle golems is comparable to that of a level 1 warlock." The strength of alchemical battle golems was generally directly related to their size. Those level 8 beast-type bladed troops were as tall as 6m, as tall as a 2-story building. According to Turandot Subcontinent's common sense, such alchemical golems generally possessed the terrifying battle strength of a level 1 warlock. The pretty faces of the dark elves watching from above the city wall turned pale, traces of fear flashing in their beautiful eyes. "Break the city wall." Yang Feng swept Fishtooth City with a glance from within the dense crowd of beast-type bladed troops and ordered extremely domineeringly. Now that Steel City's strength had been exposed, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Now that he was the enemy of the whole world, he had to rapidly expand and crush all resistance with absolute power. That was the way of the king. The dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops suddenly started and charged towards Fishtooth City at a terrifying speed comparable to that of a top-notch sports car. Under the charge of the 10,000 beast-type bladed troops, the entire earth shook. Biska shouted at the top of her lungs, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Countless arrows were shot from above the city wall, madly shooting towards the beast-type bladed troops like raindrops. Dark elves were natural archers. Their talent in archery by far surpassed that of humans. The dense rain of arrows locked onto the beast-type bladed troops with extreme precision. A despairing scene appeared. The bodies of the beast-type bladed troops flashed with radiance and transparent protective covers suddenly appeared. When the arrows of the dark elves hit the transparent protective covers, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the beast-type bladed troops in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the dark elves above the city wall flashed with a touch of despair. The extraordinary archery of the dark elves was their magic weapon to subdue the enemy. No one knew how many experts had fallen under their archery, but now the beast-type bladed troops were unexpectedly able to disregard their archery. It simply made them despair. Biska shouted loudly, "Catapults! Alchemical heavy crossbows!" 20 alchemical heavy crossbows were pushed onto the city wall, and 6m long crossbow bolts were instantly shot from the alchemical heavy crossbows, bombarding the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops. The wooden crossbow bolts were instantly disintegrated, splashing in all directions and scattering on the ground, unable to even stop the beast-type bladed troops. Although the beast-type bladed troops couldn't withstand a single blow from great warlock rank experts, but they were absolutely terrifying existences comparable to pinnacle level 2 warlocks. However, they were absolutely terrifying existences comparable to pinnacle level 2 warlocks. Ordinary alchemical heavy crossbows were basically incapable of destroying their protective covers. There were still 30 catapults in Fishtooth City. Boulders fell from the sky, smashing towards the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops waved their arms and casually pushed the boulders falling from the sky to the side. Biska shouted sternly, "Cast! Fireball! Shadow Ray! Spider Web! Petrification Ray!" The dark elven wizards in Fishtooth City successively cast a variety of spells, bombarding the beast-type bladed troops. The spells merely set off ripples on the bodies of the beast-type bladed troops, before disappearing without a trace. The auxiliary spells Spiderweb, Grease, and the like merely caused a little inconvenience to the beast-type bladed troops, delaying their pace of attack. Within a dozen seconds, the engineering robots rushed to Fishtooth City, then quickly spread out and built steel pontoon bridges, passing through the moat and directly arriving at Fishtooth City. Boom! 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 300 artillery troops launched a blanket artillery barrage towards Fishtooth City. The terrifying artillery barrage instantly smashed Fishtooth City's city wall to pieces. The 10,000 beast-type bladed troops rushed in through the gap blasted open. The Dark Elves were worthy of being elites trained in the underworld's cruel racial wars. Even under such a huge disadvantage, they still launched an attack against the beast-type bladed troops. But the Dark Elves' attacks had no effect. They couldn't break the defense of the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops casually hit the Dark Elves with their electric batons, causing the Dark Elves to faint one by one. Biska clenched her teeth and gave the order to retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat at once. Biska promptly abandoned the other races, and led the remaining 5,000 Dark Elven elites to scavenge everything that could be used as mounts, before quickly fleeing outside. The other races that remained in Fishtooth City surrendered if they didn't die. The entire Fishtooth City fell into enemy hands in less than an hour. After the beast-type bladed troops captured the entire Fishtooth City, they didn't stop in the slightest. They rushed out of Fishtooth City and continued to pursue the Dark Elves led by Biska. Enter the city. Yang Feng pointed towards Fishtooth City with a beautiful commanding sword and said solemnly, "Victory! Victory!" The 8,000 Boza City's city guards following behind Yang Feng at once issued earth-shaking cheers. Everyone looked at Yang Feng with eyes brimming with adoration. 0 casualties. Yang Feng captured the heavily garrisoned Fishtooth City with 0 casualties. Such a feat could be rated as simply terrifying. Even a peerless general of the Black Dragon Empire couldn't capture the heavily garrisoned Fishtooth City with 0 casualties. Such a feat was absolutely heaven-defying. Under R's command, the 8,000 trained Boza City's city guards directly entered Fishtooth City, gathered the captives and rescued the human slaves. When the human slaves saw the human army, they burst into tears and wailed in grief. Many of them had their families ruined by the other races, and hated the underworld's dark races to the bone. Now that Yang Feng captured Fishtooth City, it was tantamount to saying that he was their savior, allowing Yang Feng to easily win the hearts of Fishtooth City's people. Biska, along with more than 300 Dark Elves, was shuttling through the jungle. From time to time, the screams of Dark Elves could be heard from behind them. With a haggard expression, Biska cursed somewhat crazily, "Bastards, those bastards are truly vile, they don't give people a way out." After Biska escaped from Fishtooth City, she took the Dark Elves and fled towards the entrance to the underworld. But she hadn't escaped far, when the mechanical bladed troops chased after her from behind and started fighting with her. Biska promptly ordered, "I order everyone to immediately disperse, find a way to break out of the encirclement, and report today's intelligence to Beverly Darren." The Dark Elves following Biska dispersed at once, fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, screams sounded, making Biska's heart turn slightly cold. She had just taken a few steps, when 6 beast-type bladed troops pounced at her from the side, madly besieging her. Before long, Biska also fell to the ground and became a captive. Demonic Snake Fortress. Inside a luxuriously decorated villa, the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, one of the 13 clans' matriarchs, Beverly's eyebrows creased slightly as she looked at the intelligence in her hands. Satsuma Marquisdom's Rex launched an attack on Fishtooth City. Moreover, he wants to attack Demonic Snake Fortress. How is this possible? Biska isn't a good-for-nothing. How could she send such a ridiculous intelligence? Beverly hesitated for a moment, but still made a decision. Demonic Snake Fortress has already been impenetrably managed by us. However, this matter is of great importance. It's better to consult Great Matriarch Cheyenne. For Beverly to be able to become one of the 13 clans' matriarchs, it wasn't only because she was a formidable level 3 warlock, but also because she handled matters very cautiously. If it was an ordinary Dark Elven commander, then they would absolutely ignore this somewhat ridiculous intelligence. Chapter 164. Beverly's figure shook, and she disappeared from her original bedroom, before strangely reappearing in a secret room. On the wall of the secret room, there was a magic crystal mirror. Beverly silently recited an incantation and pointed at the magic crystal mirror. A blue magic radiance flickered on the magic crystal mirror. "Beverly, what's the matter?" Cheyenne's voice came from the magic crystal mirror. However, her tone revealed a strong sense of impatience. What the hell happened? What happened to the great matriarch? Beverly was somewhat bewildered. Cheyenne was the most outstanding great matriarch among the Dark Elves. Usually, he had a kind and holy image, as if everything was under his control. Even when facing the 13 Dark Elven clans' matriarchs, he had never been impatient. But now, her attitude was clearly somewhat odd. However, although Beverly was bewildered, she still reported the intelligence to Cheyenne verbatim. Cheyenne's cold voice came from the magic crystal mirror. Demonic Snake Fortress's commander is you. You can make your own decisions on these trivial matters. Later, don't bother me with these trivial matters. Beverly was dissatisfied, yet she said respectfully, yes, Great Matriarch, third layer of the underground world, in the depths of the Holy Spring Divine Pool in the great temple of the City of Dark Elves. Cheyenne was soaked in the milky white Holy Spring Divine Pool. Her whole body was covered in frightening scars. Her originally peerless face had been burned beyond recognition, and her charming body was covered in disgusting radiation abscesses. She no longer had legs in the lower half of her body. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Cheyenne had practically exhausted all her trump cards before barely escaping the calamity. However, not only were her legs blasted away, but she was also heavily poisoned by radiation. Her injuries were extremely serious. Cheyenne silently recited an incantation, pointed with her lily-white finger, and cast the level 4 divine spell Great Healing on herself. Black divine light at once shone on Cheyenne's body. Under the effect of the power of the divine spell, Cheyenne issued extremely painful groans. Every time the power of the divine spell dispelled a bit of radiation, she felt as if someone was stabbing her body with a knife. The power of the gods was one of the top powers in this world. Even radiation could be dispelled. However, that divine power was incomparably domineering. When it clashed with the radiation, it would similarly bring about great pain. Under the effect of great healing, the radiation abscesses on Cheyenne's tender body burst open, and then slowly healed, repaired, and once again became as smooth as jade. However, after using greater healing, Cheyenne was tormented to the point of panting. Her face was filled with pain, and she didn't have the strength to cast a second greater healing. Cheyenne's face was ferocious as she shrieked, "Damned Steel City, damned Yang Yi, I will tear you to pieces, I will tear everyone in Steel City to pieces." After venting for a while, Cheyenne could only helplessly collapse in the deity's pool and cry softly. The Dark Elves were filled with betrayals, conspiracies, and massacres. Cheyenne was currently in a weakened state and didn't dare to trust anyone. Once she exposed her weakness, what awaited her would be an extremely miserable fate. Even those who were originally loyal to her would directly bite back at her. At this time, Cheyenne's heart was filled with regret that she couldn't resist the temptation and personally went to Steel City. If not for that, she wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Even if she was a legend rank priest, with the help of Goddess Loltha's divine power, it would still take her half a year to recover. And this half a year would be the most dangerous half a year. If she didn't pay attention, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Cheyenne was a woman who had risen to the throne of the great matriarch through countless conspiracies and massacres. She was keenly aware of the strangeness. There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Otherwise, how could all of us have coincidentally gathered at Steel City at the same time? This is definitely someone's doing. Cheyenne thought through clenched teeth. From the point of view of the beneficiary, this conspiracy should be a trap set by Steel City to catch us all in one fell swoop. Steel City's beasts, each and every one of them deserves to die. Hatred brewed in Cheyenne's heart. Inside Demonic Snake Fortress, Beverly didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She immediately implemented military control over Demonic Snake Fortress. All the human slaves were locked up and strictly guarded. Within Demonic Snake Fortress, all the weapons were transported out of the warehouses and placed on top of the city wall. The entire Demonic Snake Fortress entered a state of martial law. On the other side, after Yang Feng captured Fishtooth City, he left it to ours to pacify, while he himself took 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots into the underworld. After going through a fierce battle, ordinary armies had to rest and reorganize before they could continue fighting. Otherwise, their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. But level 8 primary battle robots were different. They were robots. As long as they had enough energy, then they could continue fighting until they were completely destroyed. This was also one of the most terrifying characteristics of robot warriors. So this is the underworld. Sure enough, it's not a place for people to stay. No wonder human warlocks didn't occupy this place. Once they entered the underworld, they were shrouded in endless darkness. In the underworld, it was practically impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. Only some rare fluorescent moss and other fluorescent plants emitted traces of extremely gloomy radiance. The air was filled with a damp and sticky aura. Analysis complete. The humidity contained in the air is by far greater than that of the surface world. Unless one promotes to a level 1 warlock, otherwise, even an Earth Knight rank expert would suffer from serious rheumatism and arthritis after living in this area for 5 years. Ordinary people living in such an environment would fall ill within a year. Yang Feng had just had a thought, when the optical computer quickly reported the analysis to him. Yang Feng mused silently. Although ordinary people are like ants in the eyes of warlocks, but the foundation of human warlocks is still ordinary people. Ordinary people are unable to live in the underworld, therefore, it would be very difficult for human warlocks to conquer the underworld. This is also the reason why the underworld was abandoned. However, for the ancient warlocks to be able to completely conquer the underworld, the strength of the ancient warlocks was really terrifying. The underworld was still under the control of human warlocks during the time of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty. Turandot subcontinent's underworld was also under the control of the ancient warlocks belonging to the Dawn dynasty, and was transformed into a trial ground. After the collapse of the Dawn dynasty, the underworld once again returned to the hands of the dark races, and became a land of despair for humans. Humans only had some bridgeheads like demonic Snake Fortress in the underworld, where they traded with the underworld's major races. Turn on the lights. Yang Feng ordered, and the 200,000 primary battle robots turned on their searchlights, brightly illuminating the places they passed. Once the 200,000 primary battle robots turned on their searchlights, a dense swarm of thumb-sized extraordinary life-form vampire moths immediately flew towards the 200,000 primary battle robots. Vampire moths were the most commonly seen extraordinary life forms in the underworld. Once they saw light, they would be attracted by the phototaxis of life forms, and then they would suck the life forms dry. Many human experts who came to the underworld weren't prepared. Once they lit torches or similar light sources, they would attract countless vampire moths. Among those terrifying blood-sucking moths, even level 3 warlocks had the possibility of dying. Electrify. Crackle, crackle. Following Yang Feng's order, the 200,000 primary battle robots were electrified. When the dense swarm of vampire moths touched the 200,000 primary battle robots, they issued crisp sounds, and then fell to the ground. OM, OM, OM. Along with a series of insect cries, all sorts of strange poisonous insects were attracted by the searchlights, and they rushed to the 200,000 battle robots before exploding with a crackling sound and emitting a charred smell. The 200,000 primary battle robots practically crushed countless insect corpses as they marched towards demonic Snake Fortress. Yang Feng's scalp turned slightly numb when he saw the countless insects pouncing towards him, and he was brimming with curiosity. How did Black Dragon Empire's demonic snake core pass through this path? With so many strange insects, even a 100,000-strong army would be wiped out before they could even reach demonic Snake Fortress. In the underworld, there were practically endless poisonous insects. If Yang Feng was leading a human army, then even a 100,000-strong army would have been killed by the poisonous insects by now. Even if the 200,000 primary battle robots had thick armor, but there were still a lot of them that had their armor bitten through by the poisonous insects. The poisonous insects of this world were different from the poisonous insects of Earth. In the world of warlocks, many of the poisonous insects were extraordinary life-form rank poisonous insects. The most powerful poisonous insects could even easily kill a great warlock rank expert. Fortunately, there weren't such powerful poisonous insects in the first layer of the underworld, which allowed Yang Feng to tread on the countless insect corpses and proceed forward. Yang Feng sighed somewhat regretfully. I originally wanted ours to lead troops to fight alongside me, but it seems like that won't be possible. If he were to lead troops, then only death would await him. Yang Feng wanted to nurture Arz's ability to lead troops, and nurture him into a general. Like this, when he went to explore other planes in the future, he wouldn't be without manpower. Even in the world of warlocks, planar colonization was an extremely abstruse subject. In planar colonization, sometimes warriors with neither strong nor weak strength played the most important role. Chapter 165. Among the different planes, there were many planes that had gods guarding them. Those gods were experienced and knowledgeable, and had a certain understanding of the world of warlocks. Many planes had been invaded by the 6th Warlock dynasty's mechanical golem legion. If Yang Feng had brought his mechanical legion to another plane from the start, then there would only be one outcome, and that was to become enemies with everyone on the other plane. If he won, then so be it, but if he lost, then the entire mechanical legion would be destroyed. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still couldn't challenge a god, let alone become enemies with an entire plane. Yang Feng also had a clear understanding of Turandot subcontinent's power structure, as well as the successful establishment of the portable fortified stronghold. Only then did he truly begin to launch an attack on the underworld. After the huge mechanical legion entered the underworld, after marching for a dozen kilometers, an extremely majestic 100 tall city wall with 9 5-story tall warlock pagodas built on top of the city wall appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. In the center of the huge demonic snake fortress, there was a 500 tall large purification tower. The large purification tower emitted traces of radiance that shrouded the entire demonic snake fortress. In the dark underground world, the demonic snake fortress was like a bright pearl blooming with light. Moreover, it was very strange that the radiance emitted by demonic snake fortress was merely limited to within 500 of it. The area outside was still shrouded in endless darkness. At the same time, the various poisonous insects of the underworld didn't pounce towards demonic snake fortress. This was the power of human warlocks. There were a lot of ordinary people living in demonic snake fortress. It was due to the effect of the large purification tower that ordinary people could live in demonic snake fortress without falling sick or dying. Only warlocks who were proficient in the knowledge of countless extraordinary life forms and possessed formidable power could build a human fortress in the dangerous underworld. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yang Feng's mechanical legion had just approached demonic snake fortress, when loud and clear alarms sounded inside demonic snake fortress. The elite dark elven warriors stationed inside demonic snake fortress quickly returned to their posts, clenched the weapons in their hands, and looked into the distance with solemn expressions. Enemy attack! How come they're here so quickly? Beverly was startled. She quickly put on the priest robe, held the scepter, and rushed to the city wall of the demonic snake fortress. Among the dark elves, the matriarchs of the 13 clans were part-time priests, and the great matriarch was the high priest of the dark elves. It didn't matter if the matriarchs were mags, warriors, or druids. Once they became matriarchs, they would have to become priestesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recognized by goddess Lolth and wouldn't be able to become the matriarch of a clan. In Turandot subcontinent's underground world, the dark elves were governed by a combination of politics and religion. As soon as Beverly ascended the city wall, she saw numerous level 8 primary battle robots in the distance. She felt a chill in her heart. How come there are so many powerful alchemy puppets? Beverly was not afraid of 1 or 2 level 8 primary battle robots. Even if the number of level 8 primary battle robots reached 100, Beverly was still confident in destroying them. With the help of the various defensive weapons in the demonic snake fortress, Beverly was confident that she could destroy 1,000 demonic snake fortresses and obtain victory in the end. But outside the demonic snake fortress, there was a dense swarm of level 8 primary battle robots. That terrifying number made Beverly feel some despair. A voice came from the center of the dense swarm of primary battle robots, urging them to surrender. I'm Yang Tai, one of the 10 marshals of Steel City's mechanical legion. People inside the demonic snake fortress, listen up. If you immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, we'll give you a way out. If you resist, we'll kill you without mercy. Steel City's trash. You want us to surrender? That's impossible. Go to hell. Beverly gave a furious roar, her figure shook, and she flew to the top of the city wall. She aimed at Yang Feng with the level 3 secret treasure star splitter bow in her hands, madly urged her life force, and shot. A dark green radiance shot towards Yang Feng amidst the swarm of robots like a shooting star. The level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng raised their shields, and protective covers suddenly rose, blocking in front of Yang Feng. The dark green arrow shot at the level 8 shield soldier's level 3 energy cover, instantly piercing through the level 3 energy cover and piercing through the super alloy shield. The arrow pierced into the body of the level 8 shield soldier, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. This scene set off bursts of cheers from above the city wall. The morale of the Dark Elves rose greatly. Beverly's complexion, however, was slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. That arrow of hers contained all of her strength. She originally thought that it could pierce through the 10 shield troops, and then conveniently kill Yang Feng. But that arrow had only pierced through a level 8 shield troop. The defensive strength of the shield troops was beyond her imagination. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Fool." The figure of the level 8 shield troop that had its body pierced by Beverly's arrow shook, and it stood up. Its body was still pierced by Beverly's arrow. As long as the control chip, propulsion furnace, and other core components weren't hit, then even if the arrow pierced through the head, it wouldn't have any effect on the level 8 shield troop. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Dark Elves above Demonic Snake Fortress flashed with a touch of fear and despair. Their morale at once dropped to the freezing point. Beverly was the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, as well as the most powerful being in Demonic Snake Fortress. Her battle prowess was comparable to that of a human level 3 warlock. Such a peerless expert's all-out attack couldn't even kill a single alchemical golem, while the number of alchemical golems below was calculated in the tens of thousands. This disparity in battle prowess was simply despairing. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, "Attack." The eyes of the originally motionless beast-type bladed troops flashed with red light, and 30,000 beast-type bladed troops madly rushed forward, shaking the earth. Fire! Fire! From above Demonic Snake Fortress, countless arrows, as if raindrops, shot towards the beast-type bladed troops. When the arrows hit the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, they were immediately ricocheted. The peerless archery of the Dark Elves, the archery that made the countless races of the underworld tremble with fear, was completely useless in front of the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops. This was a complete suppression of technology. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of the Dark Elves above the city wall changed, and their beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Beverly shouted loudly, "Night Scimitar Ballistas, use the Night Scimitar Ballistas." The Night Scimitar Ballistas embedded with 36 superior magic stones, up to 6 m long, engraved with countless exquisite patterns, and manufactured from the trunk of the precious Night Scimitar sacred tree were pushed out. The Night Scimitar Ballistas were one of the most formidable weapons of the Dark Elves. Once they were launched, even a great warlock rank expert might be able to seriously injure them, or even kill them. However, the manufacturing of the Night Scimitar Ballistas was extremely difficult, and there were only 20 of them in the entire Demonic Snake Fortress. Behind the 20 Night Scimitar Ballistas stood 20 Dark Elven wizards. They silently recited incantations, pointed at the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and magic radiances entered the Night Scimitar Ballistas. The power of 36 superior magic stones was frantically extracted from the bodies of the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and entered them. In a split second, 20 Night Scimitar blades erupted in a flash, and directly chopped at the charging beast-type bladed troops. The 20 Night Scimitar blades were extremely sharp, and each Night Scimitar easily cut open the beast-type bladed troops' protective covers, and chopped them in half. Each Night Scimitar blades chopped at least 10 beast-type bladed troops in half. With this attack, more than 200 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. However, with this attack, 720 superior magic stones were also directly crushed. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a trace of a smile. "Such an amazing alchemical weapon, I must seize it." The greater the might of alchemical weapons like the Night Scimitar Ballistas, the more Yang Feng liked them. In a lot of planes, robots would be attacked by god-rank experts once they appeared. However, alchemical weapons like the Night Scimitar Ballistas wouldn't attract the attention of gods. Under the delight of seeing a prey, Yang Feng didn't order the mechanical artillery troops to cover the area with artillery fire, but instead continued to have the beast-type bladed troops crazily charge against the Night Scimitar ballistas' attacks. The Night Scimitar ballistas only fired 2 volleys, and more than 500 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. The remaining beast-type bladed troops had already rushed in front of Demonic Snake Fortress. At this moment, Beverly waved her lily-white hand, and a mass of awakening magic powder fluttered in the wind, before sprinkling it on the black giant blood-sucking rattans coiled around the fortress's city wall. Those huge black blood-sucking vines were extraordinary plants that the Cartman family, which Beverly belonged to, had spent 500 years to cultivate. As soon as they were sprinkled with the awakening magic powder, they were immediately transformed and instantly evolved into dark intelligent treants. The originally motionless black giant blood-sucking rattans suddenly erupted, and ferociously whipped the beast-type bladed troops, sending them flying. Hundreds and thousands of beast-type bladed troops were whipped away by the black giant blood-sucking rattans transformed into dark wisdom treants. The protective covers of many beast-type bladed troops were even broken, and then, under the effect of the terrifying power, they were twisted and their components scattered. Beverly also heaved a slight sigh of relief. The dark wisdom treants were one of the strongest weapons of her family. Once they were released, even a magnificent army would find it difficult to cross their defensive perimeter. Seeing this scene, the dark elves above the city wall heaved a slight sigh of relief. Get rid of them. Yang Feng looked at the dark wisdom treants wreaking havoc everywhere and said coldly. Chapter 166. The silent artillery troops quickly adjusted their cannons and aimed at the dark wisdom treants formed by the vampiric vines, and started firing wildly. Boom! 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 10,000 cannons roared in unison. Almost in an instant, the blood-sucking vines surrounding the demonic snake fortress were torn apart by the cannon fire and flew in all directions. The terrifying artillery fire was endless, directly blasting demonic snake fortress's wall into pieces, collapsing a large piece and revealing a huge hole. Demonic Snake Fortress originally had the support of 9 warlock pagodas. The fortress's sky was covered with restricted space arrays, and the fortress's city wall was also incomparably firm under the effect of the warlock pagodas. But there were no warlocks among the dark elves, and those warlock pagodas were of no use in their hands. That was why Demonic Snake Fortress seemed so weak and vulnerable. After a huge hole was blasted open in Demonic Snake Fortress, countless beast-type bladed troops swarmed in, brandishing their taser rods and whipping the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves were also frantically resisting, but as soon as they encountered the beast-type bladed troops, they were directly hit by the electric batons. After twitching, they fell to the ground. Beverly's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and she said with a sad face, "It's over. How could it be so simple? How can the City of Steel be so powerful? Because Steel City's City Lord Yang Yi's alchemy skills are too formidable." A voice suddenly rose from Beverly's back. Beverly was startled. She turned around and saw Defy standing quietly behind her. "I am Steel City's Snow White Madam. I have come to capture you. Who told you to be so conspicuous? You're unlucky to have caught his eye." Defy revealed a faint smile as she pointed at Beverly with her lily-white hand. An ice-cold chi instantly erupted and bombarded Beverly, freezing her into an ice cube. Based on Beverly's strength, even if she was not a match for Defy, she might still be able to escape from Defy's hands if she risked her life. But under Defy's sneak attack, he didn't even manage to block a single move before being frozen into an ice cube. "Mistress." The complexions of the dark elven guards beside Beverly changed greatly as they attacked Defy one after another. Defy raised her lily-white hand and silently chanted an incantation. A cloud of frigid air instantly erupted and blew towards the surroundings. The dark elves' guards beside Beverly were all frozen into ice sculptures by the chilly wind. Defy smiled sweetly, grabbed Beverly, and disappeared from Demonic Snake Fortress with a shake of her body. After losing Beverly, the dark elves who were on the verge of collapse finally collapsed. They threw away their helmets and armor, rushed out of the Demonic Snake Fortress, and fled in all directions. Yang Feng easily recaptured Demonic Snake Fortress. After seizing Demonic Snake Fortress, Yang Feng continued to dispatch the Mechanical Legion to advance deeper into the underworld. After becoming the lord of Satsuma Marquisdom, Yang Feng dispatched all kinds of robot insects to infiltrate the underworld and carry out road reconnaissance. The Black Dragon Empire also had human merchants and powerhouses who were lucky enough to go to the city of Dark Elves and successfully return alive. The robot insects dispatched by Yang Feng explored along that road and expanded in all directions, investigating the terrain of the underworld. Although Yang Feng still didn't have a complete grasp of the underworld's terrain, but the two most important headquarters of the underworld's allied forces, the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions, had already been thoroughly investigated. Along the way, all the forces obstructing Yang Feng's path were crushed by the 200,000 primary battle robots as if they were dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. The underworld's third layer, City of Dark Elves' Great Temple, Holy Spring Divine Pool. Great Mistress, there's an urgent military report. A melodious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Cheyenne didn't have the slightest intention of letting that person in, and said coldly, "What's the matter? Speak." An anxious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. "Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen, Mistress Beverly's fate is unknown. Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already broken through the first layer of the underworld. We've also lost contact with the few reconnaissance points in the second layer of the underworld." Cheyenne's pretty face paled and she barked, "What? Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen? How is that possible? There are 30,000 elite warriors of my clan inside Demonic Snake Fortress. Furthermore, there's also Mistress Beverly, so how could they not even defend for a day? You dare to deceive me?" Demonic Snake Fortress had Beverly guarding it, as well as 30,000 elite Dark Elven warriors and several hundred Dark Elven wizards. Even if a great warlock came to attack, it still wouldn't be that easy to capture. At the very least, it could last for 2 to 3 days. And 2 to 3 days was already enough for the Dark Elves to react. However, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion was so terrifying that it was far beyond Cheyenne's imagination. It easily flattened Demonic Snake Fortress, and then, as if entering an uninhabited area, charged towards the direction of the City of Dark Elves. The melodious voice sounded once again, "Great Mistress, I definitely wouldn't dare to deceive you. All the information has been verified by us, there's absolutely no falsehood. We've also used divine spells to test it. Please come out and preside over the overall situation, and lead us to annihilate all those freaks." Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed. She was so shocked by the grievous news that she was practically speechless. With Cheyenne's strength, it would take her at least half a year to get rid of the radiation energy within her body and restore her fleshly body. During this period of time, she wouldn't be able to leave the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Once her weakness was discovered, then she might end up in a miserable state. Cheyenne pondered for a moment, and then said, Let Beatrice preside over the overall situation. Send people to the Evil Eye Tyrant, the Cavemen, the Great Fiend Berek, the Magma Giant and the Black Dragon Monarch for help. As long as they're willing to help, then try your best to agree to their demands. In the underworld, there were a lot of formidable races that were forced by human warlocks to the point where they couldn't continue living, and could only escape to the underworld to reproduce. After several millennia of recuperation, a lot of formidable beings comparable to Great Warlock rank had been born. However, just like the surface world's human forces, they weren't united in their schemes. The major clans in the underground world were also scheming against each other for resources. Cheyenne was also forced into a corner, and had no choice but to ask for help from the experts of other forces. What was certain was that even if those forces were willing to send troops to help, the Dark Elves would still have to pay an extremely painful price. Yes, Great Matriarch. The Dark Elven maid standing outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She responded respectfully, and then retreated. The City of Dark Elves, in a villa's hot spring. A beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extremely beautiful appearance, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, was embracing the Dark Elven maid who had reported the military situation to Cheyenne. The beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, gave a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said in a low voice, "In such a critical situation, Cheyenne still isn't willing to preside over the overall situation. It seems that in the battle at Steel City, she was indeed seriously injured, as the rumors said. Even at such a critical juncture, she still isn't willing to hand over the authority to me, and instead handed it over to that slut Beatrice. It seems that she's really on guard against me. This extremely beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, was the legendary Joanna among the underworld's dark elves. She was also one of the 3 great warlock rank experts among the dark elves. Cheyenne, Romuli, and Joanna, these 3 were the 3 great warlock rank experts among the dark elves. In terms of different planes power system, they were the 3 great legend rank experts among the dark elves. Among them, Romuli was an elusive loner and assassin, with practically no one having seen her true appearance. Cheyenne was the great matriarch's high priestess, while Joanna was a divine archer, possessing the most formidable archery among the dark elves. If Cheyenne perished, then Joanna was the most promising candidate to take over the position of great matriarch. Therefore, Cheyenne was very on guard against Joanna. Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said coldly, "Since you're so on guard against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ding, ding, ding. Within the city of dark elves, the Dark Moon divine bell, which could only be rung at a moment of life and death for the dark elves, suddenly sounded. The complexions of the city of dark elves' upper echelon changed, and they quickly gathered in the direction of the temple. Once the Dark Moon divine bell's bell rang, all the upper echelon had to gather in the temple. If they were negligent, then the entire family would be regarded as a rebel of the dark elves, and the entire family would be exterminated. The upper echelon of the dark elves quickly arrived at the temple. Inside the temple, they saw Joanna, dressed in a military attire, sitting on the throne that only the great matriarch could sit on. The complexions of the upper echelon of the dark elves suddenly changed, their hearts thumped, and a trace of an ominous premonition welled up inside them. Under the enticement of the goddess Lolth, the dark elves had become depraved and lascivious, incessantly plotting and scheming. Within the same race, there were incessant conquests, and even within the same family, there were incessant conspiracies. One of Cheyenne's confidants creased his eyebrows, then stepped forward and loudly denounced, "Madam Joanna, that's the throne that only the great matriarch can sit on. You've overstepped." Joanna said with a faint smile, "Cheyenne can no longer manage matters. From today onwards, I'm the new great matriarch. All of you, why don't you immediately pay respects to the new great matriarch?" The upper echelon of the dark elves in the temple looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The pretty complexion of Cheyenne's confidant changed, and she loudly denounced, "The great matriarch Cheyenne is still here, how can you become the new great matriarch? You're rebelling. Joanna, it's not too late for you to stop. Otherwise, once the great matriarch Cheyenne appears, you'll end up like the Drow Spider and Resentful Soulspawn." Drow Spider and Resentful Soulspawn were dark elves who had lost in all kinds of struggles, and were tortured by all kinds of inhumane secret methods, before being refined into freaks. The dark elves were extremely afraid that they would turn into such freaks after death. In that case, their souls wouldn't be able to rest in peace after death, and they wouldn't be able to enter the divine country of the goddess Lolth. Joanna smiled slightly, then her figure shook, and she appeared in front of Cheyenne's confidant. With a flash of a sword ray, Cheyenne's confidant, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, was chopped into 2, and blood spilled on the ground. The vitality of Cheyenne's confidant was extremely tenacious. After being chopped into 2, she still didn't die immediately, and instead issued extremely mournful screams. Joanna stomped on the head of Cheyenne's confidant, and very ferociously crushed it. She then smiled towards the surrounding upper echelon of the dark elves and asked, "Who else wants to question my position as the great matriarch?" "Greetings, great matriarch." The upper echelon of the dark elves looked at each other, and then immediately took advantage of the situation and said respectfully. Since Joanna had already summoned the upper echelon of the dark elves, then she was bound to have set up an ambush. The upper echelon of the dark elves were also old foxes who had experienced countless conspiracies and coups, so how could they throw away their lives in vain? Even Cheyenne's confidants lowered their heads obediently. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile, Very well. I know that most of you aren't convinced by me, but it doesn't matter. Come with me. I'll let you see what great matriarch Cheyenne looks like now. After saying that, Joanna turned around and walked towards the holy spring divine pool with large strides. The upper echelon of the dark elves looked at each other, then followed behind Joanna and walked towards the holy spring divine pool. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the gate outside the holy spring divine pool, which was enchanted with a formidable defensive spell, was directly smashed to pieces. Joanna took the lead and walked into the holy spring divine pool. Looking at Cheyenne, who was soaking in the holy spring divine pool, she said with a faint smile, "Big sister Cheyenne, I've come to see you." Cheyenne turned around with great difficulty and looked at Joanna with a bitter expression, a touch of despair flashing in her beautiful eyes. The upper echelon of the dark elves behind Joanna also saw Cheyenne soaking in the holy spring divine pool. She had lost both her legs, but her head was still as beautiful as a flower, while her body was covered with all kinds of sinister radiation tumors. Long live great matriarch Joanna! Long live great matriarch Joanna! Seeing Cheyenne's miserable state, the upper echelon of the dark elves behind Joanna immediately changed their attitude and loudly praised Joanna. One of Cheyenne's confidants very shamelessly knelt in front of Joanna and said respectfully, "Great matriarch, can you allow me to kill this traitor who colluded with humans? This traitor has committed a heinous crime. I'll make her into a fine sculpture and offer it to you." Chapter 167. Great matriarch, I'm willing to personally turn this traitor into a drow spider and let her suffer until she dies. Great matriarch, I want to turn her into a resentful soul goblin. Her wails will certainly be very pleasant to hear. Cheyenne's confidants scrambled to curry favor with Joanna, shamelessly switching sides. The losers of the dark elves' struggle were very miserable. Therefore, they switched sides very quickly. Is this us dark elves? It was too ugly. We were noble, holy, and loyal high elves. Joanna looked at Cheyenne's confidants scrambling to curry favor with her. Not only was she not happy, but her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of deep sorrow. Dark elves were high elves who were seduced by Spider Queen Lolth. Their ancestors were noble, holy, loyal, and powerful high elves. If the high elves encountered such a coup, Cheyenne's faction would definitely loyally protect their master until they all died in battle. But now, those former Cheyenne's confidants were racking their brains, wanting to use all kinds of evil means to torture their former master. Many of these means made Joanna's heart slightly cold, making her unable to feel happy. Cheyenne's complexion was pale, but she tried her best to remain calm. "Joanna, you win. I only ask you one thing, kill me yourself and give me a quick death. In exchange, I'll tell you the location of my private property and some precious ancient books." One of Cheyenne's former confidants spat on Cheyenne's face and viciously cursed, "Pa, you slut, you're only fit to mate with those lowly dragons and give birth to more powerful weapons of war for us dark elves." One of Cheyenne's former confidants flattered Joanna, "Great matriarch, the caveman, the evil eye tyrant, the great fiend Berek, and the Black Dragon King, these 4 experts are very interested in this slut. It would be better to take her and have the 4 experts mate with her in exchange for their support." Joanna listened to the shameless words of Cheyenne's former confidants. Her complexion became more and more gloomy, and there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, a dark elf said with a panicked expression, "Not good. Not good. Steel City's mechanical legion is less than 20 kilometers away from our city. What? How is that possible? How did they get here so quickly? Impossible. How could they get here so quickly? How is that possible? Don't tell me they're rushing towards us without eating, drinking, or resting. What about logistics? What about logistics?" The eyes of the dark elves revealed a trace of shock as they discussed spiritedly, their eyes flickering with disbelief. Joanna did not panic. She ordered coldly, "Seal her up." A dark elf took out a pair of magic restraining shackles and quickly handcuffed Cheyenne. Anti-magic shackles were mystical secret treasures. Once shackled by anti-magic shackles, then even a great warlock rank expert's power would be sealed, unable to break free independently. Naturally, these anti-magic shackles were very precious. There were only 10 of them in the entire Dark Elven race, and they were only used on the most dangerous and powerful criminals. The entire city of Dark Elves was in chaos. Countless Dark Elven warriors quickly arrived at their posts, ready for battle. The city of Dark Elves was Dark Elven clans' most formidable stronghold in the underworld, as well as their most solid fortress. Within the city of Dark Elves, the number of Dark Elves reached as high as 1,300,000, and the number of adult Dark Elves reached about 1 million. Every adult Dark Elf was a formidable warrior, especially in a place shrouded in darkness like the underworld, where their strength would be greatly boosted. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had stockpiled a large number of weapons, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had a large number of weapons hoarded, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. So this is the city of Dark Elves. It looks like it will be somewhat troublesome to capture it. Yang Feng looked at the city of Dark Elves amidst the huge mechanical legion, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The city of Dark Elves city wall was up to 150 m tall, with all kinds of incomparably thick ancient vines crawling around the city wall. Moreover, above the city wall, there were all kinds of strange extraordinary plants, giving people a feeling that they shouldn't be trifled with. In the very center of the city of Dark Elves, there was a huge temple. The huge temple exuded incomparably sacred fluctuations, shrouding the entire city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng had once read records pertaining to the city of Dark Elves. Ever since the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, Dawn dynasty, the Dark Elves had built the city of Dark Elves under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. Turandot subcontinent's human warlocks had once launched an expedition against the underworld, but it had ended in failure. More than 500,000 human troops had perished beneath the city of Dark Elves, their corpses piling up like mountains. The biggest reason for the human warlock's defeat was the temple of the goddess Lolth at the very center of the city of Dark Elves. In the battle that decided the fate of the Dark Elves, countless Dark Elves had prayed in the temple of the goddess Lolth. The temple had released terrifying divine light, prohibiting flight, strengthening the city wall's defenses, weakening the fighting spirit of the attackers, weakening the power of all kinds of hostile spells, strengthening their own courage, upgrading their physical constitution, and upgrading the might of their own magic power. Under the strengthening of the temple of the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves had erupted with terrifying battle prowess, nearly wiping out the human expeditionary army of more than 1 million people in one fell swoop. In the underworld, there were many dangers. The human expeditionary army had won, so be it. But once they were defeated, only the peak warlocks could escape from the underworld back to the surface world. The rest had died tragically at the jaws of all kinds of demonic insects and poisonous creatures in the underworld. Ever since that battle, the humans hadn't launched any more large-scale expeditions to the underground world, instead choosing to establish strongholds. If Yang Feng hadn't used nuclear warheads to kill the 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves in one fell swoop, as well as seriously injuring the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Cheyenne, then he definitely wouldn't have dared to invade the city of Dark Elves with his main force. One after another, primary battle robots emerged from the dimensional troop carriers, causing the number of Yang Feng's mechanical legion to rise from 200,000 to 1 million. The 1 million level 8 primary battle robots, this was the main legion that Yang Feng had produced with all kinds of resources he had scoured for years. Once the 1 million level 8 primary battle robots were destroyed, then 2/3 of Yang Feng's mechanical legion would be destroyed, and several years of hard work would be wasted. With the whole world as his enemy, Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be able to persevere for too long. He could only wash the land with nuclear warheads until the nuclear warhead tactic was cracked. This plane's human warlocks had conquered countless planes, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and possessed countless reserves of knowledge. Furthermore, they had absorbed the knowledge of countless other planes, and created countless mystical spells. The nuclear warhead tactic had a fatal weakness. Once that weakness was discovered by warlocks, cracking it would only be slightly difficult for them, that's all. The weapons in the hands of the level 8 beast-type bladed troops as the main force were no longer electric batons, but rather the most powerful high-frequency oscillation blades. The city of Dark Elves wasn't a human city like Demonic Snake Fortress. Demonic Snake Fortress didn't have any human warlocks, It was basically unable to display its terrifying battle prowess. Young Feng was very clear that he could easily occupy demonic Snake Fortress, without any losses. As for the City of Dark Elves, Young Feng didn't have full confidence in capturing it. I'm Young Tai, one of Steel City's 10 marshals. People of the City of Dark Elves, listen up, immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, and we'll give you a way out. Otherwise, after the city is breached, you'll all become Steel City's slaves, never to be able to transcend. The 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves have already been eliminated by Steel City, and your great matriarch Cheyenne has also been seriously injured by Steel City. Your allies, the Hellion clan, have also betrayed you. Take a look, who is this? Young Feng waved his hand, and the rock giant Bonadine stepped out from the battle array, before facing upwards and issuing a long howl. I'm the rock giant Bonadine. Under the orders of the undying Hellion monarch Napman, I came to help Steel City in a crusade against your dark elven clan. That's the rock giant Bonadine. It's really Bonadine, his Napman's right-hand man. Could it be that the Hellion clan betrayed our alliance? When they saw the rock giant Bonadine, the pretty complexions of the dark elves changed, and a touch of fear flashed past the abyss of their beautiful eyes. In the underworld's races, purely in terms of strength, the Hellion clan was far stronger than the dark elves. However, the dark elves believed in the goddess Lolth, and had the support of the goddess Divine Power. In actual battles, the dark elves would often suppress the Hellion clan. After drawing support from the goddess Lolth's divine power, the great matriarch of the dark elves Cheyenne's strength was infinitely close to that of a starry sky warlock, and her battle prowess could be rated as the #1 expert of the underworld's races. Thus, the dark elven clan suppressed the underworld's major races, and obtained the right to speak in the allied forces of the underworld's races. However, the strength of the Hellion clan was absolutely tyrannical, and their experts were as common as clouds. Once the Hellion clan sided with Steel City, then the situation would be unthinkable.